Okay, everything should be working.
Alright.
And there goes the Demon Souls music. It's been a while.
Yeah, what,
Been a while and everything.
6 months, something?
Well, I was checking my logs, and I think the last stream I did was Dragon's Dogma 2, back in March.
Oh, you've been
I think
busy then. You haven't streamed much.
Oh yeah. Not at all.
That makes two of us.
Lower that down. There we go. King. King released into the world. Tweet released out into the world. And done. Okay. Now I can focus on the rest of it. Same deal as last time. I'll try to make this a clean VOD into LP part. But no promises, because it seemed like the last one we had about 10 minutes or so of pre-game events. Or banter, or nonsense.
I think it was just banter, which we're doing now, I guess. Yeah, this still counts as pre-stream. It looks like everyone
Yeah,
can
it's
hear us,
fine.
so.
Well, thankfully, I'm both like more nervous, but also more relaxed in a weird way, where I'm
More
less
nervous
concerned.
about what?
The last time I sent out like a big YouTube, everyone come on in, big YouTube thing. Because I thought the last time I did this was a big event, but this time I don't know how many people it's going to bring in. And it was like 300 or so people, I think, that actually showed up, which is pretty good for this point.
Yeah.
But definitely not the same as it was the first time where I was doing the Dark Souls parts, like part 38 or something, and about 5,000 or something people showed up. But I think some of that was the novelty of being associated with the best friends at the time, which is now defunct, and also the fact that I was not supposed to be able to stream, and I really should not have, because my internet didn't work at the time. And as I recall, that one went down over and over again.
Well, yeah, your carrier pigeons relaying packets to and from your ISP were definitely struggling to do their job, as I recall, but
so
it worked out,
now,
kinda.
now I have real internet, and usually whenever I'm doing stuff, I'm the one that is doing the hosting because I actually have the best internet out of most people that I'm interacting with, which is funny.
That's ironic. Did you get better internet since the last time we spoke?
Not the last time we streamed. I think even then you were aware of it. Yeah, I've had good internet for a while now.
No
This was
kidding.
why, for a while, I was focusing on streaming, and then I realized, looking at my analytics on YouTube, I thought, oh, if I just make like one pretty good video a month, even if it's like an hour long, even if it's 30 minutes long, then that still is more income that I would make wasting away my life trying to turn my Twitch channel into a TV station, which is what they want.
Now it is, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to be successful on Twitch, you basically have to turn yourself into a TV station. Something that every night, these are the hours that you stream, and people can reliably show up there. And if you can take one day off, you can get Sunday off if you want, if you really want to. You better not, but you can. And if you take 1 week off, oh, your income's just gonna plummet into a hole.
Forget
Can't
it.
do
Start
that.
over.
Yep. You have to start all over and get the algorithm, the AI, and all this other nonsense to raise your income back up. So that's the other part of why I'm not particularly concerned. Like before, I was worried about that. Now I'm kind of just worried about the fact that it's been a while since I've done it. It's been replaced with that. But I'm also in the state of, well, also don't care. Because, like, I'm going to disappoint the consistent people that will show up regardless of me sending out a big alert about it.
Right,
And they're the kind of people that are going to understand. Yeah, I mean, they're going to understand either way, so.
Yeah.
I am both relaxed and nervous for different reasons.
Well, I'm glad you're at least somewhat relaxed, and certainly it's easier when we have less to lose, which after the amount of time you and I have both been away from this, we certainly have less to lose now.
Yeah, and you finally got done with a barrage, like just a hailstorm of work on your end.
Between the official strategy guide for the Elden Ring DLC and having family come over to visit immediately afterward, I have... it's been nonstop.
How much about that, because I'm sure you want to make some sort of minor plug if you want to. You're probably going to, I imagine, get back to streaming as part of it.
I am, yes, but once my mother and my cousin go home, because they're here till the 18th, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to stream regularly until then, and I'm definitely glad to be done with the Elden Ring guide, but I mean, everyone knows where to find those by now. They don't need me to shove it in their faces.
Well, I actually don't, so you should probably explain it to me while I
Oh,
fight
all
my
right.
chair.
Okay, well, let me get my cheesy sales pitch ready.
Get over the. Won't go over the map.
In fact, let me get my. Here it is.
How are they releasing those? There was an initial guide, and then there's a separate DLC one, but there's only one.
Well, it's the entire strategy guide for Elden Ring is 3 volumes of about 550 pages each because that's just how much
Good boy.
information there is to cover. I know, right? Yeah, we in the beginning we were like, "Hey, what if we did one book that was 750 pages?" And we took a look at the initial assets we were sent and we went, "Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. We're doing 2 books." And then FromSoft was like, "Hey, what if we release some DLC?" And we were like, "Well, okay, guess we're doing a 3rd book." So if you guys are interested in the 3rd book, and if you yourself, Plague, are interested in the 3rd book, then you can
Well, I'm one of
find
the
it.
people that will buy it and then skim through it and go, I'm going to read this later, and then I won't read it later.
Put it on a
But
shelf.
if someone like tries to take it from me, no, mine.
Well, bring it to PAX some year, and I'll sign it for you. Here we go.
Mm.
There it is.
Water achieved. I was looking through my, because I'm starting on new videos, scripting out, because I've returned to my focus on YouTube, which part of the reason I'm not streaming as much on Twitch anymore.
YouTube's probably a little bit better for the bottom line for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not consistent money, but it's supplementary income to the Patreon. And the Patreon, the way that works is it's pretty much always going to go down. Part of it is I don't rub it in people's faces. I almost never mention that I have a Patreon in the video. I leave a little thing at the end and I have it in the description, but otherwise I just don't bring it up.
I don't
which
think
I
I've
probably
mentioned
should.
mine for years, ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is my error. But I kind of like not doing it, but at the same time, I do notice whenever that money goes down, because when I first released, I think it was like somewhere in the ballpark, like 3,000 a month or so, which is pretty good. And it's just slowly dripped down until now it's like 1,900 something, which is not great. Yeah, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's keeping me alive, which I'm very thankful for. But I probably should be mentioning it, because the reason why it doesn't go up is because I don't bring it up. So,
Story of my life. That's it's the dilemma of a broadcaster who does not want to play by the big evil corporation rules and constantly self-promote. And
yeah, I like to tout myself as being more authentic. Like, you can actually, if you ask me a question, I'll answer it. If something comes up, then I'm very transparent about it. I'm very forward in that respect. But that is not how the game is played. But anyways, point being, going back to writing, and in the process of looking at my old scripts and ideas and stuff, I looked over at the things that I was going to do with Twitch, which one of them was to add the little things where you play the noises whenever people want to do things.
I think they're called notifications, if I remember correctly. It's been a little while.
Yeah, I've never understood that side of Twitch because I'm not that involved in it. But, do bits and then you play a noise or something. And
you damn kids and your fancy notifications. Back in my day, we used IRC chat and we didn't have video.
IRC. But wait, where is it? There it is. But my ideas for sound bites, a clown horn, a cat purring, just general ideas for like I missed something while I'm playing the game and so on. But I also had one for hydration, which I thought of that because I was drinking. But it's from the what's the name of it? That bit. It's a YouTube video about the immortal dog. But it's the part where it says, the juice is for the dog. He won't want to drink it. Make him thirsty, then give him the juice. Oh, he wants it. Now he wants it. I was just noticing it the other day.
I think I completely missed that.
Immortal dog on YouTube. I always liked that video.
Okay.
Thank you, Squish Bar. I always appreciate you. My lovely little squish. Give you a kiss on the head. Mwah. I'm probably not going to be addressing chat directly too much because, trying to also combine this with the concept that it's a YouTube video. We'll see how that works.
I think probably I will make up for you not addressing chat as much, unless you don't want me to, because my habit is to to be reading chat, and I'm already like 6
Mm.
responses behind.
Nah, it's fine. Like, the first part I haven't I've already told you this, but for you people, the first part is up on YouTube, but I have not made it public. Today I actually went in and looked at the old timestamps and said, okay, this is where we did this, this is this. I put all the timestamps in, I formatted it correctly. I'll release that sometime later. I just didn't want to do it then because I figured part 2 is probably going to be a while. It's either going to be next week or it's going to be in 2 months. It ended up being like 6, I think.
It's close to 6 months by the time
Yeah.
all was said and done, yeah, which was entirely my fault.
No, it's also my fault because I didn't bring it up either.
Well, no, but I was working on the guide for that time, so even had you brought it up, I would have been like, please, Plague, I can't, I'm dying.
Yeah, I was also doing all sorts of shit on my end as well.
That's true, yeah, you wouldn't have had time.
I released several videos since then. Some of them have required me to learn new things, which I was not happy about.
Really?
Anyways,
What like?
just like video editing techniques and things like that. Things I did not want to have to get into the weeds with. Or more information about things that I didn't want to know that much about. But I think the Twitch ad is playing now, so... Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully folks will have ad blockers if they're...
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Well, hopefully I won't earn any income.
Maybe not hopefully from your... Well, I mean, I don't know. I have a link. I have in my own chat, I have Moobot set up to issue a command that just links ad blockers, because I get nothing out of Twitch ads. They're a nuisance to everyone without being a benefit to me. So I'm just like, yeah, block them, guys. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how much the ads actually give me. Most the income, I think, is pretty much exclusively just from people saying, I don't want to do Patreon. I'm just going to do it through your Twitch. Which I don't earn as much because it's Twitch. They want to basically take every single cent that they possibly can.
Thanks, Bezos.
If they have no right for it. But yeah.
That increase in sub prices to $6 sure is a thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like Twitch is trying to drive everybody away from their platform.
Anyways, this is old people screaming at clouds.
Guilty as charged.
Okay. But as a reminder, what we were doing last time, playing Demon Souls, I got through 1-1 Boletaria.
I think we did that together, didn't we?
Well, you can't do 1-1 together.
Well, I mean, we alternated.
Yeah, I guess. However that worked.
Yeah.
And then I went into... Because what I wanted to do is to make just a broken, silly Demon Souls build, which we have not completed yet, because the next thing I went and did was 4-1, and we also did 4-2. Or, sorry, is it 4? No, it's 5, isn't it?
5, yeah, it was the Valley of Defilement, right?
Yeah. What is 4?
Because I remember...
4 doesn't exist, does it?
Yeah, 4 would be the Archstone of the Giants, but it's people just kind of... There's no 6-1. It would be 6-1 would be the Valley of Defilement, so people just kind of skip the Archstone of Giants, and 4-1 is the Shrine of Storms.
Yeah, this always confuses the devil out of me. Yeah. Now that you say that, I gotta go fix the timestamp.
Oh, no.
It was wrong anyways. I titled it 1-1 like an idiot. Okay, so it was 5-1 and 5-2. There we go.
Hawaiian Prince, that's a tempting offer.
That's better. Another ad break? What is wrong with you, Twitch?
Oh, we have a comment that says that my volume could stand to be a bit higher.
Okay, that's the other thing I need to do real fast.
Story of a broadcaster's life is balancing audio levels an hour into the stream.
-6. I'm going to bring you up to -3. We'll see how that is. You say something.
Right. Am I audible or a little bit more audible now, hopefully?
There you go. Yeah, they went from -6 to -3, which doesn't sound like much, but in audio it is, so we'll see how that works out.
In the reckoning of decibel levels, it's significant.
Perfect. Okay, good. All right, you were at 100%. Okay, I could have turned you up in Discord as well. That's not a big deal. Yeah. All right, so the continuing adventures of this nonsense will be doing, I think, Shrine of Storms, because the next thing would probably be the Adjudicator Shield. If I had to guess.
Was that something you wanted for your build? Yeah, I thought you were doing the regen build, weren't you?
Yeah, just trying to get all the broken nonsense, which would mean... I don't even know if I still have the build in a tab somewhere.
Oh, I remember it by heart. It's one I used quite frequently.
I'll leave that up to you, because I don't remember things like this. I still have a tab open for buildings in V Rising. Still mismanaged. Haven't played that in like a month.
Let me know
Oh,
then
well.
when you need the info for your builds and specs and whatnot.
Yes. Okay.
And Monotone, welcome, and everyone in chat, welcome. We kind of skipped over giving everybody a greeting, but thank you all for joining us. It's great to have you all. We appreciate that you still remember who we are.
Hello. Yeah, I released my Dark Souls video, which of course met with both praise and derision, as is such the case with FromSoft games.
Isn't that always the way?
Yes. But to the credit of others, I did put on my plague face and try to be at least mildly cantankerous for the sake of the bits.
Does that really take much effort? Do you actually have to force that? Does it not just come naturally?
Not too much. It's more I've gotten to the habit of whenever I want, because I enjoy like doing little funny strawmen because it's fun.
Sure.
But typically, I try to make it, whenever I do it, I try to make sure that it's so overblown that people will be like, oh, he's doing a thing. He's not actually serious. But some people still don't get the joke. So it's at times like that, I'm just like, well, they're just not going to get it. So I'm just going to commit to the bits.
Yeah.
You have to do the joke. You have to actually follow through. If you have to stop and pause the video and try to put an asterisk next to every single thing that you say, then it's not going to be a good video.
Tell me about it.
Come forth, demon souls.
All right, so refresh my memory. We're doing 4-1, you said, right? Which is the first
yes.
Shrine of Storms 1?
I think so.
Okay, so if that's the case, do you want to go in body form first and summon me, or am I going in body form first and summoning you?
I don't know. Give me a second to fire things up and then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, take your
You're
time.
asking my brain to think about two things at once.
Well, okay, I mean, solution is flip a coin.
Yeah, that works too. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it?
I mean, not really. It's just that, well, if you're not already in body form, I am, so we could save an ephemeral eye stone and
oh, there goes.
Just go as we are.
Yeah, decided to use the no elements one. Okay. The game stream is the one I used to do for the Twitch stuff. I'll probably just get rid of that one. No sense doing it. Okay. Alright, and it doesn't alter the resolution whenever I do that. Alright, good. Load the old game. And here's where I bet on it working correctly. We had this conversation earlier.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we were discussing whether or not... Okay, there it goes, thank God. We were discussing whether or not it would actually log in correctly. And I said I tested it several times and it does work, but sometimes, I remember, sometimes it just doesn't work and you have to restart everything.
Yup.
And that time, it lingered. It taunted me with a gun. Alright.
Well, FromSoft loves doing that, don't they?
I think this is the test character I made right before to try to make sure that I knew what I was doing, and then I did this one for stream.
Okay. So you're using Plague, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Back October. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, Squish. Ooh, calm down. Calm down, Demon Souls. Okay. There we are. It takes it a minute. And I got the Murden Hammer.
Oh yeah, you started as the Temple Knight because that's the baseline for the build.
Well, no, I went and got it. What class I started in, I don't remember. I don't even know if you can class Temple Knight. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got. I thought you. Yeah, okay. Because the Temple Knight starts with all that stuff. You're wearing that set of armor, and you've got the shield and the Mirrodin hammer.
Oh, I just didn't have the stats for it, I think. I think? I don't remember. Okay.
Hello, Style Train. Welcome.
This is all ahead at the moment. I'm not carrying any garbage, am I? No, it looks like I cleaned out my inventory too. And I'm carrying
I cleaned out mine before the stream.
Alright, good. Okay. Alright, it looks like we're ready. Also... No, that's how you do it. How do you emote in this game? It was like hold A?
6-axis, yeah. Well, on the PlayStation
There it is.
controller, it'll be hold X, but
I did it.
you did
I
it.
love how your character looks up at nothing.
I mean, these were
Hello.
rudimentary emotes.
Hello,
Back in
old
the day.
one. I love you, old one. Okay. And this... The Shadow Man one? Is this correct?
If we're going to the Shrine of Storms, it's the, Shadow Men.
Okay. And then this would be... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4-1 does not exist. So that would be 5 and then 6. I don't know what they were thinking, coming up with so many levels. They probably bit off more than they could chew.
Well, they did, because they didn't have time to finish the Archstone of the Giants.
Yeah, we talked about that last time, I think. It's been 6 months, but I'm pretty sure we talked about the fact that someone had ripped all the assets.
Jibbed, yeah. We'll probably retread old conversations, because we've both forgotten what we talked about.
Oh, that's what's confusing. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that it's not going to display Xbox commands. It's going to display PlayStation ones.
Yes, this was an exclusive. For those of you
Okay.
kids out there who never played the original Demon's Souls, although actually the remake is an exclusive too, isn't it?
Yes, because I actually considered, like many people, I considered getting a PS5. Because, oh, Demon's Souls remake, I want to try that. It may not be good, but I'll give it a whirl. But then, of course, we had the big crisis about COVID and supplies and everything. And
On top of the scalping, yeah, which was a separate thing.
It became basically impossible to do anything, so I just gave up.
Aw.
So to this day, I still don't have one. And I imagine a lot of people are the same way, because I noticed that Sony has been sort of struggling with some PS5 things, and a lot of sales of things that are cross-platform to PC, they've actually been doing more business on PC than they have been on their own console.
Well, PC is way more accessible. I mean, on a baseline level with a kind of lower-end gaming PC, it's always been a little bit more accessible. The consoles are, I mean, they're a bargain if you like the exclusive games they have, but for a PC,
Oh, boy, is that flipped since we were little whippersnappers.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure has.
Used to, like, of course, in Japan, the idea of playing a game on a computer to them was very confusing because, well, that's an office machine. Why are you using it to play a game on? Use it to develop a game, if anything.
That's what consoles are for. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
And then we inherited that because consoles weren't really that much of a thing for a while.
And now companies like Square, or whatever they're called now, are being kept afloat by their PC sales. I think 14 accounts for like 80% of their finances or something.
Pretty much entirely, yeah. There are a few people who play 14 on consoles as well, from what I understand, but the bulk of it is on PC.
Okay. We are going into Shrine of Storms. I don't remember how the multiplayer even works because it's been too long.
You'll find my summon sign at the entrance.
Ah. I will be going first then.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, I just suicided in the Nexus, so I'll you can summon me first.
what a sentence.
Yeah,
don't worry. I just threw myself off ledge. I'm good.
Don't worry. I'm dead now. It's fine.
Okay, there's no like weird janky password thing on this, so I think okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
this was back before FromSoft decided that it was a good idea to unnecessarily segregate their players in online mode.
Yeah, we've been having a... I'll go ahead and tell you now. Not you specifically. I'll tell chat. I mentioned it in the live chat of my video... Premiere, that's the word I'm looking for. But I was planning on doing a Dark Souls 2 LP, finally.
Another one?
No, a Dark Souls 2. Not a Dark Souls number 2.
I could have sworn you already played... No,
here's the order of events.
Okay.
First, I did an incredibly janky, let's not, in parentheses, play Dark Souls 2 thing, where I released very short videos showcasing my awful internet and awful Walmart computer.
I think that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
And those were like invasions and nothing else. Also, where is your sign? Is it in this area or is it just after this?
I just put it down. It should be appearing right in front of you.
Oh, okay. But after that, I did Dark Souls, the LP, and then after that, I did the Dark Souls B LP with Freelid, where I turned all of the enemies into phantoms and such, and so forth and so on. So,
Okay.
the 2 LP, when exactly that's going to happen, I'm not sure. If Kel's still on board, then I was going to bring Kel along and do like a little co-op, because that's kind of what I wanted to focus on with 2, is it being more of a mechanical discussion as opposed to a lore discussion.
Gotcha.
Because with Dark Souls 1, it was more of a trying to analyze these aren't. Is more trying to analyze every square inch of the damn world. To talk about that.
Which
With
everyone
demons,
loved.
yeah, oh, there it is. With demons, I guess you could focus more on, like, the tone. German spy. There we go.
Yep, that's me.
Like, demons is more of a thing where you're talking about early decisions and the general tone of the world and the thought process behind that, and how it's a bridge out of the Kingsfield franchise as well.
Yeah.
I was actually watching a video today about the earliest versions of the patches concept and how it traces back, of course, to not Mech Warrior brain, not Mech Warrior. You know it's not Mech Warrior. Stop doing that.
It's Shadow Tower, isn't it?
Well, I was trying to bring up, what is their mech franchise?
Armored Core?
Armor Core. Good grief. My brain just like Mech Warrior. No, I know you like Mech Warrior, but not Mech Warrior. It does that.
Oh, right, okay.
But anyways, yeah. But most people reference that. But yeah, it goes all the way back to Shadow Tower. Not parenthesis. Colon something. Can't remember its name.
There was some subtitle on Shadow Tower, yes.
And that character didn't have a name, but he did the exact same thing where, oh, a bunch of people are in there, you should go check it out. And then there's a unopened chest, and you open the chest, and you explode, and you almost die, or you do die. And then afterwards he tries to throw you off a bridge, and so on. It just goes on from there. But anyways, Demons is sort of the punctuation mark on one end of FromSoft, and then the start of a sentence for the rest of where we are now.
It certainly was quite a transition from this to Dark Souls 1, wasn't it?
I do love these little rolling men. I say love, I hate them. They're awful.
This is an enemy type we love to hate, but here, this version of the enemy, I mean, one of the things, I don't know if anyone here, some of you probably are familiar with a very dear friend of mine who goes by the username of Qualag. You know them, I know, Plague.
Yeah.
One of the things that they like to say, a point that they bring up quite a lot, they're more a lore-focused content creator, but they make the point that FromSoft and Miyazaki in particular iterate a lot, and it's fascinating to me looking back at Demon's Souls all these years later, especially at the original PlayStation 3 version, and looking at the original iteration, at least as far as the Souls games go, of this enemy type, the just kind of rolling, super fast, annoying skeleton. And it is astonishing to me how much less annoying this version is than the later one. Oh, there's Kel.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly.
Speaking of Kel, since you just brought it up, Kel released a video about Demon's Souls recently.
Really?
That is specifically about iteration. Because I've been trying to encourage Kel to get into learning to video edit and things. Not specifically to be a content creator or even an editor, but it's just one thing to have under your belt and to know and to experience.
True. Kel, I didn't realize that you were an aspiring, well, maybe not content creator, but that you were making videos. Congratulations.
But as he has whizzed by my butt.
Yeah.
As we have discussed in the process of him doing things, it's more a matter of this is the right way to do things. Of just having an idea or just, oh, I want to talk about this one thing, and it's frustrating not getting it out of my system. If you just make a video about it, it gets it out of your system, you're able to contemplate the idea. The fact that you're writing it down means you explore that idea pretty thoroughly.
Yeah, and you have time to prepare. It's not like you're going on a live stream and having to candidly come up with an explanation on the spot without preparation.
Yeah. It's one of the most frustrating. Yesterday we were playing a little bit of Phasmophobia, and I was explaining how I don't particularly care for the game a lot of the time. What are you up to? Are you trying to do the skip?
Yeah, how'd you know? You knew.
I don't particularly care for the game most of the time, but it is one of those sort of plague bait games in the sense of I love figuring out I don't quite like this, but it's for very specific reasons, and I am trying to figure it out. And in the process of like trying to explain what it is and what I might do differently, other people started like interrupting and talking about tangential things or what they thought I was about to talk about, and just interrupts my chain of thought, and I just I give up. Just never mind. It's
You
not that
get
important.
sidetracked? Yeah. Oh, I almost
Yeah.
had it. I forget it.
Writing
It's been a
fixes
while.
that, though.
Hmm?
Writing fixes that. That's the advantage of doing a video. And I've discussed that in the same way of like getting into drawing. Some people want to know how you get into drawing. They're like, oh, should I start by drawing real life figures? Should I start by like even tracing or something? And the answer really is just, if you want to draw something, just draw it. That's where it comes from. It's not a matter of sitting down and arduously practicing until you get to the point where you're able to do it. It's more just, it's an extension of wanting to do things. If you want to make a video, then just make a little crummy video. Oh, right, this is the big bad.
It is, although I
big
remember
bang.
him being a little tougher. I think we must have fairly light world tendency here.
Probably. I'm not going to complain about it.
Grab your Crescent Falchion +1.
I mean, certainly, where the hell is Kel anyways? He invaded. and then
Shooting
just-
arrows at us from far
he's-
away with a thief's ring.
He's been planning. He doesn't. We've had long discussions about the nature of how annoying the invasion system can be. So he's not going to be an invader. He's going to be a demonstrator of something. What that is, I don't know.
I have a few guesses based on the zone we're in.
Is that the only one of these black skeleton men?
No, there's at least one more later on in this zone, and then a couple more elsewhere.
What is the lore of skeleton men?
Well,
Because
the lore of
The-
skeleton men.
the tombstone, not tombstone, the archstone that we interact with, it describes them as, I've already forgotten, something men.
Shadow men, a tribe.
Is it just? Yeah, okay, all right. I've overcomplicated my memory then. Yeah,
They-
Shadow Men.
They're essentially pagans that worship death. The lore of the skeleton men in this zone is specific to this zone. It's basically this tribe died out long before. Oh, I see what you did. Very clever.
Well, I like fell down. Ooh. Okay, go on.
So
we continue.
the tribe that lived on this island died out long before the whole deal with the Old One and King Alant and the Soul Arts. So they've been gone for quite a while, and they have burial practices which enable them to enable their souls to move about freely and possess empty vessels that are just skeleton men. And the demons, when they took this area over, at least as it's explained by Grave Robber Blige once we rescue him, he tells us that the demons took those souls and put them to work and essentially forced them to do the demon's own task of gathering more souls.
Mm-hmm. So the skeleton men are like vessels, or are they actually just dead people?
The skeleton men are just vessels. They're inhabited. Originally they were inhabited by the souls of the dudes who used to live here, and I guess they still are, but they're under the control of the demons now. All right, let me see if I can catch
How do I
this
do
crystal
this?
lizard.
I can't remember. I remember this is here. It's an accidental skip, but I don't remember how you're supposed to do it.
You just roll off that little corner onto the wall
And it's just awkward.
at as straight an angle as possible.
Straight an angle?
Yeah,
Like
you don't
straight
want
an angle?
you don't want to go diagonally. You want to roll as
Or like-
directly across as you can.
Not quite. Also, I'm not quite sure what Kel was trying to demonstrate down there.
We probably are going to either miss him entirely, or he's going to have to.
No, I already saw him. You just didn't go down.
Oh, okay.
He was down here at the bottom, on the other side of the gate.
Oh, okay. I was expecting that he would have already used one of these skips and been ahead of us.
Mm. Are we running?
You don't have to be running. You can just roll.
It's a little awkward. I don't remember it being this bad. I remember getting to the point where I could do it every time.
It was a little bit easier at 30 FPS or 24
Yeah.
FPS or whatever the game originally ran at. We're
That's actually what I was thinking.
yeah, but it's
I'm
still
also,
doable.
yeah. I'm also not fat rolling. Wait, how many rolls are there in this game?
3: fat roll, mid roll, and then fast roll.
Let me do this. Let me get nude.
Yeah, you do need the fast roll to do this,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
or it's way easier.
Yeah, I almost did it just then.
So, fresh NWTS, no, we are not playing this on original hardware. We are using...
It's not possible to.
Yeah, they the servers are gone, the original servers. There is, in fact, let me give you guys a link to it. I have a chat command for this in my own chat, but well done, you did it.
Good lord.
Right? So there are actually several community servers, but the ones we are using are the Archstones, which are run by a guy called UV, whom I've actually met and spoken with a couple of times during charity streams. He's a pretty nice guy, and he manages the Archstones and operates them as a community server that you can use if you're playing the game on PC via emulation.
Okay. Now, if I remember, we can just go back and clear all the stuff we just missed, right?
We can, yes.
Also remember, I thought that there was a crystal lizard around here.
There is. I killed him. He should be... Yeah, there you go.
Ah, there we go. Okay, good. Yeah, I hate the crystal lizard system in Demons.
So it's probably worth explaining that to those who aren't familiar with it. In this game, crystal lizards, if they disappear, then you lose that spawn permanently, and only one crystal lizard spawns in a zone per boss that you've killed. And if it gets away, if it vanishes, then it will not respawn that one time. So for example, if you kill all 3 bosses in a zone, then each crystal lizard in that zone... Oh, there's Kel. Each crystal lizard in that zone will spawn a maximum of 4 times and then be gone. And if it gets away instead of you killing it, that still counts as one of those spawns being lost.
Take that 1 damage. Yeah, we were... It does do a little bit of damage. How are you supposed to get over to that over there? Just walk the rafters?
Over to what? Oh, the ring? Yeah, you just cross the rafters. Okay. Yes, Black Blooms, it does screw you over if you miss too many. You just lose your chance to get whatever items it drops. There you go.
Yeah, we were discussing the crystal lizard system, and I've discussed this in regards to like mimics in my Great Roastering. Because my idea with the mimics is it's just not a system that is really... It's not a well thought out system in the case of mimics, because it turns into the... Either it's unfair, or it can become this thing where in 2 you're just going around just hitting everything.
Yep.
Actually, the same thing goes... The same thing goes for like walls, you know, the secret passages and things in the FromSoft games. It kind of works in like a Zelda game if there's a crack in the wall in the older ones where you can lay a bomb down because it's a reward for noticing something.
Yeah, and not only can you notice the crack in the wall, but in some of those games, if you attack the wall, you can hear a different sound if the wall is destructible, even if there's no crack.
Yeah,
or
but you don't want people just walking around hitting every single wall that they see, just not this one, not this one, not this tile, not this tile, and it's doing that to every single room in the whole game. It's
that's
not a good system.
It's not great. And as a matter of fact, if any of you guys in chat are familiar with another friend and colleague of mine, one Ouroboros the Ninja, his first playthrough of Dark Souls 2, which I believe he's archived on YouTube, he got punked by a mimic the very first, or one of the first chests he opened, and every single chest after that he attacked enough times to destroy it, because in Dark Souls 2, you can destroy treasure chests if you hit them too many times. And then every single chest after that he destroyed and just got rubbish. And it took him like 2/3 of the game to figure out that that's
You're not supposed to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, what did you do, Kel? Oh well.
No, it wasn't Kel, it was the black skeleton.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Yeah, he did his teleport slash.
Damn. Got a lot. He's a big boy. Oh. Oh, right. Reds can actually attack enemies in this. I
They
totally forgot
can.
about
This was
that.
the only game where invading phantoms can interact with enemies. Well, I shouldn't say the only game, but it's the only game where invading phantoms can by default damage enemies. There
Yeah.
were the Seeds of the Tree of the Giants in Dark Souls 2 and then Dark Souls 3, although they were nerfed eventually so that they only last like 30 seconds. And then there was in Elden Ring, there's Mohg's Great Rune, which allows a kind of superfluous interaction with enemies as an invader, but
Is there a way to get back from here?
not without. Actually, yes, I think there should be. You'll just have to you'll have to fight your way backward through a bunch of enemies.
Where's
Oh
that?
no, actually, I think there's a fog gate in your way that you can only go through.
There's the boss.
Yeah, there's the boss. You could. I can sneak my way through the rest of the zone and put my sign down for you.
I guess, yeah. Okay, but anyways, like I was trying to say. Oh, right here. Go through here? Oh, you can't. Okay. It's
Yeah.
blocked from this side. It's not like the other games where you can go backwards through them.
Even in
I
some of
see.
the later games, you can't go backwards through fog gates. There are a bunch in Elden Ring you can't go backward through.
Weird. Okay. Yeah, you can just put it like right where, or right past the crystal lizard. Actually, just put it in this room because there's no enemies waiting for you. Yeah, you can just put it around here.
Yeah.
The place where the grave robber ring happened to be.
Okay.
Just keep a lookout.
I'll head on over
Okay.
and.
Anyways, the
yeah, go on.
crystal lizard system. Just the crystal lizard system is not a good system for similar reasons. Where if you see them and it gets away, like it would work as that sort of thing if the resources were not important. But in a lot of cases, the lizards and demons are very important. You want to make sure that you get a hold of them.
In some cases, they're the only place that you can get a top level upgrade stone. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that respect, it's not a great system. If they were very supplementary, people would still not appreciate not being able to get them, but it would be more reasonable. But that's
Yeah.
still not a great system because it's not really satisfying to get them either way in that case.
And it
But
becomes
if
an
you-
obligation. Like, oh, you missed a crystal lizard? Better quit out of the game before it updates that the crystal lizard got away.
Yeah, and if you make it too easy to get them, then, what's the point? Like, oh, you didn't get it, it doesn't really matter. So what they kind of did in 2 especially is they started putting them in locations that will get you killed. They're more bait. Trying
Or
to
they
get you
just-
to race after them.
Yeah, or they just have exploding crystal lizards.
Yeah, or that. So it's just one of those systems that is sort of, it's there, it's sort of encompassing the idea of what they're trying to do, but it was never really fleshed out in a way. Because it was making me think that because you were talking about iterative design. And FromSoft is both really good at that and also really bad at it. Because they do keep iterating on ideas, but they don't really flesh them out very well.
Yeah, or they iterate on an idea in a way that doesn't improve it, or that just makes it worse.
And I'm not sure what lesson Kel is trying to demonstrate with his invasions necessarily. Although it was helpful to be reminded that he can attack enemies. But we were also discussing the invasion mechanics and how that has been an iterative system that has never quite worked out in any of the games, really. For various reasons.
Yeah,
Both
in
contentious and
Demons,
otherwise. I know.
in Demon Souls, it was a little bit too abusable because you could just have a friend invade you as a Black Phantom and essentially solo entire levels for you without getting attacked or, without any risk. And
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I
Poise is
honestly-
another one. Someone in chat points out Poise, like, yep.
oh yes,
One more.
yeah, the number of times that they've completely changed the way poise works and still haven't been satisfied enough to stick with it is almost comical.
I was also noticing we were doing like some scholar content as like a little mini playthrough before like workshopping 2 ideas. But I noticed in Demon Souls they list what your current health pool is, and 2 they don't. and I have no idea why. Because there was one point where I survived trying to drop into the gutter with 1 health point remaining. I assume it's 1 health point. Because there's just no way of knowing. You can check your HUD and it just won't give you the information.
Love that.
Weird decisions in these games.
Right, I will put my sign... I see where you are. Okay, yeah, I'll come put it down up there.
Yeah, I think I had like 3 or 4 episodes in my original LP where I was talking about mimics and just having a back and forth with the commenters on whether you can actually do anything with it as a system.
I do recall some of those discussions about mimics, as a matter of fact, because I think the episode that I joined you for as a guest, I believe we also discussed it.
I couldn't shut up about it, apparently.
Well, neither could I. I guess I was down for that conversation, too. My sign's at the top of the stairs there.
Yeah, I think my ultimate conclusion was that it just was a system that you couldn't really fix without it... Like, it's either going to be toxic or it's not going to be effective. And that's kind of the whole appeal of it.
You know, and the funny thing is, even back in the day when we only had Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, and I think at that point 2 was still fairly new to compare to, we, I remember as early as the point at which I joined the former Super Best Friends for that collab stream of Demon Souls, that whole thing, that project we did. Even then, I remember the 5 of us talking about how, yeah, Dark Souls 2 really dropped the ball on a lot of this stuff. Boy, Dark Souls 1 sure was better. And you'd think that in all the years since then, my opinion might have changed, but I still stand by that.
I thought... Oh, there it goes. That's kind of awkward to come out. Oh, getting your revenge. Aww.
Yeah, why not? All right.
I forgot, you have to take the, you have to make sure that you have nothing at all in the other hand.
For what?
Headbutting.
Oh, yes, yeah. Well,
even,
I mean...
Even then in order to spam it, you have to, like, do the right flow motions. It's very awkward.
Oh, it's just about timing. I've got a wand in my left hand. You can still...
Yeah, I just mean your weapon hand. Like
oh,
I have
your
a talisman.
Yes, your weapon hand has to be empty.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Although the shove with a pole arm is still pretty quick, too.
Yeah, it's just this... I'm using a Wolverine controller, Xbox controller. Which
okay.
I used to have the Elite controller, but those things seem to like they're designed around failing because they want you to buy more of them or something.
Planned obsolescence, my friend.
Yeah, so it did not last well, and it started developing lots of problems with its R1 and so on. So I just gave up on that. The Wolverine is much better, but it's almost so sensitive that I find it really difficult to do like the kick or push animations. You actually, instead of hitting them at the same time, have to do like forward and then R1. So
oh, you have to space them out? Really?
Yeah, it's very odd. So, anyways.
Well, at least...
I don't remember... Oh, Adjudicator. So I couldn't remember his name, I just remember that he has a silly little bird on his head.
He does, yes. And we have to... He's going to do that.
I can't remember why he has a bird. The bird is like the actual Adjudicator.
So there's an explanation of it in the description of the Adjudicator's shield, but the big fat dude on the bottom is the Adjudicator, and the bird is the one in charge. The shield refers to the bird as the Golden Crow, and the Golden Crow is the one that judges the dead, and the Adjudicator is the one that metes out the punishment if the dead are judged unworthy.
Oh, right. You have to knock him down and then do the bird, don't you?
Yep, yeah, because the bird is the head of the operation, so...
Of course, of course. I talk about this in the video that everyone hates, or everyone loves, depending on your perspective.
Everyone's biased in one way or another.
Yeah, but I enjoy... Like, one of my... Not arguments, but... in my explanation of why I like Dark Souls or Demons compared to, like, 2 onward. Well, really, 2's not bad about this. I enjoy 2 as well. But, like, 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and so on. There's more of a... There's not so much focus on them being bosses that you need to memorize in terms of their move sets and animations and such. Fall down, please. They're almost more like Zelda bosses in a sense of being like old school puzzle enemies, or they're endpoints to a level.
There are
the
definitely
punctuation mark.
There are definitely more in the way of gimmicks to the bosses in Demon's Souls, for sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm stuck in this corner.
There we go, I got him. I just had to regenerate a little bit of MP for one more flame toss.
Power beyond imagining.
Yeah, like 5,000 souls. Great, thanks.
Alright, I think that's it down here. It's just the 2 items. There's one on the mid-level and there's one on the bottom level.
Yeah, I think there's like an ephemeral eye stone on the mid-level and then some souls or something on the other level.
Okay. It gave me... What did it just give me? The soul and nothing else, I think.
So, Wizard of Diamonds in chat makes a really good point. They say, I think FromSoft bosses are at their best when they're a combo of puzzle and rhythm game. Yeah, it seems to me as though when FromSoft doubles down and does just one or the other, you get a really mixed bag. Like, Dragon God is just puzzle, and it's god-awful. As much as I love Demon's Souls, that's one of the worst bosses in the series. There are things there are things I find charming about it, but as a boss design, you know, as cool as it is visually, mechanically it's garbage, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have to get into a big arena and fight him one-on-one or anything, but I think there should have been more to it than just, you know, go here, pull this rod, and you're done.
Well, that's the interesting thing. While we're talking about FromSoft being iterative, do you remember, and I think we might have discussed this during our first broadcast of this game, but do you remember how if you defeat Vanguard in the tutorial area, you get teleported to a zone that is very clearly, and in fact I think in the data files I believe the dev name of that zone confirms that it was once a preliminary test area that was supposed to be part of Stonefang, and that was
originally... Are you talking about the tutorial area?
Yeah, the tutorial area where once you go through there, at the very end, you get Falcon punched by the Dragon God, and then that's how you end up in the Nexus if you don't die to Vanguard.
Yeah, and then you go back there later for the actual fight.
Yeah, well,
it is the same location, right?
No, it's not. It's a completely different area. And when you start... I wish I could...
I'll remember it when I see it.
Yeah, like, I wish I could pull it up on screen to show it to you. But that zone was originally supposed to be a boss arena for the Dragon God. Not like a puzzle sort of encounter, but there are 2 ballistas, one on either side of that arena. And it looks more like it was set up that you would actually have to fight him and move back and forth between the ballistas to damage him while dodging his punches in the sort of like rectangular balcony that you encounter him on in that tutorial zone. But you never, like, you have to kind of clip the camera out of the temple area that you end up in order to even get a look at that preliminary battle arena, because as soon as you walk through the archway, you get a cutscene and you get killed in the cutscene.
By the way, how do you get a hold of the Adjudicator shield? I can't remember.
We walked past it. It's up on the
Oh.
It's past the Vanguard in 4-1.
So I actually had to go back in then.
Yes. Sorry about that. I totally forgot that we were just not skipping our way through the entire area, that we had a reason for being there.
Okay. But there's no way for me to summon now, is there?
No, but you also can't get invaded.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll go do that then.
Yeah. Sorry, that was my fault. I completely... It's such a force of habit for me to use that shortcut now, because it's just, I've conditioned myself that that's how I go through that level.
There's also the katana guy. Forgot about him.
Yeah, but you can skip him. You don't have to deal with him.
He's content. What are you talking about?
Well, yes, he is content.
Don't know who you're talking to here.
If you want real content, unequip your weapon and
now
fight
we're
those
talking.
skeletons with your fist, because they're blunt weakness.
You over there. You seem to have your head about you. Come here. I have a proposal for you. Do not be afraid.
Oh,
You have
okay? You
much
found
to gain.
Satsuki.
Oh, I lost him. Oh, well.
I am Satsuki. I seek a keepsake of my father. Have you seen the sword inscribed? Makoto, I will
Nope.
offer you demon souls if you can help me find it.
Okay.
The Makoto chooses its owner, but he who harbors self-delusions should at once be warned. The Makoto is no sword for the faint of heart.
I don't think there's much character for this guy. He's just the reoccurring trope in FromSoft games of the guy that wants a sword and then you give it to him and he betrays you.
Yes,
The
his
Makoto chooses
analog, I
that he
guess, in
who
Dark
harbors
Souls 1 was
Makoto
Shiva
is
of
no-
the East.
Yeah, which never actually got implemented correctly.
Well, it never got
Which is
implemented fully, but yeah, he did at least appear.
Yeah, I never cared about that. I've always been more focused on the actual characterization of NPCs in these quests.
I mean,
Just
honestly,
having them do a thing. Unless it's like a law trick. Or, I can't remember his name. Yor? In Demons? I can't remember which character it is that does that. But the one that just
Yurt, the Silent Chief.
Yurt. Yeah, the one that just overtly betrays you.
Yes.
As long as they're like mustache twirling or silly in some way or just very menacing. As long as there's something engaging about them.
Yeah, and I feel like Dark Souls 1 is better off for Shiva not just being a copy-paste of Satsuki, because Shiva has some, you know, he's got different involvement in the Forest Covenant, and that's interesting, and it's, you know, not just a recycled storyline.
Ooh, shit. They're hungry, boys.
They sure
Now,
are.
again, these are people inhabiting skeletons. God damn. You just can't get away from them.
No, you can't. But you can, unlike
Yeah,
in
it's got
later
stun-locked.
games, you can circle straight from them. Oh dear.
Yeah, but not whenever there's two of them.
Oh yeah.
Draining all my stamina. They hit me.
They really do a lot of stamina damage for using
Yeah,
one-handed
it's
weapons.
not the physical damage, it's just the fact that you can't guard or roll afterwards. Cut that out, sir. Okay.
You know, Black Blooms, I'm not sure what to make of Skerver's lisp, because on one hand, yeah, it did kind of give him some unique characterization. It certainly was a very unusual and memorable performance by the voice actor. But Bluepoint was guilty of a lot of watering down in the Demon's Souls remake. It wasn't just that. They, and some of this they did well after they released it in patch updates. They watered things down, and for some reason they removed your ability to trade rings online, but only rings and not anything else. And just, they made some bizarre decisions that, that they had no business making, that really kind of took away from the, just the quality of life and the overall fun and shenanigans factor of the remake.
Yeah, I described in the video that Demons advertises the game you want to go back to for a weird, janky good time.
I agree with
And
that. Yeah.
Whenever you try to clean it, then you just end up with something that's kind of just watered down.
Yeah. Well, Future City, I mean, every piece of equipment is tied to an achievement. In the original Demon's Souls, in the version we're playing now, if I, with an endgame character, get summoned by or invade someone who is just starting their first playthrough, and I drop a fully upgraded version of every weapon upgrade path for them, they will still get the trophy. And Bluepoint didn't change that with weapons in the remake, only with rings for some reason.
Yeah, this is another thing they never quite had figured out. On one hand, I kind of like the fact that you can... God. Kind of... Jesus. That big overhead. That thing just obliterates. Alright, come on. I'm trying to pushing. Oh well, that works too. I I kind of love the fact that you can drop things for people. As much as I joke about friendly phantoms solving problems in FromSoft games, and they certainly do. I do like being a friendly phantom and actually giving people things. This is something I actually enjoyed doing a lot in 2 whenever it came out. Just like leaving people an effigy. Or leading prison stones back to it and stuff, but I play games like that, where I'm just trying to do little creative, fun-time adventures.
Well, you and I are very similar in that regard. That was one of my favorite things to do in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. And it became harder to do in Dark Souls 2 because of soul memory, which is a whole other discussion. But I actually, apparently, I didn't realize this until years later when he told me about it, but I apparently crossed paths with Dropout Dragon way before I got to know him individually and became friends with him, when I think I either invaded or was summoned by him in Dark Souls 1 and dropped him like a Titanite catchpole or something, and then just left. And he remembered me. And when we were introduced many, many years later, the first thing he said was, "Oh, you're the guy who gave me that Titanite catchpole in Dark Souls 1. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then he told me the story, and I was incredibly impressed that he remembered me.
Yeah, I like giving people things. But it's also a little bit too easy, and it can break the game, and...
It can.
I have, not long, but I've become an advocate for... FromSoft games need to rethink how they deal with, like, upgrading individual weapons as opposed to, like, class system. Like, I talked about this before, but... if I'm, like, using the hammer here, and I get another weapon of this type, and this is a +5 and that's a +0, then it makes no sense to me that I would have to completely start... God. Sir. Ma'am. Okay, there we go. They're basically completely invincible whenever they're rolling.
Well, yeah, you certainly can't get close to him unless you have a spell or a ranged attack.
Anyways, but you basically get stuck in this thing where you have to re-upgrade what is effectively the exact same thing that you're already using, even though you've already proven that you can do it. Like, whenever you get a hold of one slab in the game, you effectively have upgraded every weapon because you already have one weapon that is finalized. And it's not as though one class is better than another one. They're all lateral, in theory, anyways. So, what is the point of, you know, trying to make people upgrade every single weapon individually if your argument is that they're all the same? It never really made any sense to me. Anyways, that argument aside, I would... Not that I want, like, perk systems to come to FromSoft games or anything, but that is one way of handling things like that, where you can ensure that it's personalized to the player, so you can't just give it to them.
You're talking about having to spend points to earn a particular skill or feature?
Kind of, or like you beat a boss and then that permanently upgrades this class, or not that, I wouldn't want that specifically, but it's just that sort of methodology and design.
Okay, yeah, skill trees are really tricky because there are a few ways to do them well and a lot of ways to do them badly.
Oh, yes. So I understand why people wouldn't want to use something like that, but it is one method that you can use.
It is.
Oh, and now you're pretending that nothing happened. I see how it is.
So Chaos King in chat says, I'm someone who actually likes the new Souls boss design, even the ER DLC final boss. But I do wish they brought back some puzzle bosses, would be a nice pace breaker. And then Black Bloom says, I liked when the majority of the bosses were puzzle, now it's all skill tests and it's getting tiring. Yeah, to those 2 points, I understand the appeal of the newer boss design if you enjoy action games, and I can tell you guys from having been involved with, you know, the official side of FromSoft and working on the official guides, it is explicitly FromSoft's intent to make their newer games feel more like action games. But it is also their intent not to lose the RPG elements. And one of the things that I was kind of made privy to over the course of working on the DLC guide was the fact that the systems in the DLC, particularly the Shadow Realm blessings and the Revered Spirit Ash blessings, those were implemented as an attempt at a compromise, so that even though FromSoft is going all in on the, yeah, no, there are no more puzzle bosses, you just have to memorize every variation of every attack, and you have to memorize every point at which the enemy can cancel their animation if you don't commit to your animation, and Epic Namebro has a lot of criticisms of those design choices that I wholeheartedly agree with, but FromSoft was attempting with those, the Scattered Tree and Revered Spirit Ash blessings to compromise and to allow you to either play the game as an action game by just learning everything and getting good, as it were, or to play it more like an RPG and just use the RPG systems to increase your character strength to the point that you could, to some degree, circumvent the action kind of balancing. But Superlit, I agree that it feels like a breaking point to me as well. That final boss especially, I'm not going to get into spoilers for it, but that was kind of a last straw for me, to the point that, yeah, I've kind of had it with the modern combat design in FromSoft games. I will play Demon's Souls over Elden Ring any day of the week.
The video I released, which I was actually at first was going to name it something way more tame that actually describes what the video is about. It's like, no, I've got to like do a minor clickbait thing so that people actually pay attention to it.
If you want to do a minor clickbait, let's just release a video with both of us complaining about every FromSoft game. We'll get enough rage clicks.
That's my point.
Yeah.
What did I tell it? Dark Souls to Elden Ring, what are people getting wrong? What is everyone getting wrong, I think is what I said.
I hate everything you like.
Yeah, it's basically what that is. Of course, that's mainly just clickbaiting a little bit to get people to click on the video. But, God, these things. I remember you kind of need the Ring of Fog? No, Thief's Ring.
Oh, yeah, the Thief's Ring for the Storm Beasts. You don't need it, but it keeps them off of you.
Do I have that? Yes. Thank God. Okay, there we go. Because I was getting really annoyed trying to talk and deal with that at the same time. Okay, what the hell was I saying?
Thanks, Ralph,
that video.
Appreciate that.
A lot of the more angry posters have interpreted the video as being thing I like good, thing you like bad. But it's entirely the opposite of that. The entire video is about subjectivity and the fact that there's been a divide in how the games have been designed, especially in Elden Ring, because they are focusing more on the marketing and notoriety of difficulty as opposed to how the games used to be designed. But there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but it should be apparent why it rubs some people the wrong way. And then I was elaborating on why I like the older games and why I don't particularly like the newer ones, because they make me feel these things, but also that it's fine if you do like these things, which went over a lot of people's heads. Didn't go over their heads, they just chose not to see them.
Well, I mean, I'm quoting Qualag again, but media literacy seems to be at an all-time low these days, and I mean, I don't want to segue that into a particular, like, discussion about general social media or politics or anything.
Oh,
but
right, there's a third one.
Yeah, like, people's ability to understand that just because someone doesn't like something you like doesn't mean they're personally attacking you is... sometimes it makes you wonder.
Well, I've done multiple videos on that, too. I came up with the term of comfort branding. That is to say, it's not just nostalgia, it's people getting, like, really hyper-focused on an intellectual property being relative to their personality, and usually it's relative to them having some formative experience with it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Or it being tied in some way to their sense of identity.
Yes. So I understand why people will create that problem for themselves where they just can't they can't discuss it, because it becomes politicized in a sense. It becomes a sports team problem, where my side good, your side bad, and if the other side the quote-unquote other side tries to make a point, then they're not going to want to hear it because that gives too much credence to the argument.
For sure.
And there's just the nature of like online debating and so forth and so on. It's just sort of a standard human issue. So I try not to blame too many people for doing that, which is why on those comments, when people are just like calling me stupid or whatever for trying to portray why I like the earlier games, I'll still leave them. It doesn't bother me.
Well, sure. As
because
a
I want to make sure
creator,
their voices are still heard.
that is
Too
important.
much.
And I mean, as a content creator, you learn to kind of let that stuff roll off your back. Because you can't be on the internet and not have a thick skin. And I know that doing this certainly helped me develop one. Sporadic Avery, you're right that it's not a new problem, and maybe it's just that I notice it more as a content creator and as an old guy than I used to when I myself was less media literate. But I don't know, to me it stands out that you can release a video with a completely innocuous opinion about anything, and someone in the comments, usually several someones, I mean, generally a vocal minority, but you'll get that vocal minority will always show up and find a way to crucify you or completely misinterpret something you say as you just spat on their mother's grave, you know?
Yeah, and especially if you have a point. I've discovered that. If you have something and they can't really defeat that intellectually, they'll usually gravitate towards trying to either find some like tiny minute factoid that you were technically wrong about that it doesn't matter, but the fact that you got it wrong means that they can like throw down their smoke bomb and vanish from the scene, claiming that the entire rest of what you had to say is wrong. Or they'll make a disingenuous argument, some sort of logical fallacy, whatever it happens to be. But the point is that it then becomes this binary state of I don't know how to approach their logic, which is fine, but I also want to still be right, so I'm just going to either ignore it or strawman it in an effort to ensure that I'm right. I can still feel validated, which is more of an emotional response. So that component of it can also be very frustrating, but it's still understandable.
And actually, to that point, Plague, I am going to allow a comment that was held by AutoMod.
Yeah, go ahead.
There we go.
There's probably plenty of people here that hate me.
Yeah, just hear rage watching.
Yeah,
Freaking
that's
hate
fine
this guy.
too.
I can't stop watching his streams though.
Because I'm sure there's plenty of people that I think a good word to describe me sometimes whenever I'm, especially in video form, whenever I'm trying to be funny, is like sanctimonious, or not exactly arrogant, but just very too assured of myself.
Well,
There he goes.
I mean, I get that.
I'm not saying that's
though.
true. I'm just saying that in watching me, like in consumption, and in interpreting how I come across, that can also be true. So I don't blame anyone for seeing that, because I've dealt with that my entire life. I've always had that problem, especially in typing. Whenever you just hear me talking, like on a personal level like this, it's not much of a concern, but especially in writing, then I come across like really just a big old asshole.
That makes two
Hence,
of us.
my desire for understanding. That's where that comes from. Just, I know what it's like, so I don't blame anyone for thinking that.
Well, this is something that we've discussed probably at some point in the past and long since forgotten about, but when you have to rely on text to convey all of the complexity of human interaction, and you don't have things like body language or tone of voice or facial expression or any of the other cues that we rely on to communicate a message clearly and without ambiguity, it becomes a whole different ballgame getting a point across without pissing somebody off.
He's got a lot of health. But anyways, point being, in these older games, I've described Dark Souls 1 as actually being easy most of the time. Which,
I would agree.
At the time, probably people would get angry at you for daring to say that, because it's the hard one, though. But Dark Souls 1, usually it's fairly easy. Like, even Demons right now, I'm kind of just futzing about this guy. He probably could easily kill me if I make one mistake, which is part of the difficulty. I'm not having to learn a really intense, in-depth move pattern where I'm allowed to like tap him in the bottom like one time. Apparently I'm not going to spoil anything. One of the new I haven't played the DLC for Elden Ring, but one of the new DLC fights apparently is like this, where it's just constant, just him attacking over and over and over again, and you get like half a second where you get allowed to hit him like one time in the butt.
That's every fight in the DLC.
Yeah, it's become a typical FromSoft problem. Oh, see, there we go. Yep. Demonstration concluded. All it took was me making one mistake. It's all it takes.
That is.
And that's the way that's the way the older games were designed, though. Is they're very slow and methodical, and they're really not that hard. But if you do something foolish or like overly aggressive, which can be easy, is you start to lose patience, then that's where you'll screw up. This is how the older ones were designed.
Well, there's a fine
inadvertently
line...
or purposely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Whether purposely or inadvertently, which is another argument I guess you could have.
Yeah, and the more I think about it, frankly, the more I just refresh myself on Demon's Souls after having played nothing but Elden Ring for the past 6 months of working on the official strategy guide for it. Something I think has resolved in my mind about the difference between the old design of these games and the new design, which is that Vanguard you just fought, right? His attacks consist of combos of no more than 1 or 2 hits. And there are fairly substantial delays between his actions. He doesn't move very quickly. He doesn't leap across the entire arena. He doesn't teleport behind you. He doesn't become invincible. He doesn't fly over the battlefield for 15 seconds raining fireballs down on you without giving you an opportunity to hit him. You have opportunities to hit him, but the game you're playing is more about observation and timing and knowing how many hits you can get in with whatever weapon you have without getting greedy. Whereas if you flash forward to Elden Ring, you're fighting bosses and even often regular enemies that do not stop attacking, and that you have to either hit during their dodging animations, like when they jump to the sides, or that you have to hit during their recoveries from their attacks, or that you have to just constantly run away from and dodge and dodge and dodge, and then if you time your dodges perfectly, maybe you have time for one swing. Yeah, so at that point, you're playing a very different game, which is not...
They're different.
Yeah, the game you're playing in those the newer games is not so much a rhythm game, it's a game of memorization. And...
Some people love that.
Some people do, and I'm not one to tell those people they're wrong. I just prefer the rhythm game because the memorization is incredibly difficult for me. And especially some of the more complex bosses in the newer games that they have multiple variations of the same move that all look the same but have different timings, or that they can cancel into a punish if you take an action at the wrong time, or, things like that just irritate me to absolutely no end. And
my thing is, I can do those things. I can memorize those patterns. I don't want to. That's always been my thing. Because usually people resort to this sort of name-calling. This is where the you have to get good mentality came from. Originally, the term get good was more of a perseverance encouragement. It was, I'm having trouble with this. But usually it's in like Dark Souls or Demons. But the encouragement was, it's really not hard. Just, keep at it, and eventually you'll see the rhythm that the game wants from you. And after
that implication has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, and then eventually once you see that rhythm, you will have gotten good. Not in the sense that you are the pinnacle of human evolution. It just, you just eventually get better at it. And then you realize, oh, it clicks for me now. And then everything becomes easy. Whereas now it's more a matter of that memorization. And some people really like that. I find that there's some... It reminds me of, like, speedrunners, in the sense of a lot of... I could never speedrun. I might be able to, like, be able to speedrun at some point if I just kept at it, but I would never want to. But some people love that. The repetition, the knowledge that they can memorize a physical repetition, and there is, I guess, a sort of gameplay security and being able to replicate it and do something perfectly and have it be a defined good result, I guess. I think that's what the mentality is. And for people that are focused on that sort of thing, a game like the modern iterations like Elden Ring, it's a very good thing because they can get to the point where they just perfect that. Whoa. They can perfect that. And it really pleases, it tickles their brain in just that correct way. So I definitely get that. I don't have that. I can do the repetitions. I can memorize the patterns. I don't want to. I've also seen the argument of, because I've made this argument in relation to Dark Souls, is it's a very easy game, but it can be difficult if you make the decision to do something foolish. And I've seen some responses of Elden Ring is the same, that it's actually very easy, but you can make it hard if you want it to be. And I sat there and thought about it, but that's not true. And then I started thinking about it, what argument are they making here? And I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I started thinking, like, how could you make that argument for ER? And I figured, if they're the type of person that is thinking, I'm going to use every dirty trick, every last summon I can get, every oversight in the design, and that seems to be how Miyazaki also argues in favor of how he plays the game while testing, is he will use every single trick that he can in order to exploit his environment and exploit the mechanics in order to just get through it. So I suppose in that respect, Elden Ring can be very easy if you're willing to do that. I think that's what the argument is centered around.
Well, I
also quickly remind me, Vanguard, killing him doesn't actually give you anything but souls, right? I can't remember if he respawns or not.
You get his unique soul as well. You can get it here if you didn't get it in the tutorial.
I guess I can bother.
Yeah. So, I mean, that argument is not necessarily wrong. It's it really comes down to what people enjoy and what they want out of the experience. I've probably linked this during the previous broadcast as well, but there's a great comic which I'm going to put in chat for anyone who's interested. And I believe this comic was originally drawn in reference to Dwarf Fortress, but someone many years ago adapted it for Demon's Souls. And it's a fantastic explanation of what it is in terms of the psychology of these games that makes them enjoyable. And it really is, it's as you say, it's about the perseverance. It's about struggling with the challenge, learning what the challenge expects from you, and doing what the challenge expects from you successfully, eventually, and overcoming the challenge, and then having that feeling of success from having essentially defeated an obstacle or overcome the challenge. And something that you just said, I think helped a comparison click in my mind, which is that in the older games like Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1, there is less to memorize. There are fewer points of divergence in what can possibly happen during a combat encounter. Like enemies in the early games, Demon's Souls especially, they have simpler behavior patterns, and there are far fewer points at which they will dynamically alter their behavior in an instant according to your behavior. They do a lot less input reading, they do a lot less dynamic adjustment in battle. It's more, they're going to do what they're going to do, and you have to observe and learn what they're going to do and respond accordingly. Whereas in Elden Ring and in FromSoft's newer just general combat design, it doesn't work like that. There are far more points of variation in enemy behavior.
A lot of animations and combos, and they can all chain together in unexpected ways and so on.
Yeah, they can mix and match them. They can stop a combo in the middle if you get out of range. They can extend a combo if you try to take an action at the wrong time. It becomes a much more dynamic game with a lot more variation and points of divergence in the combat. And that's something I struggle with, but I totally get why people would like that. I think maybe in another type of game I might enjoy it, just not in a game like this.
It also... it's risky. It's way more complicated in terms of how much money you have to pour in. If you're going to make a game like that, having to have all these interpolating animations and the number of them that you require, and the ability to make sure that they're all coming together seamlessly and that they can integrate with any number of different gameplay styles, it's probably just way more expensive and time intensive, and it absolutely has to be worth it. So I can understand if you're going to make a game like that, you basically have to go for it.
You do. And FromSoft has every right to design their games however they want. It's not my place to sit here and tell them they're wrong.
But it is your place to say what you would like to see.
Yeah, that's really the most that I have any right to voice. But the argument that you mentioned about the spirit ashes and being able to leverage any possible advantage, the game is expressly designed around that. Those are intentional elements of the gameplay. It's hilarious to me to see people say things like, if you didn't do it without spirit ashes or summons or without leveling up or with bare fists only, then you didn't do it, is ridiculous to me. If you did the thing, if you beat the boss, you beat the boss. You overcame the challenge, no matter what you did to accomplish that. You know,
that's what they value.
Yeah.
Like, whenever they play the game, that's the thing that they're taking a lot of value out of, is, it's partly psychological. Like I was saying about the whole get good thing, that's where it started from, is, you know, once you figure out the rhythm of what the game expects, it becomes easy. Whereas the more modern iteration of that idea, and the reason why it's become a little bit more toxic, is because it's more of a thing of, well, get good in the sense of you have to memorize everything. Once you see a boss for the first time, you are absolutely going to die, and you're just expected to keep dying until you memorize absolutely everything about it. And that's the get good part of it. And for a lot of people, I find especially young people, the idea that that is what is separating them from other people, like this makes them inherently better, is very intellectually or whatever satisfying to them, which becomes part of the problem.
Yeah, there's a mentality.
And the reason why, they degrade other players as a result, which is not a healthy way for the community to look at things like that.
Well, as Black Blooms in chat points out, the overall attitude of the community, and in fact the cultural makeup of the community, has changed significantly over the years. And this is something that you'll hear a lot of the older Souls content creators, those who are still around anyway, you'll hear them say this, is that, and once again, Qualag is one of the ones from whom you'll hear this most frequently, but you'll hear it from me too, is that back in the day, the community was much more collaborative than it was competitive. And yeah, there were the odd few people who enjoyed invading and being trolls and whatnot, but for the most part, it was, hey guys, I found this super cool way of dealing with this boss, and it's a little bit exploity, but it really, it makes it much easier to get through this zone, and it's kind of fun to do this trick, because the trick itself requires a little bit of skill. And then everyone would respond, oh, that's super cool, thanks for sharing that. Whereas, you know, now it's all about everyone has to be the first one to publish their super secret trick and get their video up 12 hours before everybody else. And, you know, if you're not a super awesome, big dick gamer, then you're inferior to the people who are, and it reflects poorly on your worth as a person.
Yeah.
At least I seem to hear a lot more of that now.
I do think it's interesting that that has basically reached a tipping point, because I've described before how I usually put off making videos about things because people go through honeymoon phases.
Sure.
Where they just can't be intellectually honest about them because they're too involved in the emotion of, oh, this is a great experience. Whereas I've always been a little bit, not that I'm so much better than anyone or anything like that, just I'm usually more psychologically detached, and which is not a good thing because it means I have a hard time enjoying things sometimes. But anyways, what was my point? It's reached a tipping point where even Miyazaki has come out, this is too much. Like, we've gotten to the point where we've made these games as hard as they can be because they're hitting the threshold of what human beings can actually do in terms of the response time. And the windows of time that we're giving you are such that it basically is impossible for some playstyles to do this anymore. And you're only be giving fractions of the time in order to actually participate in the fight. So if we try to make it even harder than this, then it's just not going to be possible anymore. And the community is responding in kind, where you actually see the DLC come out, and people actually are giving it mixed reviews because there's a more stark division now, and people don't even have the honeymoon phase anymore. They're just entering the experience already annoyed. So
Yeah.
it's interesting that now I'm not sure what the company is going to do, because they've allowed the marketing to basically erode all their design principles to the point that it's the only thing that they care about. And now that they've demonstrated that that's all they care about, then there's nothing else left to do.
Well, this point precisely makes me wonder. It makes me
Clip the
wonder
hitbox.
where they go from here, right? Like, you pointed out that they've essentially hit kind of a hard cap with how difficult they can make the games in terms of what they require with the player's reflexes and memorization and snap decisions in the moment. And if they push it too far beyond that, they're going to get to the point where they're excluding a large part of their player base that simply physically is not capable of performing the inputs the games ask. I feel like in some cases I am borderline at that point in my advancing age. But what's the evolution of their game design from there now that they've more or less hit a wall on the direction that they were going with that difficulty? What do they do next? I'm really curious.
Yeah, I'm curious myself to see where exactly they plan on going with this. Like I said, for me, it's less about that I can't do it, more that I just don't want to. Because I've always been that way, and like playing 3 even, which is not that bad. I would often get through an experience, beat a boss after, say, even like a low ball, like 6 or 5 times. And that's pretty low for a lot of these boss encounters. I would still just be glad that it's over with. Because I would recognize, oh, it's one of these. I just have to memorize this, and I have to do everything perfectly, and I have to have perfect inputs, and I'm not allowed to do anything creative. I can't be silly. I can't do anything fun during the boss fight. It's
Yeah, there's one
to me.
correct procedure, and if you deviate from that, then you will lose.
Yeah. So, for me, it's just that. I don't want to do these things. It's a type of game that I just don't like. And whatever they come out with next, it's probably going to be more like Elden Ring sort of flavored, or Dark Souls 3, even Bloodborne, arguably, to some degree. And it's just not something I'm interested in, so I'm just probably not going to bother with it, unfortunately.
I will keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it's one of these... Their argument, of course, is that, you're an old man if you don't like this sort of thing. And, you just can't keep up and so on, but,
You're just being blinded by nostalgia.
Yeah, it is one of those things, which definitely... That's half of my video is me complaining about Dark Souls 1 mechanics, because I was trying to demonstrate this is not nostalgia. I had lots of problems with the original games.
Sure.
But even then, people just... The takeaway, a lot of people were, oh, you're just not happy about anything. You're just an old man that's just bitching innocently. Like, no, I'm trying to... Like, as carefully as I was trying to do it, like, of course, I included the comedy elements. But I was trying really hard to demonstrate... there have always been lots of problems in the iterations of the systems in these games, but they didn't really handle it in a way that I cared for, and that's where I am now. I'm not complaining because I can't do it, I'm complaining because there's a design methodology that they're not using. I'm hoping to see that from someone else, but they may not necessarily do that because everyone has different values. Of course, that just gets reduced down to get good.
Yeah, these days it does. I mean, there are still a few people that you can have a dialogue with, which I appreciate. But I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of oversimplification too. Part and parcel with the media illiteracy is reducing things to terms that can be understood without really having to think about them, or especially to think critically about them.
Okay.
And a lot of, yeah.
Do you want me to
All right,
go
you
through
got your shield.
your level? Shrine of Storm? Yeah, I got
Yes.
everything out of the level, finally.
Okay, yeah, let's go do that. And this is not me telling you to kill yourself, but
Yeah, I haven't revived or anything. Remember, I died to the
oh, that's
dude
right. Okay,
before.
gotcha.
A couple
Okay, so
times
we're good
actually.
to go.
Okay,
All
so
right, let me head out then.
I can't even remember the blue eye. Yes, it's this one, isn't it? The blue eye stone.
Yes.
Use item.
Yep, that's the one you want to use for the sunset. Well, thank
There
you,
we
New
go.
Japan guy. I'm glad that past me still has something to offer after all this time.
Oh. Stay back, sir.
All right.
Stay back. Okay. Yeah, that's my discussion for ER of the night, I guess.
Yeah, I
It's
think we've
definitely
probably
been on the tips of everyone's tongues recently.
Yeah, we've beaten that horse enough, I suspect, and I mean, I know I certainly have. That is a horse I don't want to see for another 6 months at least. After all the time I've spent.
It's a discussion I like having, though. Not necessarily about FromSoft or Elden Ring or anything, just the nature of design and how there's different approaches to it, and depending on what you value, it's going to elicit different feelings when you're playing it. It's what I was talking about earlier about Phasmophobia, where I was trying to communicate what exactly it was that I found interesting about it, but also incorrect, or I wasn't getting much out of it. Because my experience with Phasmophobia was, if you know what it is, it's basically a ghost hunting game.
Phasmophobia's, yeah, isn't that like a team game, or like it's you have lobbies of up to like 6 or 8 people or something, and you go chasing ghosts in a dark mansion at night?
It is a game where you hunt ghosts, you are a team of up to 4, and you go to one of different levels, where you go into what is effectively a house or a big building or something, or a lighthouse even, and there is a ghost somewhere, and you're trying to figure out which room it is operating out of, and then slowly what kind of ghost it is. And then do like some little optional things like take a picture of the ghost, or uh, you know, do something specific like detect the ghost with a parabolic microphone, or repel it using incense and things like that.
Huh,
But
okay.
to me, once you get good enough at the game that you know what's going on. Also, I'm still here. It says I was being summoned, but it just didn't do anything.
I received a summoning failed message. I see your ghost standing there.
Okay.
Try putting your sign down.
Okay. Oh, I can't do it right this spot. Don't you come near me.
Well, Lucci 183, that it's not just
Oh.
about a change in the community. To some extent, it also has to do with the change in the design of the games, because as Plague said, getting good used to mean just learning an enemy's attack patterns by observation, and you could just stand there in battle and do it, and you could hold a shield up and you wouldn't get your guard broken usually, or if the enemy was going to attack you, it would telegraph the attack for the most part, and you could respond to it on reaction. Now it's not so much responding on reaction as it is just memorizing and anticipating, which is a totally different kind of gameplay. And therefore, the definition of getting good, just in terms of what it requires you to do, the actions it requires you to take, and the information it requires you to learn, has the difficulty has certainly increased.
Take the Vanguard enemy over there. Like you can see him, like he has an idle animation, and you can visually recognize that. And then he'll start an attack. And then if you see his like arm move in a certain way, you'll go, oh, it's going to be this attack. So you know that attack is going to land in probably about like 3-4 seconds, because it's just so damn slow. So it's very easy in that respect, because you can see them start up the animation, and if your response time is good, you can lock off, run around behind them, and have yourself a glass of wine and the time it's going to take for that attack to go through. Whereas in like the more modern games, you can recognize an attack, but it's probably already hit you in the time it took you to process it. This is just so much faster, because that's not what it's looking for. You're not supposed to respond to it, you're supposed to anticipate it.
Yep. Exactly.
Anyways, like I was saying, Phasmophobia ghost hunting game. If you get good enough at that game, you will get to this point where you run in, you like bring out the thing for like testing temperatures, or you throw a journal on the ground that the ghost will write in, or whatever else, and it just gives you like a checkpoint of, yes, this evidence is complete, and you need 3 to correctly identify what the ghost is.
Okay.
Still can't do it. And that results in either you pretty much instantly knowing what the ghost is, or you get like 1 or 2, and then it just won't give you any evidence for the rest of them. It's just you sitting around waiting.
Okay.
So you're just like sitting next to a table, just waiting for the temperature to go down. Is it below freezing yet? No, it's 1.2 Celsius. 3, 2.4. one, and you'll just sit there for like the next 30 minutes in some cases, just waiting for it to finally trigger so that you can go, okay, it was this. Or you have to get the ghost to hunt you and then run around, and it most certainly will either not be able to kill you because it's too slow, or it will absolutely kill you, and you'll just be surprised by it because there is no way to get evidence besides that. And just that rhythm of it being either a total waste of time because it's too fast and it's just not satisfying, or is taking so long and it requires so many obtuse steps that are almost incomprehensible that it equally becomes boring, is what really fascinated me about it. Like, how do you fix that? And I was trying to communicate that and trying to describe, I guess you could do this or this, but, it's just one of those things you need to sit down and do in writing.
Yeah, and
Also, can't connect.
developers spend hours upon hours, probably, weeks in meetings trying to strike that balance. I know from having seen some of the internal communications from FromSoft while working on the guides for their games, and from other companies as well, that these are things developers really pull their hair out over. They do generally care about this stuff, unless they're Bethesda. I mean, that's not fair for me to say. I'm sure there are people at Bethesda who care. It's just they don't get the QA that they deserve. But
They're probably not behind a desk or a big desk.
yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's difficult to balance these things. To us,
It's easy.
Go
It's very easy to this goes for art or writing or anything. It's very easy to criticize something that already exists as a final product and go, okay, it probably should have done this, this, and this. But when you're looking at a completely blank sheet of paper or a blank canvas, then if you've ever gone through that experience, it gets really overwhelming very quickly because you have infinite possibilities.
Right. Well, and this is why when I was working on the official guide for Dark Souls 2 way back in the day, I was, first of all, really excited that we were getting another Souls game. And partly because the game wasn't done yet, I couldn't really see any of the issues that it had while it was still in dev. And I'd played builds of that game that were early enough that enemies didn't really have their AI or their models weren't finished yet, or because that we get early builds of the game while we're working on guides.
Yeah,
And
otherwise you couldn't do it.
exactly. And at that point in a game's development, even I, as someone who was really just going to become an end user and who was going to play the game as a consumer, I could not have told you what I would have done to fix or improve the game because there just wasn't enough of the game there for me to process, to evaluate.
The thing that you end up considering to be the game sometimes won't come together until the final month. I think one of the most famous versions of that is probably Anthem, which still failed. But
I remember Anthem.
before that, what was the name of the reporter? Famously, I can't remember off the top of my head. Someone in chat, if you can remember. But there was a rather famous article written that goes into detail about the nature of how the development failed and it meandered. Very early on, they just didn't know what they were going to do. They had this concept of moving through the level, flying in some capacity, and what it might generally look like and what the monetization and everything was going to be. But they just didn't have a game. And there was not really any real leadership on the team. And it wasn't until basically someone had to be brought in at the very last, I think, 6 months of the game's development or something. That's whenever finally he stepped in and said, no, this is what the flying and everything is going to look like. We're aiming for this. And once there was one vision, then that system came together. And then once they saw, oh, this is what it should feel like, this is Anthem, then they run out of time. Like they had the core system of flying around, shooting, but they just didn't have a game because they didn't have the time to work on it because they wasted all their time.
Yeah, it took them that long just to develop the core, and then they had to build everything else on top of that with no dev budget, and
And
no time left.
give me a second because I think Demons is
Yeah.
just not going to cooperate.
Looks like it's gone and locked up on you.
Well, it's not locked up. It's still processing. It's just not processing anything. It's pooping its britches is what it's doing. As is said in the South.
So it was
Okay.
brought up in chat just now, the point about how Monster Hunter compares to the Souls games in terms of enemy readability and behavior. And I think that's a really interesting comparison, but it's one that I I'm not 100% sure how fair a comparison Monster Hunter is to the Souls games, because and this is a discussion that I seem to hear fairly frequently
Yeah, they're,
whenever
they're
the
similar in some respects.
yeah, they're similar in that they're third-person action games, and they superficially anyway have combat that at least against the big bosses that looks like it should work the same way. The thing is, Monster Hunter and each of its weapon types are extremely mechanically distinct and unique. Um, Whereas, for the most part, in the Souls games, the only thing that sets one weapon apart from another, even between weapon classes, is if they have a unique attack, such as the Drake Sword in Dark Souls 1, or in the later games, and this is something that I will say FromSoft dramatically improved upon in their later designs, the skill system and then Ashes of War and weapon arts. Those are really the only things that distinguish one weapon from another in the Souls games. And the effect that that has on the combat and on the way the bosses are designed and the enemies is dramatic. And I feel as though for that reason, Monster Hunter is a somewhat easier game to balance around the enemy types and encounters. There's your soul sign, because
I could actually argue that it makes it more difficult just because the method of approaching the monster is so distinct from weapon to weapon. Whereas in the Souls games, because the weapons are usually so similar, it's really not that much of a difference between the different classes. It kind of depends on how you look at it.
I
Usually I
mean,
find when people are bringing up Monster Hunter, though, they're talking about the earlier FromSoft games because of the fact that the combat is so much more slow.
well, that's definitely a point of comparison between the earlier Souls games and Monster Hunter. But actually, I think precisely because the encounters in Monster Hunter, how they play out and how you approach them depends almost entirely on your weapon type. I think that's something that works in Monster Hunter's favor, because regardless of what weapon type you're using, the monster is going to do the same things. You know, you look at Teostra and you know that it's going to use this fire attack when it has this wind-up, right? Like, you know that if you're fighting Nergigante, it's going to throw spikes at you when it curls into a ball and does this wind-up. It's just that how you respond to that is going to change based on what weapon type you're using, and the openings that you exploit are going to change based on your weapon type. And I feel like that makes the game in some ways more accessible and better balanced, because no matter how you like to play, there's a weapon that has your gameplay style in mind.
There he is.
Yep, there it is.
Oh.
Time to back off and munch grass. Moo!
Yeah, Monster Hunter also, unfortunately, for me anyways, I don't really care for this, can be a game of one-hit kills. And it can get to the point, depending on the difficulty that you select anyways, it can get to the point where it's a matter of you have to have memorized what this monster does perfectly, or it can hit you with one attack that's just going to wipe you. Or cart you, excuse me, to use the correct term.
Right, yes. Yeah, karting in Monster Hunter.
Which at least you can just keep going in Monster Hunter. Like, if you die, you stay in the level. You just keep repeating it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have a limited number of continues if you cart, but it's not like you have to start the whole boss fight over if you cart once.
Yeah, and the one-hit kills are mainly relegated to the higher difficulties anyways. I was actually considering getting back into Monster Hunter World. I have Rise? I think Rise.
I
have
heard
the other
Rise
one.
was pretty good.
Yeah, it is, but it is faster. I think what they typically do is they'll have like a core game that they develop that has like that generation's ideas as their core ideas, and then they'll have a faster version that is more aggressive about trying to implement crazy things. And that's the reason why that one's faster. So the game they do after this, I don't know if it's going to keep iterating on that, or if it's going to return to that sort of world format where It's a slowed down version, then after that they'll do a fast one again.
Yeah, I only have Monster Hunter World to go by. That's the only Monster Hunter game I ever played, and
I kind of prefer
Pat-
World.
I'm gonna have to take your word for any comparisons as a result of that. And Pat was kind enough to teach me how to play World. We did a little introductory stream where he kind of walked me through the mechanics. But precisely based on that experience, I began to understand really as although they have some superficial similarities, Monster Hunter and Souls are very, very different in many ways.
Yeah.
And even though I can pick up a new Souls game and generally be able to play it and not have to relearn everything from the ground up, with Monster Hunter, I felt like I was relearning everything from the ground up.
This I was gonna say. I was trying to get back into World, but then once I logged in, I started looking at all the UI elements and all the things it was trying to tell me about login bonuses and the various things that have been added and all the upgrades and all the little things you have to wear around your neck and all the things you have to put into your weapon or whatever they are. And it's like, I don't want to. I don't care. I want to fight monsters. I don't care about this stuff. So I've just immediately lost interest because it's just too overwhelming. All the little sub-systems.
It sounds like they added too many RPG elements.
Well, it's always been like that. It's actually gotten better over time. Like, the accessibility of the games has actually gotten much better. World, that's one of the best things about World compared to the prior games, is that it was just so much more approachable, which some fans, of course, didn't like because the obtuseness of some of the controls, the jankness, is something that they appreciated because it was some sort of demonstration of skill or just the mentality of I went through it so everyone else has to. It's one of those things.
Right, you didn't do it if you only played Monster Hunter World. You're not a real Monster Hunter unless you played MH3U or Generations.
Yeah, if I had to claw my controller to play World, I would not be bothering talking about Monster Hunter right now. I'd just be like, oh, it's that game series that I don't care about.
Yeah, and Pat said the same thing to me during that stream where he... this was all, educational to me, but where he was talking about how, this game is so much better in terms of how it treats new players. It's so much more approachable. The quality of life is so much better. And I had no context for that, of course, because it was the first Monster Hunter game I'd ever played. So all I could do was nod and smile. But
I remember making a funny picture on Twitter of explaining Monster Hunter fans using, like, stock images.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that old man that's always in the meme pictures. I forget what his name is.
The smiling guy who looks kind of sad, the dude with the wine. Yeah.
Very uncomfortable. But is him, like, look at my new house, talking about World, and it's on fire. And someone says, oh my god, it's on fire. And he says, oh, it used to be way worse than this. And the guy replies, but it's on fire. And the final panel is just him looking confused with question marks over his head because he just doesn't get it. Like, but it's my new house. But you still have a long way to go. Your house is still on fire. This is kind of how Monster Hunter fans are, though.
Yeah, I guess it all...
some weird pride in how bad things used to be.
I mean, I feel like that's almost par for the course with any community that's been around long enough to have built up a following. The Souls community is certainly that way. And to a certain degree, I almost understand the people who try to rationalize those of us who prefer the older games by just accusing us of being slaves to nostalgia. Like, I get why it looks like that, but sometimes newer isn't always better.
Yeah, I get annoyed with that argument of faster is always better. This thing that is new is always an advancement, so it inherently is going to be better if it's different from the past. It's just... It's the same exact thing. It's like anti-nostalgia. We're just completely ignoring the discussion of design in favor of just pointing to a timeline. Wait, did you fall off, or... Oh, you went up.
Oh, I went down to get the key because I forgot. Yeah, no, it's just...
Are we doing this? Okay.
Yep.
Almost.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think it's fast roll.
People have frequently described Demon Souls as floaty, and boy, when you see yourself like hover over that 6-foot gap to get onto the wall, it
Yeah,
becomes
Demons
pretty clear
is-
what they mean.
Demons is floaty. Dark Souls 2 is slidey. Because with 2, it iterates on its animations by making you, like, shift. And I can't really describe it. I have to, like, be actually playing to showcase that. But it does feel very floaty. Or,
Eli, sorry,
slidey.
hang on just a moment. Ari, Nick's wife, has joined us in chat to say hi.
Oh.
I just want to acknowledge, Ari, thank you so much. We really
Welcome.
appreciate that. Thank you for dropping in. Give Nick a hug for us. I really hope you guys are doing okay. And I'm sorry to hear about your parents. I hope that that's not overly stressful. But please hang in there, and I look forward to catching up with you guys when things calm down.
Hey, give me a second.
Yeah.
I know the perfect thing to send you.
Uh-oh.
Like, I like sending her and Nick animal pictures.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what to expect there.
What are you sending them? Nothing. Not saying anything. Don't worry about it.
Well,
Video.
firmly grasped, there are consequences, but the consequences always happen in hindsight. If
Now we're
you're,
talking.
if something new comes out and you're praising it on day one and getting hyped up about how cool it is before anyone has had the chance to realize that it sucks, yeah, the consequences aren't going to happen immediately. And by the time they do happen, you've already gotten your clickbait bucks. So yeah, if you get canceled after that, well, who really loses? Because, you know, you've gotten your clickbait bucks.
Click bucks.
Yeah, click bucks.
Alright, this guy seems a little bit stronger than he should be.
Well, you,
Compared to the other ones.
I
He doesn't
might
like
be,
backsteps.
yeah, that, depending on how far they are into the level, they have different HP values. Although these guys hate fire, so...
Never noticed how much gold is on him.
Yeah, these guys are the vessels that were meant to be inhabited by souls of the Shadowmen, so they're kind of dressed up.
Oh, okay.
They were originally supposed to be guardians of the tomb, but then the demons showed up and were like, hey, what if you guys collect souls for us instead? And they went, okay, I guess that's fine.
I do like the general premise of the way demons work in this game, in the sense that they're not tulpas, but they're like creations of... They are kind of tulpas.
You mean the fact that they
They're-
actually have a plot explanation for why they exist?
Yeah. I mean, the other ones do too, I guess, but just the fact that as a system it makes sense and you can apply it to so many other stories. Because I think the idea is that basically if there is the idea of something and people believe in it enough, it can create it inadvertently.
Yeah, that's the concept of faith manifesting reality. Or
Ooh,
just
bounces
really
off.
ardent belief manifesting reality. Yeah, that's...
Ooh.
That hurt.
How are you supposed to get him to fall down anyways?
You hit the knife sticking out of his gut.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And this is one of the reasons why I think Demon Souls did the storytelling better than most, if not all, of the later games. Because, and I might have pointed this out during the previous stream, except that we clearly didn't fight this boss during the previous stream. So I guess I'll point it out now, because maybe I just hallucinated that I did.
Oh jeez.
Oh no. Yeah, that hurts.
I got too aggressive. Like, I can get it 3. I can get it in 3.
Well, but this is where the difficulty in these games comes from. This is how they punish you. But I feel like this is a much more fair kind of difficulty and a much more fair kind of punishment, because it gives you some substantial opportunity to deal with it and not just, oh, you were 5 milliseconds off on your dodge timing? Well, too bad. Do it again from the start.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I did die because I was milliseconds off, but it was because I got hungry for more damage.
Right, exactly. So the storyline of this area is told not through dialogue or through text, but through visual cues and through the environment. And that's one of the things that I adore about Demon Souls, is that I think because this was not a project that they were depending on for revenue, they basically just handed what was going to be another Kingsfield game but got scrapped. They handed that to Miyazaki and said, hey, can you do something with this? We'll let you be the director. Just, salvage it however you can, turn it into something playable. And what we got was Demon's Souls. But I think because he wasn't under development pressure and didn't really have a strict timetable, and there weren't tons of expectations riding on this game, he had the freedom and the flexibility to really take his time. And I mean, he was using repurposed assets, so he was working within some limitations, but he was able to do whatever he wanted, more or less, with those assets. And as a result of that, there was, I think, more time and care put into the environmental storytelling. And no boss in Demon's Souls is a better example of that than the Adjudicator. So, if you want to take a look at the Adjudicator boss room while I'm finishing off this fight, you can...
Well, I was actually trying to remember what the hell my build was going to be, because I need to pump some of these souls in there, but I can't remember what I was doing.
Regen build, so minimum of 12 strength, minimum of, I think, 10 or 12 dexterity.
Yeah, I think strength and dexterity is where it's going to stay. I think that's what I was doing. And then
the
rest in, like, faith or something?
The rest of it into faith, and then spell slots.
Well, faith increase... Well, wait, does it?
No, it's intelligence for spell slots.
Right.
Because this is the only game where intelligence and magic are separate stats.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
So intelligence effectively is...
Yeah,
intelligence effectively is an attunement.
Yes, it's what later became attunement.
Oh, right, okay. I need to increase faith, intelligence, and vitality.
Yes. Well, maybe probably vitality. Vitality is kind of...
Yeah, it's because
Good night, amateur!
Yeah, good night. Thanks for... Yeah, I started choking. Thanks for everyone that's been sticking around. A lot of people showed up for something where I haven't been streaming forever.
Well, I think people have been missing us from the sounds of it. A lot of people in chat have said, it's been so long since I've seen you guys. I'm so glad you're streaming again. We appreciate that, guys. Thank you. It's great to have you.
Which is kind of funny. If you don't know, which a lot of you don't, one of the reasons why I kind of put a stop to streaming on Twitch, in addition to what I talked about earlier, about how I looked at my revenue, and decided, oh, I could just be focusing more on making videos on YouTube, and I would be better off financially. In addition to that, I realized, oh, I can just stream things on Discord, and sort of just listen to that, and not have to worry about doing commentary, and just have that off to the side while I'm video editing or writing or anything else. And if it gets too much, I can just mute it on my end and not have to worry about it. So, for a long time now, I've been streaming on Discord pretty much every night, just like hosting movies or just gaming sessions or whatever else.
You don't get copyright claims on Discord, right?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that either. We've just been hanging out there and just watching crud. We went through all of TNG and DS9, if you're interested in that.
Oh, no
Unfortunately,
kidding.
that means if you are going to show up now, after we get done with Dark, we'll move on to watching Star Trek Voyager. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm glad that you're still broadcasting Star Trek in some way.
Oh yeah, that'll never stop.
Because, yeah, Ari, as you say, Twitch has gotten really just horrible lately, with Amazon just trying to milk it for more and more and more money. Oh, you start with 2. Or no. I take that back. You get some spill memory slots from just pumping faith, don't you? Like a very small amount? No, it's all int. Yeah, int.
Really? It's all int? How come
Yep.
I have 2 already? You just start with 2?
Spell memory? It looks like you have 0.
Well, I'm carrying around heal and antidote.
Oh, you started as the Temple Knight, so yes, I think the Temple Knight has enough int to have a couple of spell slots by default.
Oh, okay. So just 8 is enough to have... Well, it says 0 to 0.
Wait, what?
That's what it says. I'm at 8 intelligence, and it says it would move from 0 to 0.
Try talking to the faith, the miracle teacher, and see if he actually lets you attune anything.
Also, be quiet, lady. I don't like the fact that she talks whenever I'm trying to level up. Can't concentrate. It's like trying to do a test and someone's just screaming in
My
your ear.
grandfather, he offered most of them,
Gotta
but a
love it.
monk
I'm
could
helping. I'm helping. You're really not.
but a monk could.
Oh wait, you're not the.
Oh, it's the
You're
other
the
one.
lady
Yeah.
that. She doesn't even matter, does she? She just
Well,
talks.
she gives you the pure faint stone.
Sorry
if
for
you
saying
have-
you don't matter, lady, but you don't. It's this idiot here that matters.
Fellow disciple.
Yes. For now.
But he's
until
also
you
incredibly
replace it.
unlikable.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Most
what
of the
on
clerics
this?
are.
Learn miracle? Is that what you're wanting?
It'll be remember miracle.
Remember a miracle?
Yeah, that's basically a tune spell.
Yeah. I have 2
And-
slots.
So you do have 2 slots. Okay.
Maybe it doesn't work the way that you remember it, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Well, it was an inconsistent and weird system even back in the day, and I'm so used to the new systems now. Like, my
I
recollection. is-
remember looking it up and being really confused.
yeah.
This is Demon Souls. When we were saying you go back to Demon Souls to have a weird, obtuse, broken experience, this is part of it.
This is the jank, indeed.
Because
So
I don't understand what's happening at all. It's very confusing.
I guess you must start off with a couple of spell slots by default then, because I know they're tied to intelligence, and or you know, maybe I'm mixing up intelligence and magic. Maybe it's magic that they're tied to. But I could have
Maybe.
sworn when you go to level up magic, let me check.
Thou
Yeah,
seest
magic power
What?
is magic, so it,
You
intelligence
can just load
is
up
spell
Mugen.
memory.
Soul of the mind,
Yeah,
what I
right.
did.
life's ether,
Yeah, no, I was right. Intelligence is spell
soul of the
memory,
lost
and
within
Yeah,
magic is
I mean, it
spell
even
power.
says that.
vessel.
Spell
Yeah.
memory.
Yeah, I just went to
Let
check,
strength
so
be
I'm not
granted so
crazy.
the world might be mended.
And how do I
So
have
the
2?
world
It
might
wasn't
be
through
mended.
cheating. Like, I do cheat in order to get around problems that these games have, but it's not overtly cheating where I'm just altering my stats. I don't do that.
Yeah, no, that's.
My
Although
form of
ironically,
cheating is like, I want to have 5 weapons instead of just 1, so I'm gonna drop some slabs for myself. That's my form of cheating.
sure. I mean, you mean the friendly phantom shows up and gifts you out of the magic
Yeah,
closet.
yeah, I don't actually cheat. A friendly phantom shows up, and he's very friendly. And out of his personal closet, he's accrued all these goodies over a new game +9. He just gives me some because he's very kind.
Ah. Oh, you know what? JRPG7 in
Face
chat
slots aren't
reminds me.
spells.
Yeah, you were right. Faith has separate slots from int spells in Demon Souls. That was
Okay,
the problem.
miracle memory. Yeah.
Yes, okay. So you were right, it is leveling up Faith. I knew there was another reason you needed to level up Faith besides just being able to have higher spell power when casting.
Okay, so if you want to be a magic user, you have to level up magic and intelligence, but if you want to be a faith user, you can just level up faith and that's
It's
it.
just Faith, yes.
Ugh,
Which is just one of the
ugh.
bizarre ways in which this game was imbalanced.
Oh, good old demons. Good old FromSoft.
Yeah,
One bad decision after another.
yeah.
Um,
I'm totally forgot about how that worked because I'm so used to just spell slots being used for everything.
Need to look up soft caps real fast.
Hmm.
I think actually in demons they were a little bit simpler.
Simpler and much,
thir-
much lower.
Yeah, 30 and 50. Endurance stops at 40. Yeah, none of this. I think 3 was one that was really bad, where it was like oddball things like 29, or it tried to start scaling evenly at certain points.
And in 3 especially, and I think this actually might even have started in 2, there would be multiple soft caps for a single stat. Like you'd get to one soft cap, and then for the next 10 or 15 points of investment in that stat, you'd get a lot less. But then for the next 10 or 15 points after that, you'd get a lot more up until another soft cap, which was just irritating.
Okay, wait, what level am I at? It doesn't say. Of course it doesn't. It's Demon Souls. Why would it say what level I am?
Art thou done?
Are you done? No, I'll be back. Are you done? Stop asking, woman. Oh, it's all 30. Okay. As long as I'm not over-leveling, I didn't want to have any problem with any sort of level structure.
Oh,
Okay,
no. I mean, well, you could make the argument that leveling up at all in this game is over-leveling if you wanted to be one of those people, because technically you can beat the game at soul level 1 as a royal if you use a hyper
Yeah.
mode build.
I made some comment about how, in my video, that in Dark Souls you probably aren't going to be able to do like a bow run, Which immediately someone, you can do it like, yeah, I know, you can beat Dark Souls on a banana. I've seen it. You can take wires and hook it up and make that your controller. That doesn't mean that it's a good idea. The
Marcus
point
has
is that
tried a bow-only run, I think, for Dark Souls 1.
it's
and
not great.
Yeah,
You
I
can do
remember him
it.
not having a good time, I
Yeah,
think.
it's miserable. The point is that the system for bows is meant as a supplementary system. It's not for, being a main combat option.
Yes.
It's something
yeah.
that it's a tool that you're supposed to be used, and that's how it's designed.
In the earlier games, anyway. They did at least kind of give it... They expanded its utility later on. Oh, Ari wants to know if we're open to... What did you say, Ari?
Phasmo?
If we're open to multiplayer deductive reasoning games. I can't even think of an example of that genre, Ari. I'm sorry. Like, Elden Ring is so much burned into my brain. I need some time to process that.
Are you talking about something like... Here's a good example. Unboxing the Cryptic Killer. Because that has a demo version with a slightly different name, if I remember correctly. But basically, a game where both of you are trying to, like, solve some sort of mystery, or like a murder case, or even a puzzle. There's also something like, we played this over Discord once. Escape Room... What was it called? Escape Simulator. Or something like that. That kind of thing.
Huh. I feel like I have to do some research on the genre because none of it's ringing a bell. I'm not at all familiar.
But the answer for me is yes. The answer for Spy is confusion.
Yes, old man confused. I need to figure out what kinds of games those actually are. Let me get back to you, Ari.
What's a video game? From my build, is there anything else that I need beyond this? Because we have the shield, Regenerator Ring, and I also am now leveling Faith, and I have, like, heal and such. I need the
Okay.
regeneration spell, I think, if I really wanted to.
You do, and then you've got a blessed weapon, which is the mace, I think. Although you can upgrade it pretty nearly any weapon to be that if you want.
Yeah, and I need to bless the Murden Hammer.
Yes. Yeah, the
Because
Mirrodin
that's
Hammer
plus
is the preferred.
0.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Blessed,
I don't remember how to do that.
So this is where, once again, as much as I love Demon Souls, I will be the first to admit that it has some really horrible design choices. Chief among which are the weapon upgrade system.
Yes.
So
Do
to
you-
make...
Yeah, do you remember what number? Is it 3?
I believe it's +3. Yes, so
Okay.
you get a normal weapon to +3 using hardstone or sharpstone, depending on which type it requires. And then you take it to the special blacksmith who does the magic blacksmith thing, and you have him turn it into a blessed weapon +1, and then you upgrade
Wait,
it.
the magic? Oh, we haven't got to him yet, have we?
Yeah, we haven't. But he's right at the beginning of Stonefang. All we have to do is do
Yeah.
half of 2-1.
Okay. I'll upgrade the Murden Hammer one time, because apparently that's all I can do.
Do come.
Oh, Kirky, because I've been streaming on Twitch.
Thank
I kind of moved over from YouTube to Twitch for a while, and then Twitch started getting bad. And then I got involved with the official strategy guide of Elden Ring, and so I haven't been streaming or making videos because I've essentially been chained to my desk for the last 25 months working
I
on that.
know some
Yeah.
people have gotten to where they stream on both at the same time, and I think even Quaylag was trying to do that.
She
But
has been,
lamented that it
yes.
was a nightmare.
Yeah, well, it's a nightmare managing 2 chats, and especially if you're a member of the LGBTQ community and you're constantly getting homophobes, and if you talk about politics as Rachel does, and you're constantly, white supremacists are showing up in chat, and like I had to, I mean, I
Howdy,
didn't have
Plague and
to, but
Spy. Thank you for the
I took some
stream.
time
Please
off
be
of
well.
desperately working on the guide to be there in Rachel's chat to help deal with that when they were doing their first playthrough of the DLC, and boy, it was intense.
Thank you, some dude 302. I didn't even know that you could actually do that on mine. I didn't know it was set up that way. Where it actually read out the donation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
think
Did I
that-
talk over that?
Yeah, there's no way you could have known.
Uh,
I was so surprised, like, what is that? Who's in the room with me? It surprised me for a moment. Okay.
It's one of your dogs.
I take care of Butch, but that's it. Thankfully, no more dogs.
Ah,
Thankfully.
okay.
Sticky white stuff, you go in there.
Zedra... Oh, Zedra mentioned that I wanted to respond to that Marcus had done a bow-only run and loved it. I probably mixed up him hating it with some other challenge run he did that he hated. I know he did a bow-only run in Elden Ring, and I think I remember him finding that to be a little bit more appealing than just the general gameplay, but yeah, as Black Bloom says, those are generally like bow only or fist only or whip only, even after whips got the upgrades from Dark Souls 2 onward, which they desperately needed. Those are really still just challenge runs.
Also remember, how do you raise the amount of things that, not your item burden, but the amount that you can equip, your equip burden?
That's the endurance for stamina.
Okay, I don't need 2 talismans of God. That... I have a single rotten arrow.
That'll help us.
And 2 regenerator rings doesn't do anything, right?
Correct. I don't think you can even equip 2 at a time. No, Ari, it's just part and parcel with being on the internet. It's just, you know, you have to have a dedicated mod team to deal with it, especially if you're part of a vulnerable population or one of the populations that get targeted a lot.
How was that how that works?
What?
You did. I think you did shoot me with an arrow. You don't get arrows that get stuck inside your body, do you?
No, you don't. You picked one up.
That would
I think
be
an enemy
pretty
dropped.
funny.
That would be hilarious.
Because it is Demon Souls. I never know.
No,
you never know what's going to happen in Demon Souls.
That's an entirely fair question with Demon Souls. That no shame in asking.
Okay. Anyways, point being, where's the next level that we're heading to?
So
I need the spell eventually, but also need the hammer done.
Yes, so regeneration you got from the Adjudicator's soul, but we need to be able to go rescue Saint Urbane in order for you to learn it, and that is 4-2.
4-2, okay, so just advancing forward from here then.
Yeah.
And
right. You're already in soul form, it looks like, so I will, I'm in body form, I'll just head back in.
Right, so I can just help you.
Yup.
Alright, assuming, of course, that the putting down of the blue stone actually works correctly.
We managed last time.
Also wanted to start a little bit early for me. Yeah, this is kind of early. I guess I wouldn't call it early exactly, but yeah. Because I figured we've been watching, you might be familiar with this. Maybe. There's a Netflix series called Dark, which is a German series, and it was dubbed into English because Netflix and so on, which is really hard to get a hold of, but we've been watching that in Discord over the past week or so. We're on Season 2, and if you're just jumping into it, in the middle of Season 2, it'll be really, really confusing.
I have heard of that series, but for obvious
Never
reasons, I've had no time to do any kind of recreational watching for a while.
It's not the kind of thing that you can, like I have gone through Star Trek tons of times, because I don't even have to look at the screen most of the time. I can, like, see it in my head, because I've just seen it so much. Plus, even
don't
if it's
you love that?
viewing,
like,
yeah, you don't even really have to worry about it. Whereas Dark, you have to get out a notebook and keep notes.
Yeah, Squishy Bar. I heard it's a bit of a ride, which is why I've avoided watching it, because I can't commit to it.
It is interesting.
Yeah, it's the premise sounded pretty interesting to me. I'm not generally one who watches a ton of TV, but.
Yeah, we can do Orville again. I've watched Orville probably like 4 or 5 times now. I always enjoy it.
While we're here, actually, why don't you take a quick step into the Adjudicator boss room, and I can finish explaining what's so cool to me about this fight.
Okay. Well, my soul thing vanishes.
That's okay. You can put it down. It won't take long. I just figured I owe it to chat to finish my thought, because otherwise I will forever leave them hanging.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll just look around.
So head on up to the top of the boss arena, to the top floor, and I'll point out to you what the...
I'm sorry. Not only do I need to... Okay, fine.
I'm sorry.
Let's see.
I'm sorry. I'm being so demanding.
I can't get up here. Yeah.
So, you mentioned before, which is a really good observation, that in Demon Souls, there is a very specific implication that the demons are being formed out of people's thoughts and memories and their faith. Because pretty nearly every demon either takes the form of a deity or some kind of pagan entity that people believed in or worshipped, or it is actually just a human soul that was enhanced by the power of the old one.
Yeah.
As
People
is the case with the
projecting
old hero.
their beliefs onto something, and then it ends up inheriting it.
Exactly.
And I know what you're getting at already. That's the reason why I was looking up towards the roof.
Yes.
There's no hole. There's no asylum demon hole in the roof.
Not in the roof, but there is in the floor, and in the floor
Yes, there
below
is.
that. And I want to point out here that
As though thumb.
as
Thumb.
though something very large just suddenly came into existence on the top floor of this arena and turned out to be too heavy for the floor to support, and maybe happened to fall through two
All the way.
floors below it and land on one of its cleavers, which broke off in its own gut, leaving a weak point that the player could exploit, which is why there's a giant pool of blood on the bottom floor.
Yep. Always like that about this boss.
So
In
just
addition to having a cute bird on its head.
Yes.
No.
So the environmental storytelling just in this one room is so brilliantly done. And there are other areas where I can point it out, which I'll spare you because you're probably sick of me hearing it. I know you've heard me give this explanation, but I didn't see that kind of storytelling in the later games, even in Dark Souls 1. And it's just everywhere in Demon Souls. There's environmental storytelling that without a single word, without a single line of dialogue, you can
Environmental
just look
storytelling.
around. Yeah, and you can
Always appreciate
see from start to finish how an event played out.
Yeah, I didn't know if it just spontaneously manifested or if it was something that started growing over time, but I did notice that the whole seems to be more or less the same, which tells me that it probably was the same general weight. So it must have been instantaneous.
Yeah, and there's no way it could have gotten in here, so it clearly came into existence somewhere within this room. And
Yeah,
the,
we saw
the
the
broken-
entrance.
Yes.
These are the only two entrances. So this
Yep.
is as big as anything ever could have gotten in here.
Yeah, he wouldn't have come in through either one of these doors.
Okay. Ready for that blue sign?
Yep, go ahead and throw that down.
Alright. I do find the sound of putting down a sign very satisfying.
In Demons? Yeah, and
In all of them. I mean, they're all the same thing, I guess.
yeah, I think they might have reused the same sound effect in at least a couple of the games after that. When they changed the device that you use to put down a sign, I think they might have changed the sound effect.
Yeah, it got a little bit more subdued. Instead of that, wow, it's more of a boom. It's not as fun.
Yeah. Kel says, environmental storytelling is something I always tried to incorporate when I was making Halo maps back in my teens. No player ever noticed them. Well, there are two reasons for that, Kel. Number one, teenagers don't tend to notice that kind of thing. And number two, Halo is not really, as far as I understand it, as someone who's never played Halo, but from what little I know about it secondhand and through osmosis, Halo isn't really a game that people play so much for environmental storytelling. People don't
It's there.
expect it. Do they? Is it?
Yeah. Especially in Halo 1 and in... I think... Was it ODST that we were playing? Where it's pretty present as well. But that one, you're kind of encouraged to go out of your way to discover things. Also, Halo has always incorporated a lot of secrets. You may not remember this, but there was the I Love Bees campaign, I think it was.
I
And it
don't
was one of
remember
the-
that at all.
It was one of the very first examples of an alternate reality game, whatever it's called. Like a marketing campaign where it was presented as, hey, go look at this weird website. There's something involving this lady and her bee website, and there's like things hidden in the HTML and an ongoing storyline that it was a whole thing. But it was a big
Okay.
marketing campaign, and at the very end, it was revealed that it was related to Halo in some way. And
Really?
the alternate reality game component of it was basically linking in, saying that it was somehow linked with the in-game universe and its events and so on. But
Never heard about that.
that plus like the Halo skulls, like early on, I think they were introduced in 2, but in the very early, it's either 1 or 2, but one of the very earliest versions of the game, you could find skulls lit around the map, like human skulls, and you could pick them up, and they didn't do anything. And in later games, they incorporated that idea, except now they actually had in-game effects. And I think eventually they just made it so that you could just select them and do a completely new kind of campaign that created modifiers for everything. So it is a game series that has always been focused on little secrets here and there.
Okay, because I know Halo has a fair amount of background lore, but I was under the impression that most of that lore was presented more or less up front.
It's just always had that component to it, because it is... Like, Halo 1, which is probably my favorite in terms of just walking around, just doing stuff, is kind of a mysterious little game in places, in the sense of you just... People forget about it, but you wind up on this Dyson ring, and it's just a sort of weird, almost desolate area, with a lot of open, undesigned spaces. I was talking in my video about Annie Austin, his videos, where he does the same thing. Talking about the design between designs, like level structure of spaces that are unusual to look at, because of the fact that they are not design spaces. They're in between design spaces. Yeah, here. Rascal. And Halo is full of that.
Okay.
Halo 1 anyways. The later games became a little bit more focused on directing, design, and so forth.
Yeah, it seems to me that the later games got more cinematic, or at least that was the developer's intent.
Meow.
Hey, look who it is.
It's Patch.
It sure is.
Or Patchy.
For some
I
reason...
don't know what his name in Japanese is.
I think it might just be Pachi.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Because I certainly remember Marcus referring to him as such, and Marcus would have played the Japanese version of the game.
Because there's no ES, certainly.
No, not in the Japanese syllabary, no.
No.
Alright, well...
Now, does it put me down here, too?
No, it doesn't. You'll have to either jump down or wait for me to...
We figured that out in Dark Souls 1 the other day.
Take your time, starving to
Figured
death.
what out?
Then I'll sell every
Whenever you
last
get kicked
trinket
down
off your corpse.
into Tomb, the multiplayer partner doesn't get kicked down there as well.
Oh, yeah, no, it only applies to the player character.
Well, this is awkward, isn't it?
A little, but I mean, I think you can survive falling down.
Yeah, I was more talking to Patches, like, well.
Oh, I see.
Are you going to come down there and get us, kill? Go. I'll probably survive. Oh, well, okay, yeah, that's nothing. We're good.
Yeah, you're fine. The
Oh, I forgot you're there. I'm just gonna
Dude
walk away.
by the door didn't even see you.
Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Because I remember him being a minor problem.
He can be a major problem depending upon whether or not you come prepared for this encounter. Although, fortunately, I have. Let me just... There we are.
Also, I remember Patches has sort of a expression in Japanese, which is a American, or not American, or English loan phrase of no count. Like, I didn't manage to kill you, so that doesn't count.
Oh, I see. I don't know his Japanese dialogue off the top of my head.
He has a lot of health, actually.
Only because of body form. It's more because...
Man, he really goes for it.
Oh, this guy, yeah, he does. He's... But, Soul Remains causes AI to glitch out, so...
There. something I was going to point out earlier. Whenever we were in 4-1 and you were shooting the dudes, or 5-1.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
Yeah, 4-1.
Yes. Whenever you were shooting the guys up top, you tend to play the games more from a tool use perspective.
Tools or techniques, I suppose, yeah.
Like, you will often do, like, hyper mode runs or level 1 and so on. Not specifically as challenge runs exactly, but it's part of the adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that they're challenge runs, but I find hyper mode in particular, even at level 1, less challenging than a regular playthrough.
Yeah, it's
So
kind of
I don't know as that counts for me.
I was having that discussion the other day that I really don't like hyper mode. Or like the red tier stone or blue tier stone rings, anything like that, where you're encouraged to walk around with no health in exchange for even more numbers.
Oh, okay. Is there a particular reason why not?
It's nothing wrong with it. It's just not my preference, and I don't like the sort of encouragement that is something you do to optimize your gameplay. It's in exchange for even more power deal.
Gotcha.
It's kind of I mean, I already don't like the idea of glass cannon builds and the idea of perfecting movements and such. That's antithetical to how I play, so things like that are sort of a hyper version of it.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I mean, yeah, the idea of trading life for health is something that a lot of games do, and something that quite a lot of games do in very different ways. The way that the Souls games handle it, I've always preferred the way they did it in Demon Souls best. But that's also because it's the most overpowered in Demon Souls. They nerfed it in Dark Souls 1, really, and then in every game after that, pretty much.
I think Kill may have left you a gift out here.
Oh dear, it's not a gift that's going to get me banned from online mode, is it?
I doubt it, it's Kel.
No, I mean, you don't, that doesn't happen with the Archstones.
No.
I don't, oh, yeah, I see what this is. And I know what this is. Kel, I'm not falling for that. That's a trick out of my own playbook.
What was it?
It was a bait item.
What, to get you speared?
Either to get me speared or to lure me into a backstab. Because it was in a spot where I couldn't, I wouldn't have been able to escape if,
But now I want to know what it is, though. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is... Every single
Jesus
time I come
Christ.
down this hallway with a phantom, that exact situation happens.
It just completely... just obliterates both of our stamina.
Well, and I always end up trying to retreat back down the hallway, and then there always ends up being a phantom behind me, and I can't. But yes.
We'll never know what that item was.
That's fine. It was probably just a, what do you call it? A twinkle stone. What the heck are they called in this game? Rainbow stone. All right. Let me...
It's also Power Within I would include in that line of logic. I don't like Power Within either. I've used it sometimes. It's if I was designing a game, I probably wouldn't have things like that. Is that something that upsets me seeing people use it? It's just something that if I was making it, like, I don't want to include something like that.
All right, well, let me pitch you a different question then. If you were going to add things to a game to vary up the gameplay, as is the intent with things like the Morian Blade and the Red Tier Stone Ring and Power Within and all that stuff, to, you know, give the player dynamically by just letting them change their equipment, to give them some way to play the game differently, what would you do? What are your favorite ways to do that?
Well, I talked about that in the section where I was talking about rings and how difficult it is to make something like that. Because, like I was pointing out, pretty much everything in... Oh, sorry, are you going back to body form?
Yes, I see your sign, I gotcha.
Right. Since everything is... It's a video game. Everything is just numbers working together. So trying to design something that isn't going to loop back to being some sort of buff to a basic action, like even something like increasing your stamina is something I don't really care for too much, because it's a basic behavior. which is why everyone runs around with the Grass Crest Shield in Dark Souls 1. Because it's something that applies to so much of your gameplay that is not really identifiable as something unique to how you play the game.
Yeah, if you're not using it, it's not optimal. Sure.
Yeah, sort of. A great example of one done well would probably be something like the Leo Ring, in the sense of...
Oh, with the counter system?
Yeah, because not only that, like a counter hit is you have to actually wait for the enemy to attack and then hit them. So it's usually good on things that outrange enemies. So that's one aspect of it. But also the fact that you have to use it on a thrusting weapon specifically. Just things like that help to differentiate what you're doing as opposed to what everyone else is doing. It does still raise your damage, but it does clarify what you have to do in order to apply that damage. But for something like the Grass Crest Shield, yeah, it's just the Grass Crest Shield. You're always going to be using stamina no matter what you do. It's just too generic. I don't care for that.
It doesn't actually change the way you play. It only increases a number.
Yeah. So to answer your question directly, it's very hard. Like, coming up with that is one of the difficulties of design. It's a very difficult question to answer. Like, how do you design something that's not going to be generally applicable in a way that's boring, or is just going to be, exchange risk and, for the sake of more damage? And it gets way more... What the hell? I'm going to go backwards. It gets way more granular.
Okay. What about something like, for example, there is a tier for your Flask of Wondrous Physic in Elden Ring, which you get it in the DLC area, and it essentially causes your guard, if you block the instant an enemy attacks you, it essentially turns the game into Sekiro, with Sekiro's deflection system. But it does that
I'd heard something about it. I'd heard something about it. It's people enjoying a specific tier for that. I didn't like the fact that it was limited to a time, because it's a tier.
Yeah, it has one of the longest durations of any of the tiers, but it's still only 5 minutes, so you have to...
I don't like consumables for this exact reason. I've always despised consumables. It's an unrelated thing, but again, this is one of my little design things where I'd much prefer it work a different way. But even ignoring that, but the way it functions as such is it works with your shields, you say? And it does what?
Well, it works with when you guard. You don't have to have a shield. You can block with a weapon. And if you essentially perform a Sekiro deflect at the right time, as you do in Sekiro, you'll take almost no damage, you'll take almost no stamina loss, and it will increase the power of a guard counter if you then follow up with a guard counter.
Possibly. It really depends on the game and the way the enemies behave. Because I could see that in some cases with some enemies being completely worthless, and in some cases it being the optimal thing to do. So I would actually have to experience it in its intended use to be able to say one or another. But the direction of the idea is fine, because it is changing how you would use a system. Although that also sounds like it could either make it as an alternative straight up better than the original system, or just not worth it in comparison.
So
it's kind of a competing system. Maybe. I don't know. That's what I'd say. It requires evaluation. Also, I really liked all the little flying manta ray dudes right here.
Oh, the dead ones here? Yeah. It looks like...
I'm not more environmental storytelling.
It is, although I've never really figured out how to interpret this, other than just that they tried flying in here and got stuck and died, or that there was a nest in here or something, and these are just the ones that didn't make it out. There are a few ways you could interpret it. I'm not, to this day, sure how.
They're placed sort of haphazardly, which makes me think that they were drug in here. Like, they didn't fly in and then hit the wall or something, or they didn't fly out. It looks like they were killed and then dragged in.
That could be, given their positioning. Also, check this out. Let me see if I can do this right. But,
Yeah, I think you do this every time.
Do I?
I think so. I've seen you do it at least twice. But yeah,
I
it
guess
is very finicky though.
It is. I threw it too far left, I think. If you throw it right in the middle in front of the broken part of the fence, the two of them just roll off the edge trying to chase it.
Yeah.
But I borked it. Oh well. Here, I've got the Thief's Ring on, so I can at least pull one without getting the other two. And...
Trying to do this without flying off the edge.
Oh, yeah, I'll just...
Okay. Yeah, I was afraid of attacking twice and going sailing off into the wild blue yonder.
Very easy to do here. The other strat is that if you have a bow, you can stand right here, and you can shoot that one dude in the middle with the bow, and he'll just roll directly towards you and not pay any attention to the edge. This is why FromSoft added fall protection walls to their enemy AI, and if you were to turn that feature on, for example, in a debug menu, you would literally see these magical invisible walls around every ledge everywhere in the game to prevent enemy AI from just walking off ledges. Which really irritates me. I wish they'd left it so you could bait enemies into doing this.
I can see
more
how...
fair.
That's like a game designer sort of thing. Where that's part of the fun to me. If it's too easy, then yeah, I would agree it's an exploit. Like if it's, say like let's say it's a boss or something, and then you just like shoot an arrow out of the ledge and it turns around and looks left and then just falls off. That would probably need to be rectified. That's probably a little bit too much.
Sure.
Even then, there are some examples of bosses being handled like that are fine. Like even Ceaseless Discharge, you could argue, is very much similar to that idea. Where you can fight him, or you can just totally ignore the system at play and just kill him.
Yeah. You might want to back up.
Yeah, I was trying not to be here. I was waiting. That's like, is he going to shoot him from behind?
I was
and
trying.
Then nothing happened.
I ran out of MP. If you want to put your sign down at the entrance, I'll come back and get you.
Alright, I am here. Actually, I haven't even left this area.
Yep, at the very least, it puts you back at the start.
Wasn't there an item here? Yes. Gotta be careful. Don't you dare, ma'am. How dare you send that flying at me? There's one here, too. Hey, platforming, we've had this discussion many times, and we'll have it more in the future. Platforming is not something FromSoft has ever been good at all, and they just insist on doing it over and over again.
They do, although at the very least, they eventually gave you the ability to jump, which, I mean, it helps a little.
I kind of wish they hadn't.
Why is that?
Especially in Elden Ring, I get really sick of it.
Life is an adventure.
Oh, because since they gave you the ability to jump, they expect you to do more platforming or something?
Yeah, that, and it becomes a part of combat that people insist on just using nonstop. Let me just fight that. I don't want to start Mario platforming around in the middle of a fight. Like, let me feel at least somewhat grounded to the reality that I'm supposedly living.
I mean, at the very least, one thing, as many complaints as I have about their more recent combat design, at the very least, they're not having you do, like, Mega Man X wall grabs and platform jumping while you're trying to kill a boss.
Okay. Death. It's a bit on the nose, this guy, isn't it?
A little. Oh, Camera Dude, I'm not disputing that it was a dumb idea. I was just wondering what, in particular, Plague's specific issues were with it. Platforming in the Souls games, even after they added the jump feature, I mean, if you tried to do any kind of platforming with Torrent on those tombstones sticking out of the sides of hills in Elden Ring, yeah, it becomes immediately clear why FromSoft is, or rather, the fact that FromSoft is still not good at designing platforming. But I think FromSoft just really loved how Sekiro turned out, and they were like, we want to incorporate this into Elden Ring somehow if we can. which is pretty much the entire reason Elden Ring has stealth mechanics, because they just copied that over from Sekiro.
Damn it.
True
It's
enough.
too much with
Toxic,
them standing around next time.
Oh, did you get? I was gonna say, if you put your sign down at the very beginning of the level, right near the Archstone.
Oh, gotta go get my stuff now.
Ah.
Yeah, Elden Ring has too many buttons. That's one of my main problems. It shares a similar problem with Tears of the Kingdom, which Breath of the Wild, I will argue, also has way too many buttons.
Oh, really? Those games have that problem too?
Oh, yes. Definitely Tears of the Kingdom. You're just trying to have too many things at the same time. Ah. Oh my god, stop. He just kind of keeps doing that, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Okay.
You know, Sweet Tangy, I was just about to mention that because after all this time playing Elden Ring and having to hold R1 and press triangle on the PS5 controller to switch the weapon between one hand and both, coming back to Demon Souls, where all you do is tap triangle to switch between one hand and both hands, is now throwing me off when it used to be muscle memory for me.
What the? No, didn't mean to do that. Right, and then... Okay.
And yeah, Black Bloom, this is proof that nothing is truly original on the internet, because I feel like I've just been quoting friends and colleagues of mine. Oh, did he get you again?
Well, he managed to, like, hit me a little bit with his scythe as I was backing away, trying to outrange him.
Oh, I
trick
just
him
caught
into
up
doing
on
a basic
the stream.
attack.
Yeah.
Then, of course, he fires that thing so damn fast.
Yep. Yeah, these Reapers are no joke. They don't mess around.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not supposed to be here.
Fair.
And having a regen build doesn't really help you whenever you die in like 1 or 2 hits.
No, if an enemy can do more HP damage than you have health, yeah, it's not... You could put on the Cling Ring, that might help.
Maybe. Also, I'm really not doing enough damage. No.
But, so, Black Blooms, this, I can't claim that this is truly original because it's something that, once again, Marcus has said a number of times, but, FromSoft is a really ambitious developer. They do have ambition, and I have to hand it to them that when they go big, they go really big, and they do dream big. The problem is realizing those dreams and turning them into a functional reality that is engaging and fun and not frustrating to interact with. And it's not so much on the ideas side of things that FromSoft tends to fall short, it's on the execution side.
Don't like these 2 guys right here being his bodyguards.
The shadows? Yeah. There you go. You got this.
Good God.
Well, Black Blooms, that's just it. It's one or the other is not enough. You need both. You need the ambition and the technical capability.
Here.
And FromSoft definitely has the ambition, but their ability to deliver on that ambition, to turn that, from a technical standpoint, into something that is I guess an accurate realization of the idea that they had, is a different matter. Like, there are so many things, especially in the recent FromSoft games, but even in the older ones, the Dragon God and the Bed of Chaos are good examples.
What are we talking about? I was concentrating so much for a prolonged period on that, and I'm not sure what's being discussed anymore.
Sorry about that. Just about FromSoft having really cool ideas and not being able to execute on them in a way that that does them justice. But like the Dragon God and the Bed of Chaos are early examples of that. So it's not something that's new. It's something that they've always struggled with. But
Well, they do seem to like set pieces.
oh, they
And
love
Miyazaki
them a good set
especially.
piece.
Miyazaki
Yeah.
especially seems to enjoy. People complain that I say this, but he seems to enjoy the cinema of death, and I'll also include like just this cinema of, you know, the spectacle of things. He seems to really enjoy. And sometimes that idea does not flow well whenever they actually have to implement it. How do I get this? On this side?
Yeah, the cinema of poison swamps, Squish Bar.
Yeah, we discussed that at length last time. I have no idea why he's so enamored with swamps. One of
I
the
don't
worst
think
elements
he
of the
has
games.
any idea, to be honest.
Oh, hello. Wow, whoever this was had a real bad time. And actually, the body of this thing looks a lot like the Shadow Men. The things that they inhabit.
Oh, which, let me... Sorry, I'll have to... I was in the middle of pulling up a,
Screaming Skull Man, Skeleton Man. That's
oh,
embedded
this dude in the wall. Okay, yes.
Oh, there's several of them. Okay.
Yep, these are, their decorations. I was looking for a comic in response to Squish Bar's, comment, because there's a really good comic that was shown to me, which I'm going to tiny URL because freaking Discord links are now unshortenable, if that's
I'm not going to do this yet. I'll wait on you before trying to deal with patches.
Okay, yeah, come put your sign
Wait.
down and we'll... So,
Okay.
there we go.
How am I supposed to get the item up there, then? Is it after we go through the level?
No, you climb the stairs. Remember the stairs that lead to that illusory wall with the black skeleton?
No.
So head towards the entrance on this floor and then take a right. Other stairway. It's the one across the room from this. There you go.
What?
Follow the wall here to your right until you come to a door leading into a stairway. Not outside, within the room with the Reaper. There you go. Yep, hug this wall,
Okay.
and then you'll go
It's
left
fucking
into
black.
a door. Yep. There you go, and it's at the top of this stairway, but watch out for the pressure plate. Sorry, it's since I'm a few seconds behind the stream, it's hard to...
Like a bird. Oh, it's just a basket there. Looked like a bird's nest for a second.
It kind of does, and there are birds' nests here. They love their birds.
We love our birds.
Matter of fact, if the description of the Adjudicator's shield explains that it is sacrilege in the Shadowmen culture to eat birds.
Oh, you can do it with a push. Interesting. Here at Shadowmen Industry, we love our birds. Hey, my sign is down, isn't it? Yeah. I put it on top of the little manta guys.
Oh, you put it in the room below. I was up at the Archstone looking for it. Okay. Let me come down and locate that.
Yeah, I don't know about the swamps either.
Alright, there we go.
And yeah, the invisible wall, like there, at least it does have the rippling effect. Let you know, hey, something might be here.
Oh, the illusory wall in the stairway?
Yeah. The worst it ever got was the mashing of A.
Oh, in Dark Souls 2. Oh god,
Yeah.
what a bad choice. And the epitome of that was the stupid illusory wall that led to the hollow skin in Iron Keep, where it was halfway up an elevator shaft, and you had to be mashing confirm on the north wall of the elevator shaft as you were riding the elevator. That is the single worst one that they've ever done.
things like that, they just, I don't know. Sometimes, like, this is not not a racial thing, certainly, not even a national thing. But sometimes I think a lot of it is just Japanese culture and within their companies, because someone making a decision and then just no one pointing it out, because that's the culture of companies in Japan. Is you're not the leader, you are, doing what the person in charge with the vision is telling you to do. So they don't
Yes.
want to, step out of line and say, hey, you need to think about this. This isn't going to work. This is just not something you do.
Japanese corporate culture is indeed a very, very strict patriarchy. And if you are junior to somebody, then you do not question their judgment, or heaven help you, you will pay the price and you will lose face while you're at it, which is almost worse over there.
Yeah, that can happen in American companies too. It depends on what their work culture is, where you happen to be.
It can, but it's a lot more common in Western companies that there's some equal exchange of ideas between echelons of the hierarchy, whereas, like, unless
Which
you're
is
specifically called upon to provide feedback for something in a Japanese company, you can expect that you're going to be following orders, and you say, yes, senpai, and you don't wait to ask details.
Something that I usually say, oh, he has one really long finger. Never noticed that.
Oh, the Reaper? Yeah, it's
yeah.
like a catalyst. It's why he
picking
casts...
his nose. It's like that monkey that dives down and eats ants out of logs, and he uses it to, like, scrape his brain. What a freak.
Oh, jeez.
But he doesn't have any issues wiping, that's for sure. What was I saying? What I'll usually also say is that...
Thanks for that mental image.
Western companies can have the inverse problem, where they have so many people that think that they're equal voices that they don't have a vision. So you end up getting committee games where it's just a mess with no spirit or soul behind it, and too many systems.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, yes.
Yeah, that can also be an issue.
I've dealt with that situation at a volunteer job that I had when I was, living in Connecticut. That's a thing I've experienced. But then it turned around and went the opposite direction, where they completely cut the lower level of employees out of decision-making and kept everyone out of the loop, period. And then that caused the opposite situation.
Can you see my soul sign?
I can, but I keep getting summoning failed messages when I try to summon you.
Oh, well, let me remove it then, and then move it someplace that's not on top of a bunch of corpses.
Yes, and let me quit to the title screen and see if I can refresh that.
I do know that some Japanese companies, supposedly, this is one thing this is an internet fact, quote unquote, which is to say it could be an internet lie, because it's internet. But I have heard that some Japanese companies are hiring the quote unquote American position, or the Westerner position, where it's someone whose only job is to make sure that they don't just agree with whatever is going on, and acts as sort of a devil's advocate, and will present things that they think are not being observed by the rest of the company.
Oh, that everyone else is too ashamed to point out, you mean?
Well, not even ashamed. Like, it could have actual repercussions if you, step out of line, if you're the nail that's not hammered down. So it's kind of a risky position, so I can see why they might have that be an alternative position. I don't know if that's true, though.
I mean, even if it's not, it's a really interesting idea, because it's... I mean, in its own way, it is that little bit... It plays on cultural differences, in principle, and it does so in a way that I think is actually at least somewhat productive in an ideal situation, when it's not abused, or when that person isn't effectively just silenced along with everybody else.
Oh, I do have some. Huh, there we go. Checking to see if I do have soul remains, and I do. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, if you've got soul remains, then you'll have a much easier way of dealing with these shadows. Wellbone, a professional scapegoat is something Japan already has with their, their native Japanese positions for their companies. Have you ever... I'm going to have to double check the name of the show.
Ooh, way too far.
Give me a minute to dig this information up because I want to make sure I have this the right
sure?
way around.
Let's try.
Ah, okay. So the television show is Marumo no Okite,
Aw.
and it is... so there's basically... There's a position at some Japanese companies, Bone, where if the company makes a mistake and if they screw up a job or an order or a business deal, there's basically a public relations or a sales representative position whose pretty much primary or sole job is to go around to whatever company or client they screwed over and to apologize. And that's that's the entire or the majority of this person's position. And I will post a link to the apology guy density. And I'll post a link
By
to the
the way,
Wikipedia
Spy.
article. Yeah.
Can you see my sign?
Where'd you put it?
It's,
Oh, you put it on. Okay. Yes, I see it. Let's try this again.
I know in your streams you can sometimes stand in one spot, even more so than me.
Yup. Yeah, you know how bad I am with this. So here's the television show. And so this TV show is basically about one of these people, a guy who has this position, and he works for, I think, a paper company. And it's his job to go around to clients where they messed up a paper order and to just apologize to the clients and literally perform dogeza and get down on his knees and touch his forehead to the ground and there you are. Okay, we got it. So all of that was to say, Job Bone, that position already exists, and it's not one that they look out, they go out of their way to fill with foreigners necessarily. What Plague is talking about here is something different, and I will have to look into this to see if it's actually true, because it does sound like something that
The
could
loud
easily...
American roll.
Yeah. It sounds very much like something that could have just spread on the internet because someone heard or misunderstood something. It's
Yeah.
the same
You never quite
potentially... Sorry?
You just never quite know with internet information.
Yeah, like there's this misinformation floating around on the internet that the age of consent in Japan is 13, which it's not. Historically, the age of consent in Japan was 13, but there's a federal law in Japan that universally sets the age of consent at 18, which people like to conveniently ignore because they would rather, you know...
Did the Japanese still... Oh.
Ugh.
Did the Japanese still
Wasn't paying
count
attention.
from birth as being one?
Huh?
I don't remember if that was a thing or not. There might be more internet misinformation. But whenever you're born, you're like 1 year old. It's supposed to being 0 and then you turn 1.
I've never heard that. I honestly do not know.
Good. Then I will assume that's internet quote-unquote fact.
Oh, a couple of people in chat, several people are saying that's the Koreans. Okay.
Koreans, okay.
Yeah, that... Well, sorry about that. I guess our soul signs are, or yours is going down
Ooh.
at, Okay.
Okay, so...
Yes, the Apology Associate, Mars Greya. That's the one.
Ugh. Okay. So, apparently, whenever you're being summoned, if you kill something, it will totally ignore that happened. Even worse than some of the future games.
Yep, that's Demon Souls for you. Oh yeah, Hidden
But if
Porpoise,
you
I've
die-
heard of that, the white monkey position. Density D, in the TV show, does he bow and perform really big, or is the theme respectful? Imagine it would be commented. No, there's another thing that I should link for you that will explain it better than I can.
Bitch? Eh. I do like these guys are gold. on a lighter gold than just being strong. It's like they were like painted or something, as though it was something that happened after they were put inside of this body. They really do look more dyed, because the black ones look like they have a lot of trim applied to them. Okay. One more remains. Hello, big man. Also, Spy, you still there? Something that Spy had mentioned before we got started is that power might go out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think no. The power didn't go out. I accidentally hit the mute button on my
Uh-huh.
on my keyboard because I have a mute input set to a hotkey.
Good old streaming. I love it.
Yep. All right. Sorry about that. I'm still
It
here.
happens all the time over Discord. Someone gets, like, sometimes even upset. Like, why are you ignoring me? Like, you've been muted this You're talking to no one.
Okay, all right. I'm on my way back. Density, in case I was muted when I responded to your point, I was just saying that, no, the whole thing with bowing really low and scraping your forehead to the floor, that's real.
Wait, right? Why are we going this way? The spell? Is that what we're doing? For me, the build. It's to get a spell?
Well, we were going to go fight the, we were going to go get Saint Urbane.
Okay.
Yeah, free Urbane.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Free Urbane. Free Urbane! Free Urbane! Who are you, sir? I think it's funny that the generic corpse in this game looks exactly like Ostrava.
It's wearing the same armor, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why they made that choice. Maybe it was just, that was the generic, this is what Demon Souls is going to look like early on, so this is what they used.
It's a model for armor that they already had on hand, and
yeah.
So it would have been easy enough for them to repurpose it into a corpse. It's the same reason why most of the corpses in Dark Souls 1 are dreglings. Or hollows, as they're called in that game.
Yeah, which never made any sense. The corpses of the thing that doesn't die.
Exactly.
Okay. So Soul Sign is here. Same general position as last time.
Yep.
For your future edification.
I am on my way. I just have to deal with the Reaper over here to get rid of the shadows.
And yeah, I guess you don't really have many options as far as miracles go until you get this guy?
Not really, no. The what's he called? The old hero gives you one of the best miracles in the game. Yeah, it's because you cross through a fog gate there.
How dare I?
Yeah. All right, let me... Oh, it's...
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna have to return in order to pull you in once we're done on your world anyways. There's no sense in me going that way.
Okay.
Because I also have... I can keep this cleared up, but I still need to do the wall there, and we also need to do patches.
Oh, yes, in your world, yeah.
Haven't done any of that yet. So these colorful stones will just remain colorful stones for now. Even though I don't think they actually have a model.
They do, yes. I believe it's semi-transparent, but you can clip the camera into it, and it, yeah, you can kind of see it there. Looks like a piece of glass, but...
Just barely.
Yep.
It's barely visible. It's like the ghost of a rock. The ghost of the rock. That's going to be a really jack ghost. Maybe some personality defects. Who knows?
Hidden porpoise, I think the term that people use, it's not a direct translation, nor is it a precise translation, but usually the phrase I've heard is just baka gaijin. Stupid foreigner.
Is there really a term?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple.
I mean, it's not even really, at that point, it's like, what's the term they use for this, dumbass?
That's the closest one I can think of. I keep getting summoning failed messages still, which I think is probably my fault. We'll try one more time, and then I'll click to the title screen. And
it's both an emulation of Demon Souls, and also we're running this over an emulation in order to approximate an old server that doesn't exist, so I'm not sure if it's anyone's fault exactly.
Try leaving your sign in a different spot, maybe a little bit closer to the altar where the Reaper hangs out.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't want it to be in a place where you were like trying to skip down.
Oh no, it's fine. I've cleared out the area in my world. I can. All right. Sometimes just refreshing the sign. All right, and let me quit to the title screen and reload as well, just in case.
So strong. Oh, I can't wait to eat a Nutty Buddy later. One of those
Dare
little
I
ice cream
ask what
cones.
that is? I don't think I've ever heard of a Nutty Buddy.
Or, what are they also called? They're different brand names. Well, the little ice cream cones that you keep frozen in your freezer. And they have like little, like the chocolate and the little nuts on the top.
Oh, the ones that like the top is dipped in chocolate and it's vanilla ice cream and it's got like crushed. Yes, okay, yeah.
This is another one.
I just wasn't familiar with that brand name. Okay, yeah. Drumsticks is how I know them.
Yeah. Whenever you get to the bottom, usually there's like chocolate, like hard chocolate at the bottom of the cone. Although I don't care for that part.
Really? That's one of the best parts. They pour that in to make sure it doesn't leak out the bottom. Oh, okay.
I just don't like it.
I don't like chocolate on its own. It has to be mixed with something that's less strong for me to, be able to eat it.
Yeah, I'm kind of around there. Like, I'll eat Snickers bars or Reese's. Oh, I love Reese's products. Even though they're like garbage. I'll eat that stuff all day long.
I get you. Well, hey, rejoice. Halloween is coming up. You'll have more opportunity than you ever wanted.
Boy, more chances to be fat.
Hey, it's part and parcel of being an American, isn't it?
That should be a spell.
What?
You just make enemies fat. Like, I target Patches here and just like, bippity boppity fat, and he just gets really fat. Then he looks at you, it's like, golly, I'm getting fat.
I mean, Tranquil Walk of Peace kind of does that, just without the visual change.
True. Yeah, that'll be my headcanon whenever you use Tranquil Walk of Peace. When you elevate the Stone Greatsword, that's what it does. I was trying to remember what weapon actually. The Stone Greatsword, two-handed R2, I think, is what does that as well.
Yeah, just makes you fat roll.
Yeah. This ancient Ulasilian magic is an approximation, did you think?
I would love for somebody to mod TWAP so that it actually made the character model fat. You can. There's a setting in the debug menu that lets you adjust the size of character bones, or like the bones of the player model. And
in the making of the video, I went and used a portion that I recorded of you reacting to me showing you that. Like using a cheat table to make Freelid like huge and have grotesque proportions.
Oh, you know what? I vaguely remember seeing that on stream with you. Yeah, that was when you had me on as a guest, I think, for the playthrough where you looked at bricks.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yes.
The second one, anyways.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was one of the... time flies, man. If you asked me what I had for breakfast yesterday, I probably couldn't even tell you. In fact, I can't, now that I think about it.
It was a long time ago, I think, at this point.
Patches the overburdened. Right, I'm going to back up so you have room to retreat. And if you get the attention of one of those dudes and lure him back to the ledge, I'll,
Like, technically, since everyone's using humanity in Dark Souls 1, they should be fat. That's the whole idea.
You'd think, oh no! Well, you got him.
A combination of you hitting him combined with him suddenly rolling and the targeting system caused him to go flying.
Oh, sorry about that. You can go ahead and put your sign down where it was. I'll come get you again.
Ah, demon souls.
Right?
Well, thankfully we moved like 2 inches. So it's only going to
Yes.
take another 30 minutes of waiting.
I mean, Archstone's is one of the better community servers for connectivity. I haven't had any improved results using any of the other ones.
Well, it is demons that we're emulating, so whatever its problems must be specific to whatever demons does with networking.
Yeah, which kind of impresses me when I think about how much trouble Atlas must have had back when they were operating the official servers for this game. Like,
Yeah, I put my sign here instead of
oh, okay, I
by
see.
the stairs.
All right, I'll come pick it up.
Also, I'm noticing my character like radiates stink clouds.
From the Thief Ring.
Oh, okay. That's where that's from. You know, I do appreciate that there was more subtlety to the effects back then.
Well, they
'Cause I
couldn't make
was-
them...
I was looking at Scholar, and like Scholar's stamina effect, which is just this giant, overtly circular green halo that completely encompasses your character to the point you can't even see anything.
I think that was the intent. I think it was deliberate to make the aura more noticeable, but I
Oh, of
don't
course
think it
it's
was the right
intentional.
decision to do
It's
that.
just wrong.
Yeah. Just... Not the greatest design choice there. Oh, you're... Okay, good, it worked. Alright, let's try this again.
This time I'm going to let you do whatever it is that you want to do.
Okay, well, we only have the one rolling guy left to worry about, so let me see if I can get his attention. Oh, actually...
Oh,
Oh,
good old targeting system. I know what that looks like.
yeah, maximum lock-on distance. Okay, and now it's just the one, so we can...
I will say their health is pretty well set for enemies.
Yeah, it's not excessive for these guys.
Okay, going that way. That was
Boy,
rude.
he really wanted me.
I do miss the, not miss, you know, it's demons. But as far as experience goes, I miss Dark Souls 1, the skeletons just falling apart.
Oh, that was a nice touch, yes. These guys don't, but,
Seems like 3 has a similar effect. I kind of wiped a lot of 3 out of my brain, though.
yeah, you and me both. Oh, no! Yeah, these guys hit like trucks. They are...
Yeah, well, again, it's more the stamina damage. Because I have to wait in order to get enough back in order to do anything. Which means that I have to keep my shield lowered. And just kind of stand there for a moment. And I'm not really in a position where I can frontline yet. I don't have the help for it.
Well, especially not as a phantom.
Also don't have the equip load for it because I'm half nude.
We'll fix that with levels.
This is an area where it really does encourage you to use items to resolve the problem. Which is more of a Demon Souls thing.
It is, but I think that's a good design choice because the kind of signature
I'm
item...
not suggesting it's not.
I know you're not. I mean, it's just... I think that, like, each zone kind of has a signature item, and the signature item here is Soul Remains. And Soul Remains are not a be-all and end-all, but if you use them intelligently, you can solve a lot of the problems here, or just bypass them.
Yeah, I definitely... I usually compare it to Zelda, because in some ways, these games are similar to the older 3D Zeldas.
How so?
I mean, a lot of the systems you can find in, like, Ocarina are very similar. Z-targeting is, like, the foundation for a lot of modern third-person character action targeting systems.
Oh yeah,
That sort of
Ocarina
thing.
of Time did set a lot of trends and standards, didn't it?
That and just the fact that you have multiple options because of your tools in those games. Like a ranged option in addition to using your sword, but you can also use other things to solve problems. See, no stamina.
Don't worry, I gotcha. Actually, wait, watch this.
Yeah, you had the same idea.
But it didn't
Okay.
pan out quite the way I'd hoped.
Yeah, that's why you don't do that.
Yep,
Unfortunately.
not with the headbutt. I should have used just my pole arm for that. I would have had enough range to not die.
It would have been interesting if you could, Oh, where do you want the sign?
Same place.
Oh, okay. It'd be interesting if, as a summon, I could, like, retrieve you in some way.
Yeah, if there were a system for that, I don't know how it would work though in a game like this.
Nah, it's not for a FromSoft game, obviously, but it'd be interesting. To be able to do
Oh, I
something
was
like
gonna
that.
say.
Yeah, just what I was pointing out is the games from like Kingsfield, Demons, Dark Souls 1 are a little bit more about those. People refer to them as RPG elements. They're not exactly RPG elements, I suppose, but that sort of not focus on tool use, but things like that are there. And that's where, you know, even in Elden Ring, there's just tons of items. There are way too many items, and you're never going to use most of them. Because that's just an inherited problem from games like this, where you do have lots of items, but you're expected to be using them. And it's actually very useful to look down your list and go, oh, I have like an extra black turpentine. I should probably use that against these gold enemies that we're coming up against.
Yeah,
that actually will help us out.
the Souls games don't really, in most cases anyway, they don't really cause elixir syndrome where you're constantly compelled to hoard items. Yeah.
Yeah. Although I'm kind of like that, so I end up doing it anyways. But
Yeah,
you can either do
sometimes
that or you can overlevel the problem. By just basically face fuck the entire level by just having bigger numbers eventually.
Yep.
Which is where the concept of you can come back later came from. That FromSoft is so fond of, but there's something I was discussing with Kel the other day. I think maybe you might have started on the script for that. I don't know. I don't think so. But the idea of that in FromSoft design in all the games, like you can come back to this area later, because that was kind of famous due to the Asylum Demon, because that's the first thing you do.
Right.
You come up against this thing and you just die over and over because you're hitting it and doing like 1 or 2 damage. And that's your clue of not necessarily come back later, but this is not something you should be doing right now. Is there another way for you to handle this problem? And the answer is yes. You can find little... No, stop it. You can find a little open door to run through. And that's how you resolve that problem. Which is supposed to teach you early on that you can't handle every single problem by just overpowering it.
Right.
And I actually don't quite agree with the design of that encounter. I think it's fine, but it's not perfect for me. And it's something I would be kind of curious to kind of go over. But
The
in
Asylum
Elden Ring,
Demon?
of course, yeah. But in that specifically. But in Elden Ring, of course, they have the whatever its name is, the first guy, the guy on the horse, and for that encounter, he is
the Tree Sentinel. Yeah.
yeah. For someone, that I hate that. How they
That
they
was close.
they flip the fuck out.
Yep. Yeah, that's...
So whenever they dodge, they move way too fast.
It's really silly.
But yeah, this is a consistent thing that FromSoft likes to try to do. Because the idea is you can come back to this once your numbers are bigger. Or, and this is where that idea comes from initially, you can use an item. And the item may help you if you're clever enough to apply it correctly. It may help you to... Are you trying to...
Yeah, I was, but
Okay.
it didn't work. I missed.
I'm gonna try to piecemeal this a little.
Yeah, if you can get them to open their guard.
Yeah. Just barely.
There we go. There's one. Now we can...
Okay. Yeah, it's a concept in these games and in others. That's the reason why I compared it to Zelda. Where you are expected to have more tool use, and that kind of has fallen apart a little bit over time in these games.
Well, I mean, tool use in Zelda was always, like, dungeons were designed around it entirely, and it was usually the dungeon where you got a particular tool that you would be first taught to use it, and then expected to use it and to be proficient in it. Like the long shot, I think, in the Water Temple in Ocarina of Time is a perfect example.
Some people hate that. Like,
That was
That's part of the reason why some people were so happy to see Breath of the Wild, because they got tired of the formatting. It is sort of a regimented formatting, where you go into temple, get the thing, this is what you're going to be doing. Which I can see that, the idea that, no, you have to solve problems with this. Thanks for joining, Red. See you
Good
later.
night, Red. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, just the building system those games added is the reason a lot of people bought it, and apparently Nintendo didn't even consider that it would be such a draw, and they kind of designed it that way by accident, which is how some of the best games and systems get made.
Coincidentally, I had the same relationship with the modern Zelda games that I do with the modern FromSoft games, where I feel like they've strayed too much from some of their original concepts and gotten a little bit too preoccupied with marketing, to the point where it actually has harmed some of the way that they design the games.
Really?
Yeah. Have you played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom?
No, I have not, but I've watched friends of mine stream them. Like, what specifically?
That's a big topic.
Ah!
Shit. I don't know how to dodge that.
You roll through it, but I wasn't
need to-
expecting it to hit me where I was standing.
Yeah, as soon as we come in here, we need to handle that however it's supposed to meant to be handled.
What I'll do is I'll go in first, and then I'll run past him, and then I'll finish him off, and then you can come in behind when he's facing away and doesn't shoot the laser.
Okay. I was hoping to make more progress in this tonight.
Well,
into
that's how it goes.
Stonefang?
Hmm?
I think Stonefang is the next place we'd go after this.
Yeah, and 2-1 is a little bit less tricky than this zone. But again, let it not be said that this game is just a complete cakewalk, right? Like,
Well, we're not supposed to be here again. We can if we were actually using things cleverly, but I'm not sure what the plan was for that specific encounter.
well, that
Big
was
guy
the
I've
thing.
always had a problem with.
I had a plan and I didn't properly voice it. I should have said something sooner. We were just kind of... I just bumbled my way in. All right, I'll come back. down.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Yeah, with Breath of the Wild, they're focusing more on like weapon durability, having lots of disposable items.
Oh, more. That's the one thing I hated in concept about those games.
Yeah, plus the open world focus, which now that you've gone over Elden Ring thoroughly, I don't know what your opinion on open world is. I personally don't care for it because for a lot of different reasons, but I prefer the more like level structure, like what we're doing now. Like this is a level. It would be nice if this was a little bit less linear. I would prefer it to be a little bit more Dark Souls 1-y, where you get out here and instead of just, you go this way. It's more like, you can also go this way, and it'll wrap back around and you'll fall down somewhere over there. Something like that. I appreciate that sort of stuff. I don't like Breath of the Wild's, like, where can I go? And the answer is pretty much everywhere. Like, I can look at this wall and just start climbing up the wall. There's no boundaries, which for some people, I understand why. That's a great experience, because, I can do anything, I can go anywhere. But for me, it becomes more of a nightmare, because, I can go anywhere. Which means that now I have to go everywhere, the way that I think.
Right, and you don't have a concrete direction to strike out in and explore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becomes more like I'm having to physically draw a map wherever I go, especially in FromSoft games where they don't want to give you the tools to deal with that. As opposed to like a Ubisoft open world game where they do give you the tools, but it's arguably way too many to the point where it's just UI clutter.
And you get the comparison screenshot images with the UI of a FromSoft game and then the UI of like Horizon Zero Dawn photoshopped with the UI of Assassin's Creed photoshopped with like UI elements from 8 different games mashed into one image.
it can be too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, just generally I prefer the formatting of a video game just being levels, like someone designing levels, as opposed to just a gigantic world where they try to find places to populate things.
Well,
But
that's my
again, not a right or wrong answer. It's just a flavor thing and a personal taste.
I can appreciate that though, because my issue with open world games is what is there to do in the world? Like, what's the density of activity and events and combat and encounters?
Can you
Like-
deal with the archer?
Yeah. So for me, Elden Ring really fell short as an open world game because the density of stuff to do really is not that high.
No.
And what there is really one of only a small handful of types of content. It's either an overworld encounter, like a little town, which all look the same, and where stealth becomes completely pointless after the first couple of them, or it's a dungeon, and some of the dungeons have some interesting designs, I will say, but even the dungeons get kind of samey after a while, and...
Stop. I was trying to aggro just one of them.
Oh, okay. Well, don't
I
worry.
eventually figured out the exact point.
I'm gonna do it right this time, don't worry. Huh! Okay,
Yeah,
I take that
quite.
back. Here. You...
That's
Right, one down.
shit.
Ugh!
Go away.
Well done.
Okay.
Okay. This
Talking to
time...
his health bar. Go away, health bar.
This time, hang out here, and I'll go deal with that guy inside. And I will let you know when the coast is clear. Or
Okay.
I'll just die and embarrass myself.
Potentially. But what are you doing? Just running past him?
Yep, I got him. Okay, come on in.
I would criticize this encounter. It seems like I've had trouble with this every single time because they really don't give you enough room to do anything about him.
They
And his
deliberately
attack
put him
deals-
right next to this chunk that's bitten out of the stairway to make
Yeah,
it
to
really
try to make you
hard.
fall.
Fiddly, yeah. But that's the strat for dealing with him is just run around him. And it's the same with this guy. You might want to stay here in this corner for the time being, and I'll go pull the same stunt here.
I would say that it's a general issue that I have with... Oh, what the fuck? Where'd you come from? Wow, that's like no damage. Okay, yeah, these guys have a lot of health, or I'm dealing almost no damage.
They have a fair amount of health and very low or high defense, yeah. That's a trap. Don't grab that. What we want to do
Oh, I can't grab
is...
anything.
Oh, that's right, yep. We want to kill this idiot. And then all these guys will go bye-bye.
What idiot?
There's a Reaper hiding around this corner.
Okay.
And he's the one who summons all the souls here.
I can't remember the placement of anything down here. Not my favorite area.
Ah, there goes that ghost trying to backstab me, but I know how to thwart that.
Hey, I rolled.
You did. There we go.
Anyways, I was
All
trying
right.
to say,
Mm-hmm.
that guy, Laser Ghost, whatever the fuck those things are,
Yep.
is an example of, I don't know how to describe this, I would need to come up with a term for it. But it's the kind of design I don't really care for, where you're not given a chance to evaluate information.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, and we're back to that, like, Dark Souls versus Elden Ring approach sort of thing, where... Is it safe to walk out here?
Yes. I was going to warn you not to walk in that little square cubby in the interior area. Zenzizzle, we are using a community server. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
What was my thought? Oh, the laser ghost.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that you don't really have enough time. Like, you can't see the thing. So you don't get a chance to, like, see, oh, this is what its behavior is. What exactly am I expected to do in this situation? What are my options? As you demonstrated, the solution is to just sprint through everything recklessly and try to awkwardly get behind it, which is not really to this game's advantage due to its movement, platforming, and so on. It's just not a very good encounter. There's not really anything you can do item-wise to deal with this either.
There's soul remains are the solution
Hell,
here.
when am I getting hit? Oh,
A Reaper hiding around the corner again. Ugh. Yeah, this is, again, one of those situations where soul remains are pretty much the answer. You throw soul remains, and then both the Reaper and the Ghost that are part of this ambush go for the soul remains instead of you. All right, I got the Reaper, so I'll come back and grab your sign.
I think even at the proper level, this is not a great level, Demon Souls. And a lot of it comes down to just... It comes down to how constrained everything is, I think.
Yes, and how many opportunities there are to fall off a ledge and die.
Yeah. It's a level in which you are not really given many chances to explore your options or to demonstrate skill in different ways.
Yeah, that has to do with its linearity, I think, and linearity generally hurts Souls games, although the way they handled it with the Nexus being a central hub, at the very least, makes it actually true that you don't have to be here, you can come back later. The problem with that in the later games is that there are a few different critical paths you can take from the start, but you don't have the option to just pick a direction and go. Like, there are kind of linear routes that you have to take. There we go, I got you.
Okay. I think design does hinge... Fun design. I think a good rule is that it hinges on allowing the player to kind of explore the mechanics that you give to them.
And to
Like,
mix and match...
To use a Zelda example, if you have a hook shot, you know, the long shot, whatever. Here, you know, that's the one thing you can do to advance through a level. That's not quite what I mean. You can use that tool to do any number of other things. Like, it interacts with enemies in different ways. And you can also use that other tools on the enemies to elicit different responses. Like, you could use, in Ocarina of Time, you could use the big hammer to, like, break through guard, or you could use the swords themselves, or you could use the hook shot, depending on if their guard is down, and so on. There's different interactions.
I believe the hook shot would actually grapple onto like-likes, and you could use them as grapple points, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but if you do that, it could also pull you inside of a like-like, which is not a good plan. I never quite cared for like-likes for that reason.
They were a huge pain. They were almost worse in the earlier games.
Yeah.
But, the tools in the Zelda games tend to have multiple uses, and that's one of the things I like about it. And part of the fun there is using each different tool and figuring out what it does in which situation. Like those little unique interactions.
Oh yeah, this place.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate about the design of games like this. Even if we are having a rough time with... Probably not... I wouldn't describe this as the best level in the game. It's not bad, but, you know... I feel like there's some learning experiences we had here.
There are parts of it that can get frustrating, such as the exterior cliff segment we just cleared. Yeah.
Like this room, much better, because you actually have the space to be able to approach things in different ways.
Yeah, and the enemy types here are simple. It's not like you're having to fight a bunch of Black Knights down here.
Yeah. This is more of a resource drain encounter, where it's easy enough, but you can make small mistakes that will drain out a couple of resources.
Like I just did.
And that's part of good design, too. Not every enemy has to be a world-ending 1v1 me bro style enemy. It can just be something that'll bite your ankles once.
Which I appreciate. Like, thinking of Elden Ring, even the enemies that are expressly there to bite your ankles will bite your ankles, and then they'll dodge 5 of your attacks and bite your ankles again and again.
Because difficulty is a little bit too focused on.
Yep. So Marcus made a really great point about one of the perfect examples is the dog enemies in Elden Ring, which is that, like most other enemies in Elden Ring, the dogs will auto-dodge your attacks. They will read your inputs. And before anyone in chat tries to correct me on the technicality of...
they technically don't read inputs. They have an availability for their animations to begin, which is also based on reading inputs.
Yeah, they read essentially the animation that is triggered by the input. So by extension, they're reading the input. For practical purposes, that's what's going on. But so
it's a pedantic point.
Yeah. So those dogs, they're just dogs, right? If you point a gun at a dog's not going to understand what a gun or a bow or a crossbow is. But the dogs in Elden Ring, you point a crossbow at them, and they go, "Oh, that's that there crossbow. Them player characters point the crossbow at you. You gotta dodge. The minute they pull that there trigger, you jump to the side, and that there crossbow bolt goes flying right by you." Like, how the hell does a dog know how to dodge a crossbow bolt? Shut up, FromSoft.
Does a person dodge a crossbow bolt?
Well, that's a slightly different matter, but yes. It just,
but
it's
how
convenient.
do they? You have to, like, watch their finger move, I guess?
By living in a universe where crossbow bolts travel 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Like they do in Elden Ring.
These little explodey guys don't drop anything, do they? Once they actually trigger?
The wisps? No, they don't.
I just realized, put it together, that these are replicated by the exploding skulls.
Yep. They are. The skulls are a little bit more obvious, though, that they're going to hurt you.
Yeah, these look more pleasant.
Although I suppose maybe the fact that they look more pleasant is part of their deception, because you're tempted to go toward them.
Well, once.
Yeah, once, and then hopefully you learn.
They look like a Vagrant Story ambient creature.
Do they?
In one spot, whenever you go into this... Well, getting to it in the weeds there. But there's a forest that you go in and you can easily get lost in. There's lots of little floating spectral entities.
Okay. Vagrant Story is a game that I've been needing to play, but
yeah. If you can get over the oldness of it, and it's also jank, I mean, that's a great game.
Vagrant Story came out in 1997, didn't it? That was the same year as Final Fantasy Tactics, I think, and FF7.
Yeah, it was around the same time period.
It's crazy to think that those games are its contemporaries.
No,
Here, I'll back off
right,
and give you room
jump.
to...
There's no jump attack in this game, is there?
No, there's not. It's not like we can just use...
Yeah, I was doing forward R2. It's like, why isn't it working? Am I doing it right?
Oh, you too, Kel.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that did a lot. Give me a second. Little rascals.
Density, I get where you're coming from with that, though, because there are some enemies in certain games where you, especially like crystal lizards, right? An enemy that runs away from you and that isn't overtly hostile, where you look at them and you're like, that can't be all there is to this. I can't just be expected to kill them, can I? And it turns out that actually, yes, you are.
This. Yeah, Vagrant Story is one of those games where, in an alternate universe, whenever I had more patience for it and more excitement, I'd like to do an LP of it, but it would go on too long.
Is it a long game?
Kind of the way that I play it. It's one of those games where you get lost in the menuing, because one of the things I like about it is, like, crafting weapons.
Oh, okay, yes. I watched a little bit of a stream that Marcus did of Vagrant Story. He never finished it, I don't think, or if he did, I wasn't there for it, but I've only seen
Showed
just
up a
enough
couple
of
times
it.
to those.
Hmm?
A couple times he was streaming that, I showed up to them.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, I've seen just barely enough of it to understand a little bit of what you're referring to.
It's a game where if you're given a pile of like 1,000 boots, it has the potential to like be crafted into an ultimate weapon of some sort. Just because you can gradually break down all their components and combine them into different things to move up the tiers. It's very interesting in that respect. Nothing is useless in that game.
Really? So even if something is just a base level equipment or material, adding it is an incremental increase, like hammering a pair of boots into another pair of boots. Just
there's a combined system that operates using a table, so that you can combine like a boot and a glove, for example, and it'll result in a different kind of item. Sometimes it just depends, and based on the quality and the tier of the weapon, or the weapon or the piece of armor, then it may actually move up a tier, and it takes a while for you to figure out what the exact item is that's like the good shit that will let you combine something else to be able to move up that tier, like rung up on the ladder. And once you start figuring that out, you can take just a huge pile of junk and slowly make something great out of it.
Okay. Fascinating.
But that's my point. It takes a while. And you will be there a long time if you're just sitting there. It replicates that feeling of just being in a workshop, just hammering away at crap all day long. But it's kind of satisfying.
In a way, that reminds me of the crafting system in Legend of Mana, which I've done entire tutorial videos on YouTube, which is immensely unnecessarily complex, but it works kind of the same way, where you can create a base material, a weapon or a piece of equipment out of a base material, and the base material will determine the limits of that weapon's stats, but by mashing other stuff into it, even stuff that seems useless, you can significantly upgrade and improve it.
Don't know anything about that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a pull, but...
Okay. In this boss fight, if I remember correctly, you have to take the ring and equip it?
The Thief Ring? Well, you don't have to, but it becomes much easier if you have the Thief Ring, yes.
Okay.
So the benefit of the Thief Ring is that if you get far enough away from him, he loses track of you and stops chasing you. And ideally, I would come here with a fire weapon, but,
Well, we always have turpentine.
yeah, we do. Do you? I don't think I do. I've got tons
I have
of sticky white
turpentine
stuff.
and black turpentine.
Oh, you do? Okay. Don't suppose you could spare a homie a little bit of either one of those?
Someone came unprepared.
Yeah, I mean...
Wait, which one? Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter which one. Black turpentine is stronger, but I'll
There's
take
one.
anything.
I've only
Thank
got
you.
the 2, though.
That's fine. All right, you ready?
I don't even know if I can use it on mine. Blessed?
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Oh, I can. Alright.
Yeah. All right. You good to go?
Yep.
All right, let's do this.
Another example of a demon being created through worship.
Or, in this case, maybe even directly through a human soul.
Yeah.
It's unclear as to whether this is the original soul of the human who was the old hero, or if it's a demonic incarnation of him that is not the original. But one way or the other, it's a manifestation of someone that is based on demonic power.
There's just a big guy wearing armor. I'm sick of this shit.
But that's the thing, like, in contrast to half the human bosses or the, humanoid bosses in Dark Souls 2 that were just dude with sword, dude with armor and sword, this guy actually has an interesting mechanic, which is that he's blind, and that if you push your luck and hit him too much, he becomes able to track you.
Yeah, this is also a fun watching streamer moment, where most people will just, "Oh, guy, I'm killing," and just run forward mindlessly.
Yup.
And they may not even notice. Ow.
Oh, that was not a lot of damage.
No, it was not.
See, if this
Are
were
we going-
Elden Ring, that entire dust cloud that came off of his sword when he attacked would have damaged us and knocked us down.
If it was Elden Ring, he'd be attacking nonstop and doing like swirling tornadoes around the ring.
That's true. That's maybe a little better.
I think we just have to be very careful. Ooh.
We do. We have to not hit him too many times in a row.
Does sound play a component to this fight?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just the Thief Ring?
No, it's both. The Thief Ring
Okay.
limits the range at which he can detect you, but without the Thief Ring, you still have to... Oh, back off. Without the Thief Ring, you still have to limit the number of times you hit him, because if you hit him more than about 3 or 4 times, I think that the upper limit is 4. You can get away with 3 usually. But if you continuously hit him
Let's see.
after 3 or 4 times, then he will track you for quite a while afterward if you don't have the Thief Ring on. You okay?
Yeah.
You out of healing items, or...?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
I was just thinking if I could use heal. I
Gotcha.
think I would. Yeah, I just enjoy this old style of designing bosses where it's a concept. And it's not about learning its pattern, it's about figuring out what it is. Which, I understand the downside of that, because once you know what it is on repeat playthroughs, then that's it.
Yeah.
You already know the trick. But I guess games back then were designed more for like, here's one solid 30 hours of experience. And if someone wants to replay it, like, oh, really? Okay. I guess you can if you want.
Well, the
Which is
thing
more the
about...
concept.
I mean, with Demon Souls, the replayability doesn't come so much from diversity of content. It comes from, I want to do a different build, and I want to play through the game as a mage instead of a strength build or something, right?
In theory.
Yeah, well,
Different approaches.
in practice to some extent at least, but yes, that's definitely the theory.
This is gonna take a while, though.
It is.
Needling this poor man down.
Actually, maybe if I switch to my Crescent Falchion.
What? Sir?
Hmm?
His animation kept bugging out. He kept, like,
Ah.
resetting. 63 damage. Oh, can you actually poison him?
Try. I mean, you can, but I didn't have enough. Yeah, see, that's what happens if you hit him too many times. Oh, and there's the corpse of that Reaper I killed up above.
This way, sir. That looks like he's... I do like his animation of, like, his arm seems to be pawing. As though looking for something.
Yeah, he's feeling around for enemies. I think I can cause them to bleed if I hit him enough times with the Crescent Falchion. But now we're backing off.
How does bleed function in this game?
Damage over time, believe it or not, unlike pretty much every game afterward.
Okay.
But every status ailment in this game is damage over time. Poison, bleed, plague, all of it.
I don't think they've ever done status as well in any of these games. It is a hard thing to do, though.
Yeah, especially in a game like this that's third-person action. If it's an RPG, like a classical ATB kind of RPG, like a Final Fantasy game.
Especially if it's time or turn-based.
Yeah, exactly. Like, then you can get really creative with status ailments. But here it's harder because, like, how do you implement petrification, right?
Yeah.
Or stop in Elden Ring or Dark Souls? there's no good way.
Reapers flopping around.
Ha! Yeah, he does that.
Yeah. Especially with their modern idea that the player always needs to be at this incredibly severe disadvantage. They have to work up in order to gain advantage.
Which is especially funny to me because the one of the trailers I saw for Shadows of the Erdtree, the Elden Ring DLC, the narration for the trailer was, "How can one tarnished have so much power?" And I'm standing there thinking, what?
Completely
Huh?
infinite.
Now that is some marketing fluff if I've ever heard it.
Yeah. Elden Ring isn't exactly an empowerment game.
Oh boy, is it not.
Which is part of why I play games. I like to feel like my character can become strong. Not just in terms of number, but being able to deal with situations eventually.
Yeah. Toxic Eatsy in chat says, I think their idea of balancing gets in the way of making effects strong or meaningful. Only DS2 gave you a really good poison. Yeah, Toxic, until Elden Ring when someone got the idea for, yeah, what if we had poison, but then just a stronger version of poison that stacks with poison?
Yeah. Poison 1 and Poison 2 became a bit of a problem.
Yup. Like, in any other game...
Careful.
Yep. In any other game, I would have said that being able to stack poison with Scarlet Rot was overpowered, except that the strength of the average strong enemy in Elden Ring, let alone the average boss, I feel like kind of warrants it. But then it
Like
creates...
the only way to actually deal reliable damage.
Yeah, when you're having to spend 90% of your time dodging in a fight and not able to attack, sometimes stacking poison and Scarlet Rot is just the best thing to do. But then, that says something about the game design, because if you've designed a game in which the optimal thing to do is just stack damage over time on the enemy and run away, then you've encouraged the player to just never interact with the enemy, because you've designed an enemy that's either too annoying or too difficult to be worth engaging with when there's just an objectively better optimal choice. You know?
I mean, that sounds like something you'd be doing if you were playing a thief.
Yeah.
Jumping out of the shadows, trying to apply poison, and jumping out and trying to wheedle it down. Maybe even if it had some sort of like poise style mechanic where it's a long-term effect, where you can break, not specifically their poise, but just break whatever that status is in order to give you the opportunity to have a more direct fight.
Like a shield that you can break or something?
Like, imagine if you're playing a thief and you can hide. You have the ability to, like, conceal yourself in shadows so that a boss can't see you. So you do that, you wait for it to pass by, knowing if this thing hits me even once, I'm probably dead. Which, again, I don't really care for one hit, kill, you know, but this is another matter.
Yeah.
And you jump out, you hit it a few times, you get this status effect of whatever it happens to be. Let's just say that it's poise. And that stays on that character, and you just keep doing that until eventually the poise breaks. And that's when suddenly all of its defenses lower, it falls to the ground, and it's sort of more of a Zelda encounter, where you, like, bomb something or hit its eye or whatever. And that's whenever you are encouraged to go in and start laying into it with your actual, you know, poisons, your big weapons, whatever it is.
Yeah, forces an opening, yes.
Yeah, I appreciate stuff like that. It's not so much the jumping around and such.
Yeah, and I mean, Elden Ring does have a system like that, but it can be very difficult to use. It's called stance, and it's essentially the same thing as in Sekiro, where if you hit an enemy consistently enough times, you knock it into a stagger state where you can essentially do like a front stab or a back stab. But often, because you have such a short window of time to do that, and because a backstab only usually does one hit and doesn't do a lot of, for example, status ailment buildup, it is often optimal to stance break an enemy and knock them down and then not do the critical hit, but instead just mash R1 and get in more hits, which is kind of a subversion of what the developers
That's-
intend you to do.
Definitely become a problem in Elden Ring specifically.
Yeah.
Where do you want to put your sign? I think
where would you like me to
everything's
put
still
it?
dead.
Okay.
Just wherever. I'm back here all the way at the top.
Okay.
You can just teleport to the stone and put it right as soon as you're leaving.
All right.
Going into the dual pathway part.
I will come join you then. And before I do that, I'm going to grab a few spice so that I can actually restore my MP.
Hmm.
Hmm?
What is my world tendency? I have no idea.
Oh,
I think it's
you
all
can.
the same.
Hmm?
Oh, right. It is a thing in the menus, isn't it?
Yeah, you can, and you can write a certain message. I forget which one, but we could look it up easily enough on the Archstone's website. By placing a certain message, you can instantly manipulate the world tendency in a particular area.
Sure. Is this white? Is this normal? I can't read these, and I never have been able to.
Oh, those are all pure white.
Oh, okay. What the hell was that saying?
Yeah, sorry,
What
I
were we talking
sidetracked
about?
you.
Oh, the play style thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kel. I'm glad you're enjoying the venomous fangs, Kel. Yeah,
Oh.
there are.
Yeah, I
Oh,
remember now.
so go ahead. You first.
You played Sekiro, right?
Yes, I did one full
Okay.
playthrough of that game, and one was enough for me. It was cool. It was a
Yeah.
nice self-contained experience, and that was just right.
Yeah, but it has probably the most developed combat system out of all FromSoft games, right?
Yes, because it's a character-driven game. It's not just a blank slate. It's everything is balanced around a specific set of capabilities and weapons.
Right, and this kind of where Elden Ring sort of has that system of the poise. You can actually see the meter and such.
Mm.
I don't think you played it, the new Lords of the Fallen game, which
I
I
have
referenced in
not.
the video. That has that same sort of system with the poise. It also has Bloodborne's recovery, like, rally system in a sense.
Really?
It would be interesting. Like, I wouldn't recommend. Well, no, I'd recommend buying it when it's on sale and like giving it a try. It's not a bad game. It had some way more problems at launch, and it still has some issues. It's like a pretty solid 7, I think.
That's a better review than I've heard other people give it.
Yeah, people got really binary with it, unfortunately. But it has a lot of interesting attempts at systems, like the basic combat and the way you interface with enemies, that do combine a lot of elements from, all the FromSoft games and a couple other things. So they do make an attempt to develop it a little bit more. I sort of like the way that they treat shields, but I also don't.
How's that?
Well, with their version of shields, whenever you use a shield, it never has 100% mitigation. But whenever you block an attack with it, that damage that you take isn't real damage. It's the recoverable damage that you would get in, like, Bloodborne. It's white damage.
Gotcha.
So, consequently, if you are blocking correctly, then you can effectively never die, as long as you have stamina. So if your health if you keep accumulating white damage and it encompasses your entire health bar, except for like 1 health point, you'll die from that one hit. But you can just keep that shield up, and as long as you have the stamina for it, you're just not gonna die. So it's very unusual.
That is weird.
Yeah, it's more of a fighting game mechanic than it is like a Souls-like sort of thing. So I wouldn't exactly call it an oversight. It's interesting. I don't know if that works, though. And of course, it also does the thing of, like, perfect blocking helps to reduce enemy poise and things like that.
Okay, so it kind of mashed a bunch of systems together without regard for how they interact with each other, or whether they do?
Yeah, I think it does work for the most part. It does help to make it so that you can choose to approach combat from any number of ways. It's not a perfect game, but it's interesting. That's why I recommend it sometimes.
Okay.
Because it's just someone trying to... It's obviously a fan of the games that's trying to do something with them.
Well, a fan or someone who wanted to cash in on the popularity of the Souls games, because remember, this is Bandai Namco we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that they do like the games, because, I mean, you can kind of feel it. My favorite thing about the game mainly is just the fact that it has a die system. Thank God.
A die
You
system?
can actually equip armor that looks different and go, no, I'll just unify it. And
Oh, DYE. Okay.
you know, I can make this black and red. I can make it blue and green or whatever. Looks
You
nice.
know, that is something FromSoft games have always been missing that they desperately need. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that... By the way, have you put your sign down?
Yes, sorry. I had to go back and grab some stuff from the Nexus. Where... Oh, I see where you are. Okay. Yep, I'll come put it down right next to you. So, Toxic, sorry, I'm responding late to one of your comments, but, Frostbite in Elden Ring, increases the amount of damage enemies take by 20% in addition to, doing immediate damage to them.
Yeah, more damage.
Yeah, more damage. Alright, my soul sign... Oh, it's, okay, it's down right before the entrance to that room. Just behind where you're standing.
Alright. Once we get through Old Hero here, that'll be the end of the stream, I think.
No worries.
Been going
you
on for
getting
a while.
tired?
Well, that and, you know... Well, yeah, tired.
Yeah, I know that
there we
feeling.
go. Okay. Also, I didn't want it to go on so long that someone watching part 2 be like, alright already. Tired of having this in my tab for 2 weeks.
You're not a real broadcaster unless you've gone 24 hours, says the guy who is way too old for that crap anymore.
You're not a real Twitch streamer unless you hurt yourself every day.
Right, exactly. Now, if you don't end up in the hospital from fatigue and malnourishment, get off this platform. What are you even doing here?
It's very different work. People assume streaming is easy, and in a sense it is. In another sense, it is very taxing for the amount of time that you have to put in.
It's easy if you're not doing it for money. If you're doing it on a hobby basis where you know, can afford to spend an hour or two every couple of days, sure, yeah, it's easy. If you depend on it for income,
I wonder if it's easier for people that have, like, massive fan bases already. If that's part of it, like the psychology, where they are like, if it's not a good stream, then who cares?
yeah,
or if they're
I
just
mean,
always hammering at it.
if you have a massive fan base and you do a bad stream, you still, you bring in something.
Okay.
Oh, you killed him already. Okay.
Yeah, it teleported me back there and put me in human form, but that's it.
Oh.
I didn't know it did that.
Yeah, I guess if you're I think if you're a phantom, if you get someone to help someone and you win, if you beat the boss, it'll put you back wherever you were in that world.
I mean, it works that way in Demons, but then they stopped doing that in Dark.
I wish I could tell you.
Okay.
Right,
Let's get him out of here.
Yes, I'll stay back at the entrance and you can pull him.
What's out here anyways? Is this the path forward?
Oh, hi, Breakfast. No, this loops back to the entrance. This is where you get the white bow and there's a crystal lizard.
Come on, don't RP walk towards me. I need you to focus, sir.
Density D, it also depends on their audience's proclivities because, let's be honest, there are some people who have audiences that will show up no matter what they play. I tend to think of Vinny Vinesauce and guys like that. He can play the jankiest, most irrelevant shovelware games, and thousands of people will still come hang out with him because, you know, Vinny's a cool dude and lots of people like him. But what we tend to find more in the Souls community is that those of us who became known for making Souls content, if we don't make Souls content, if we try to make anything that is not Souls, the best reaction we can hope for is apathy and people not showing up. And sometimes more commonly, we get hostility. Some of us have gotten death threats, even, over choosing to create other types of content.
This is my channel. This is my TV station. Why are you changing the programming?
Yeah. One of the best ones was, you remember that Source Filmmaker video that Googly Gareth made of, when Pat and the others played Dark Souls 3?
No.
One of my favorite pieces that he did, where he screenshotted some entitled YouTube comments from the descriptions or from the comment sections of those videos, and my favorite one from that little excerpt that he took was of somebody saying, "What happened to my LP, Pat?"
Oh, the demons haven't got to
Like,
you.
you're doing this just for
I'm
me.
in luck. You see
This
that
channel
bit?
caters to me, to
Go on,
my
that's it.
desires and whims and proclivities. And the content creator is just a dancing monkey who exists to entertain me.
Don't
Let
hold
me
it
let me
against
link
me,
that
eh?
video because it's
Take your
better
time,
to watch than to
starving
explain.
death. Then I'll sell every last trinket off your corpse.
Oh, right. Wait, I thought... No, is it pure black? Where you gain access to that dumb little sword?
It's either pure black or pure white.
Oh, I thought we were in pure white, but I can't access it, so I guess
I guess
not.
we're one stage off from pure white then. Pure white and then the stage
you
below
fall
pure
for that?
white
Well,
really...
but
Oh, hi,
boss.
Kel.
Heavens. Well, the river, but pray,
There's Kel. Kel invades Plague, but not me.
Heavens. Well, the river, but pray,
Also. Yeah, I think in... Briefly, I think in the Bloodborne beta, they had the Embasa thing.
They did. It was
Then-
Father Gascoigne.
Yeah, it's probably the right move. I think they thought they were, oh, we're just doing a FromSoft thing where we bring back something and iterate on it. And then they realized, no, people are going to assume this is linked.
Except, yeah,
Narratively.
the fact that he was saying Umbasa made a very overt implication that that they didn't want to make.
Fascinating. Spy, where are you?
I'm on my way. Just sparring with Kel. All right.
Okay.
Do you have any soul remains?
I wonder... I think I have like one.
Okay,
Oh, I
chuck
don't
'em.
have four. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Fucker.
Yeah! That's how you do it.
Okay. There's nothing else in here, right?
Apart from what that phantom drops and
Dumb butt
the
over
thing
here.
on this
yeah.
corpse, yeah, and the sword, obviously, yes.
Alright. I like the sound effect of my little tippy-tap feet in here.
I have to say,
Good sound.
the echo of footsteps in a stone corridor is really atmospheric.
You.
God, he's so ugly.
I'm really sorry.
They did the best they could with what they had.
I mean, a man's got to make a living, right? Here, look. I can make up for it. There aren't many humans like us. We need to stick together. I know. Here, take this as
Is
a token
his
of my friendship.
voiceover audio
You've
not
seen one of
playing
these
for you?
before, surely.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Weird. It's not playing for me. I might have turned it off, though,
No.
now that I think about it.
No, I mean, you're Phantom. It doesn't play for you.
No, but I mean, it wasn't playing for me as a host either.
Oh, okay.
But I think...
That would be an issue. Oh, this looks especially sparkly, Kel. You did a good job with this. Nice presentation.
Oh yeah, it's not playing for me because I turned down the volume. Okay. I apparently
It's like
turned down the
personal
volume on voiceover audio 6 months ago and forgot. Story of my life.
Oh no, I'm being
nice,
shot from some
Kel.
invisible swords. I wonder if it actually outfights it.
What, regeneration? Oh yeah, regeneration well outstrips poison.
It goes down a little bit.
Well, I mean, when you stack
took-
multiple sources of it.
It took a while to actually get the poison effect.
Did it?
All these guys should be dead. Because I cleared out everything up
Ah!
to...
Damn it. That was a
Cleared out
controller
everything up to
malfunction.
these guys.
Gotcha. Yeah, I accidentally locked onto Kel.
Kel, what did you do? Oh, this is just one of these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to Stormbringer.
Oh yes, Storm Ruler.
Oh, yeah, Stormbringer is the... Wait, what's the name of the one in 3 that is a reference?
It's still the Storm Ruler. They didn't change the name.
Really? Oh.
Yep. No, it wasn't you, Kel. It was FromSoft.
Kel, do not knock me off this. If I have to do this over, especially with the time we have left in the stream, then you're gonna go. You're gonna go for a while. We've had prolonged discussions in Discord about our disdain for invaders and the invasion mechanics. Which is a shame, because I actually love the concept of invading and just messing with someone. Not killing them, but, just having fun.
Sure.
Like what Kel was doing earlier, not necessarily even attacking them with arrows, but just putting things down for them to be distracted by.
Yep.
It's even little minor things like that to me are fun. Which is why I think my favorite Covenant overall in all the games is probably the Rat Covenant. Because it's sort of the perfect amalgamation of those things where the person that you're attacking is not really put at a disadvantage because it's not their world. So if they die, they don't lose anything.
Oh,
and at the same
yeah.
time, the person hosting, in this case would be the invader, also is not really, in theory, at much risk unless they decide to personally involve themselves, which they don't have to do.
You're talking about areas like the Doors of Pharos in Dark Souls 2, right?
Yeah,
Where,
I like that system.
yeah, as the host, you lure in invaders, but then the invader has to basically go through an obstacle course of traps in order to get to you. Yeah.
Yep, I enjoy
that
doing that.
That was actually one of the better ideas they had in Dark Souls 2, and even when I had solidified my opinion on it as a game I wasn't fond of, I still feel like that's an idea I wish they'd brought back.
Yep, they never did anything with it.
No, they didn't.
That's,
it had
that's
so
the
much
reason why I
potential.
want to do the 2 LP. It's not because 2 is that amazing of a game to me. It's, certainly not. I think we share similar opinions of 2. Although
We
you
do.
probably, or because you had to work with it. So
Yes,
you
I saw
probably
behind
have
the
more
curtain.
of a, yeah, you probably have more of a contentious opinion as a result of that. So I get that. But it has a lot of things that they did one time and then just never again. So I'm interested in exploring that element of it.
Things that were good things, even, that they should have brought back, but for whatever reason they chose not to. I mean...
Let me know when you put your sign down, by the way.
Yep, I'm on my way. Like, it took them...
You can see it here.
Uh,
The little prism stones, you can actually see them more visibly now that it's out in the daylight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're...
Yeah, I really love the small sign soap zone as well. It's a good system. Where you don't have to really commit yourself to defeating a boss, you just kind of dip in and dip out for a little small reward.
Yeah, I was
You-
always a little bit weirded out by that system because I was so used to, yes, your goal is defeat the boss, but it actually, no, this is, you're not. You kill a
Yeah,
few
you just
enemies.
go in and kill a few enemies. You don't get a huge reward, but you get the... it really is more about the sensation of helping someone. Just meeting someone you don't know and then demonstrating, this is what I do. And then them, approving or disapproving, and then you just killing a few enemies and then dipping out. It's a good system.
It was interesting to me that they differentiated that system from the regular summoning mechanic. in Dark Souls 2 because, I mean, really, in practice, you could have done the same thing, just using the regular soapstones, but they seem to be deliberately trying to encourage the shorter interaction as a supplement or in addition to the let's go beat a boss together objective.
Yeah.
Which was odd to me. Not bad, just, you know.
I even sort of... I'm not gonna endorse this, but I sort of like the purple sign in 3. It was not handled well. It was not well thought out at all, because people... The second that people realize, oh, they're just going to try to kill me, then it just becomes another invasion mechanic. But I do like the concept of leveraging it, in the sense of you might be using it for the sake of helping, or you might be using it for something else.
Oh, you mean the Madness Covenant or whatever it was? Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, if you had the potential to hurt someone, then people will automatically treat you as being an enemy. And there were times where I'd put my sign next to a white sign, and I'd come in. It rarely happened. Most of the time you just get attacked. But rarely you would show up, and then they would make it clear, don't you try anything, and you'd use your little email like, tee-hee, I might not. And then you would actually help them with the level.
Yeah.
And then that would be it.
Yeah, because you could
That was a valid experience.
Yeah, because using that particular sign, you could be summoned in addition to the 2 regular white phantoms that the host could have. Which was a neat system. But yeah, if you show up and the host can lock onto you, they're gonna 9 times out of 10 or more attack you.
Yeah, even if it's just accidentally.
Yeah. Can I leave my soul sign for you up above where those 3 skeletons are? Because otherwise I'm having to fight my way through them to get to you.
Yeah. Like I said, I just needed to know where you were going to put it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was originally trying to get down to you to place it, but...
Yes, put it where I was putting it.
Okay.
Yeah. I like the climbing up animation in Demons.
You know, they stopped using that animation in the later games pretty much at all. I mean, eventually it was replaced by the jump, but it's kind of a shame, because I agree, I think it was pretty neat.
Mm-hmm. I don't know exactly how you would redo the purple concept. You would need... The way that it is now, basically, you're either helping someone by doing one thing, which is, you know, the boss, or you're invading them. And invading in FromSoft games just amounts to just trying to murder the host, and that's it. So there's a binary element, so this is really only the 2 things you could do.
Well,
but if there was more...
Go ahead.
If there was more of a concept of... I've mentioned before my funny little invasion mechanic of being the little goblin man that just goes in and tries to steal something from the host that's really not that important to them. But if the host manages to catch them, they get a big reward. And if they catch you, you don't really suffer much of a punishment. It's just there for fun.
Sure.
If you're doing something like that, you could have a covenant system that's sort of like that, where you can dip into either, where you are either there to help or to hinder, and they don't quite know, because it doesn't actually matter much either way. You could do something like that, I guess.
You could. The problem is, I think FromSoft tends to misunderstand the way the player base interacts with the systems they design, like the invasion system. In Demon's Souls, they designed the invasion system so that a red phantom can just kill all the enemies in a zone. They clearly didn't think that through. It clearly didn't occur to them that people would just use that as a helping mechanic. But that's what people ended up doing, enough so that FromSoft felt it worthwhile to nerf that and change it in the later games. And then in the later games, they designed the invasion mechanics in such a way that...
Spy, are you in this area yet?
Yes, my sign is down right in front of where you are.
Okay.
I don't know why it's... well, it'd probably take a minute to show up. The level restriction on summoning is gone on this community server, so we shouldn't have to deal with that.
Oh, okay. So I never needed to worry about it either way?
Yeah. Yeah, and this is what FromSoft should have done. They should have just allowed matchmaking regardless of level or weapon upgrade, because it just makes it so much easier to match up. Although, in the case of the Archstones, UV had to do this because otherwise, if the Archstones had followed the standard rules, we never would have been able to match up.
I can see, presumably, you moving
Yep.
around in circles.
And I can see your ghost as well, waiting for me.
Yeah, I may have to quit out and reset.
You might, yeah.
Welcome. It's an okay-looking character, Kel. Be a shame if it fell off the cliff.
So Kel just invades to hang out? Is that how this works?
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, thanks, breakfast. Actually, Density D, I worked on Salt and Sanctuary, so I'm very familiar with the mechanics in that game. James worked really, really hard to include PvP in Salt and Sanctuary. And the fact that he got it working as well as he did is kind of a miracle, considering that game was built on the XNA architecture, and he ended up, I think he used some workaround that went through the online leaderboards or something to get PvP to work. I don't remember exactly. He explained it to me, but I didn't understand it.
Ah, yeah, that's what I thought.
Uh,
Yeah, it was pretending.
Ah, okay.
Okay, give me a second then.
Take
Oh.
your time.
Oh, never mind. You get one chance, because I got other things I need to be doing, Mr. Emulator. Ah, great, selected the wrong character. Oh well, maybe that'll help. Try again. Log in yet again. I've never actually tried the sequel. Salt and Sanctuary. Sacrifice.
Salt and Sacrifice?
Yeah.
I did. I mean, it plays very similarly. It's a similar sort of combat, but it adds some quality of life and it's refined a few things. If you enjoyed Salt and Sanctuary, basically, you'll like Salt and Sacrifice.
Please appear sign.
Seriously. What time is it over there, actually?
Late. 11:30. I was hoping to actually probably won't do dark tonight, unfortunately.
Oh. Sorry to have kept you up so long.
Whoa. These guys kind of look like whenever you make those tiny little meat pies and you like press them together so that there's meat in the center.
Oh man, that's funny.
They kind of look like, actually, these things, the manta rays, look like they would probably taste terrible.
They would taste terrible. Anything in the ray or skate families has ammonia in its flesh. They urinate
Tastes
through
like
their
piss.
skin, and so they're pervasively tainted with ammonia.
Goody.
Yeah, so I had skate at a restaurant once, and never again.
Just eating piss.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quit and relaunch the actual EXE itself.
Okay, I'm gonna quit the title and do the same thing and see if we can't get this ball rolling for one more hurrah before we all crash.
Okay. Try this again. That's what I value so greatly about doing anything on stream. Is you can't pause a recording. Like, you can't take breaks, you can't really do much of anything.
Nope.
You're just frozen.
You have to cut stuff out in post and then upload it.
Or just not at all.
Well, that too.
Let's log in again.
Oh, hey, we are
We'll
being
try
raided
again.
by Nox Lunesia. Thank you very much for the raid, Nox.
Welcome. Oh, ooh.
I
Well,
regret
it's been a
to
while
inform
because
you-
I can crack my shoulders.
Ah, you've probably been sitting stiffly, haven't you?
Yes, it has been a while. Off here. I don't have a name for my little congregation. This
You don't
Reitlings, I
necessarily need
suppose.
one.
Okay, all right. Let's hope that the sign shows up.
All right, I am logging back in now. I'll let you know when I've
Okay.
put it down.
Also, one of the nice things about, well, Scholar. Actually, no.
Hmm?
I was about to praise its connectivity, but it's actually not great either, because it needs the ring to work.
Has a
Where you have to
FromSoft
pick-
game ever had good connectivity?
No.
Like, genuinely, that's not a sarcastic question.
Honestly, the best I think it's ever been is specifically Remaster, because that has a pretty simple system that benefits from having the password system built into the menuing.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Come to think of it, I think I've had the least trouble with connectivity in the remaster, which of course is a shame because in the remaster they added that god-awful weapon upgrade level-based matchmaking condition from Dark Souls 3 retroactively. My sign's down. And I see you.
Yeah. Kel says that because I killed him by the cliff, he lost a level in Dex. That's a thing in Demons?
Oh, if you die to the, I think, the environment, you can lose a level.
Why?
Remember leveling down being a thing in Demon's Souls? Yeah, you can get soul-sucked by another player or by King Allant, by that one boss, the False King.
Or dirt.
Or if you get invaded and you die to something that I think... I'm trying to remember... It's either if you die to something that isn't the invader or an enemy, or if you explicitly get killed by the invader, you lose a level from your highest stat. There you go.
Jesus. Come forth, please.
I'm on my way.
If we get in there and we die to those stupid laser ghosts.
Well, if you've got, yep, I'm being summoned. If you've got soul remains, you can throw the soul remains at the wall, and the ghost will aim at the wall, and we can run under the beam.
Well, I mean, it's the laser ghost. It just aims everywhere, it seems like.
Well, yeah, but it will aim higher than it normally does if you throw the soul remains at, like, the ceiling. I'll show you where to stand to do that.
Well, I'm not going to experiment. I just want it to be a sure thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll,
Because I'm hungry and feel the compilation? I'm compelled.
Compulsion?
I'm compelled. Yeah, the compulsion.
yes.
My brain. No work good right now.
Don't worry about
the
it. Well, I'll tell you what.
compulsion.
If you want to make this a sure bet, then wait here, and I'll go handle the ghost. And that way, you won't die. And if I die, you can just resummon me.
Uh-huh. If you want a sure thing, I'll handle it. German spy has
See?
died.
But you didn't die. So now you can just come resummon me. Instead of us having to do this both all over again.
My favorite part.
Yeah, gesturing. Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. I will go up here and then briefly wait for the sign. If it does not appear, I will go forward, die, get irritated, and that will be the end of the stream.
Great way to end a stream. All right, sign is down.
Yeah, I'm less enamored with these mantas now.
Yeah. Yeah, being irritated will do that to you.
Beware of your stamina head. You said it, message.
That deserves an upvote.
Ah. Yeah, I wish that they had handled... Like, does Elden Ring have covenants? I don't think it does it?
Nope. It does not. It has the Great Runes, which are essentially the, they're Covenant icons without any of the associated mechanics.
Right. Fun.
Oh yeah, fun. There's my sign.
I can see why they gave up on them.
Yeah,
In
there
true
just wasn't...
FromSoft fashion, they kept trying the same idea over and over again without really trying anything different, and whenever it failed, they gave up.
That's a good description. Yes. I kind of think if they had turned the idea on its head with Covenants and made them have a real impact on the gameplay, they could have been interesting.
What do you mean? Because that sounds like something that might annoy me.
Well, if joining a Covenant changed the game in some meaningful way, I couldn't put
Like
my
Covenant
finger on
champions?
exactly what, but like, I don't know, if joining a Covenant maybe gave you some kind of special move set, but then prevented you from being able to use standard moves or something. I don't know, something like that. That just, if you're part of this Covenant, like if joining the Dragon Covenant just made you a dragon full time, but the dragon had its own unique move set instead of just, yeah, this is just a player character model replacement.
Maybe? Although if you get that wrong, then that just means that either everyone will use that Covenant from that point forward and nothing else, or they'll never use it.
But what if all the Covenants did something equally unique that, you know, is an equally good reason for people to use that Covenant?
But what if I just balance it perfectly?
Yeah, what if? What if you do that?
Yeah, see, I actually am the opposing view of I don't want it to really affect much of anything, because I don't think you can actually do that
Really?
in a way that's going to... Shit. I think you can actually do that in a way that's going to be perfectly balanced. It's always going to be a problem.
Well, that's kind of why I think it would be fun, is that it wouldn't be perfectly balanced. It would be something just a little wacky. Well,
Okay.
I always attack one time too many there.
Oh,
But
you just
the ghosts
flung
are
yourself off.
Yeah, I accidentally fell where the Reaper got knocked off.
Okay. Back. But I'll get stabbed in the back.
You're fine as long as you don't go near that item.
What was the item?
A dagger.
Dagger.
Yep.
Oh, I never picked this up.
Yeah, you didn't really have time because you were dodging the laser.
So pink.
Yeah, you did choose an unusually pink skin tone, didn't you?
Well, this is the character creator for you.
This one especially, yeah.
Like, in 2, for example, you have to make your character abnormally dark compared to what you actually want. Because whenever they come out, they'll be very bright.
Yes. Yeah, that each one has its own peculiarities. Good night, Density D. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.
Video stints.
All right, my sign
Inching
is down.
forward. Yeah, already.
Inching. Yep. Oh, okay? You found it.
Hopefully not running through loading zones causes the summoning to fail or anything.
No, it won't. Once the summoning is initiated, it will continue.
There's a noise.
Noise. Oh, those are ghosts. That's just the noise the ghosts
Of course
make when
they
they're
are.
idle. All right, on my way.
I swear I can hear some little shifty, naughty man.
You can. You're correct.
Now, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, right, covenants.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can tell, like, I like the Rat Covenant because it's low commitment. And this usually been the problem with covenants. And I understand, well, it has the word covenant, so it should be high commitment. Well, change the name. I don't care about the name. Point being, people typically have a problem with them because you have to, like, stop everything you're doing and change something major in order to deal with whatever the covenant does.
Hmm.
Let me focus on this because I don't want to die.
You can just run past it. There's no reason for us to hang around here.
Okay. There's nothing down there. Oh, it's just more of these guys.
It's death, yeah. It's these things.
Okay. That's an item. So tempting.
I think it's crescent moongrass is what's in there. It's worthless.
Tempting, though.
Yeah, that's the goal. They want you to go in there and just get raffle stomped.
Okay.
All right, so I'll take care of this. And I'll need you to, if you have any soul remains left, you said you had a few?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to want to stand right here and then throw a soul remains kind of toward that ghost at the end of the hall.
Like
And
above its head?
yeah, kind of above or like at its feet, but somewhere in there. And then once you've
Well,
thrown the soul remains, we both
hold
run
on.
around the corner and kill the Reaper while the Reaper is busy attacking the soul remains.
Bye. Hold
Yeah?
on.
Go ahead. Oh,
There's
we've got
one. There's a guy here.
He just spawned. Yeah, I got him.
Okay. Now I'm looking directly at him. How do I position my camera? Because
Just aim it a little
your
bit
camera's
up.
a little
Angle
bit
your
up
camera up a
compared to
little.
the enemy, I'm guessing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was
Yeah, that looks
really,
good.
really bad. Okay. Oh, he's still here.
Oh, he came back is what happened. Here, I got it. You could lock onto that guy, and there you go. Okay, let's go. Gank this idiot. And we're
Does that
good.
take care of
Yep,
big turn? Okay.
that takes care of all the rest of the ghosts. And that is why
Alright.
soul remains make this area so much less troublesome.
All right. Do we have any other troublesome things? I don't even remember.
Nope, just the
Oh wait,
slugs.
we have the slug room. All right. So
then
just
the
don't
boss.
get aggressive in the slug room.
Nope.
All right. That's what she said. Get aggressive in the slug room.
I kind of want to know the context of that, but I also kind of don't.
Oh, covenants.
Yep.
Yeah, that's typically the problem with covenants, is you have to really be dedicated to them. So if, say, a covenant has a reward that's like... this. If a covenant has a reward that is like a unique sword, that means you absolutely have to go into that covenant if you want that sword. And you have to do that every single time.
Or spell, or, yeah, armor, or whatever it happens to be.
Which then you could say, make all the covenants have the same rewards. No, it's not really that satisfying then, is it?
Well, I mean,
Then-
at that point, just don't lock unique stuff behind covenants if it's equipment that's going to force you to have to join the covenant to get it. You know?
That too. You can make it appear somewhere else, but then that becomes also an issue of where, like, what's the optimal path to it? Does going to this specific covenant make it so that you get the item much earlier or much later? There's just lots of little issues like that where I can tell that's why covenants kind of went away. Because they just really, they did not want to deviate from that. Like they had
Yeah.
the concept of what they wanted covenants to be, and they refused to change it.
I
Whereas
think
if you
part
make,
of it...
whereas if you make covenants lower, lower engagement, whatever you want to say, lower commitment, then that becomes less of an issue. As long as it's something that's just a method of playing that is unique and fun that you can switch on and off.
Yeah.
Which is why I say change the name from covenants, because I don't care about them being covenants.
Well, I mean, the covenants that involved invasions or protecting people from invasions, those I felt like worked fairly well because there was a clear goal. It was optional gameplay that you could interact with whenever you wanted to or not interact with if you weren't feeling up to it. But it didn't really give you any advantages or disadvantages. It was essentially just another game mode. You know, it was a different way to play.
Yeah, it was something you were, in theory, already doing.
Yeah. And that's why I feel like those, well, I just got blown up.
Oh.
I feel like that's why those kinds of covenants work well, whereas the ones that were just, yeah, join this and you'll get a spell or a weapon, and that's pretty much it, because either the rest of it doesn't work, like the Gravelord Covenant, or is pointless. Those didn't work so well.
I said that I like the Rat Covenant. I couldn't tell you a single reward from it. I have no idea. 'Cause I never cared.
I don't remember any of the rewards from that covenant either, and
I'm sure they were probably good, I guess. Again, I don't care. Because to me, I enjoyed the Covenant because it was unique and it was fun.
I mean, I don't remember the rewards from it being particularly impressive, but I think most of what that covenant was all about was just, yeah, draw people in, get them to invade.
This had a core mechanic, and you built your little level, and you watch people go through it.
Yeah.
And if you enjoy doing that, you can do it.
And the maximum investment was just a bunch of Theros lockstones to activate all the hazards.
Yeah. I don't remember how you got that many Pharaoh's Lockstones.
You could, I believe, farm them. There were, I think, a couple of enemies that dropped them. Right, at this point, I'm...
That's my ideal Covenant thing. Just punctuate that.
Gotcha.
That sort of format.
It's really baffling to me that they didn't bring that back, because it was one of their most promising ideas, and they just scrapped it. I'm going to teleport to the old hero Archstone and walk backward and leave my sign for you outside the door.
Okay, I think I've cleared this area.
You have, unless you haven't gone in the room that has the Hiltless. Not that you're going to use that.
Gone into the room that something kills us, what?
The room that has the Hiltless Katana and the Ronin's Ring.
The Hiltless Katana?
Yeah. Don't worry too much about it. It's not something you're going to use.
You don't know who you're talking to.
I mean...
I'm a completionist.
Okay, if you're going for the completion, then yes, grab it.
Well, I still have no clue what you're talking about anyways.
Oh, it's, I'll
So
show it to
doesn't
you.
actually matter.
When I get there, I'll lead you
Plus,
through
if it's
the
this
door.
close to the ending, we can just, you know, go backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, this is it?
Yep, let me leave my soul sign for you outside the boss arena here.
Alright.
It'll be just at the top of the stairs.
Yeah, I didn't mind the little silly bird system in 2 either.
Silly bird system?
Yeah, where you give them... It's based off of, I
Oh,
forget the name of the game.
Dinah and Tilo, right? The little crows?
Oh, I don't remember their fucking names. Just Bird 1 and Bird 2.
The ones where you trade them stuff?
Yeah, but you get the smooth and silky stones, and it basically actually acts like a gumball machine in the sense of you will get a random item out of it.
Yes, okay.
The problem came whenever you wanted something specific and it just wouldn't give it to you.
Yes.
Then it became an issue.
I don't think there was anything unique you could get that way, though, or if there was a specific item that would usually grant it to you, if not always. My sign's down. It's a little further down the stairs.
Okay. Remember a couple things, not like hyper important, but desirable being in that table, but I don't remember what they were offhand. Nope.
There were
Floating.
some upgrade materials, I think.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, I think you could get some oddball things like the Chandler's Covenant, or the Chandler's Trident.
Oh, maybe, yeah, from that covenant in DS2. Summoning just failed. I'll put it down again.
Oh, don't you start with me.
And if not, then just let me quit to title and reload, and I'll see if...
Old Whip, Demon's Hammer, and Chandler's Trident. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got the Demon's Hammer because all the Asylum demons were dead in DS3.
No. Summoning Phantom.
I'm being
Please
summoned.
release me.
Moving to another world. You got me. I'm on my way.
Okay. Oh my god.
Hello,
The
Third
energy
Impact.
you start with is not the energy you finish with.
Well, no, not when you're old and tired like us.
No, just also sitting here staring forward like this for a while starts getting to my eyes.
We need to do something about that. We got to get you an ergonomic chair. And
I do have an ergonomic. This is a good chair.
oh, okay.
The chair doesn't have anything to do with my eyes. It's just staring directly at a monitor.
Well, no, but I mean, like, if you can lean back a little bit more and not have to lean forward to stare at the monitor. But yeah. Okay.
Oh, right. It's just a soul. Okay. Have the ring on. Great. Yep. Okay. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Kill this poor old man.
Poor old man, he says. I don't know. I feel like this guy is in his prime. He's the epitome of youth.
I don't remember how many of the demons are actually overtly evil.
Well, many of them are based on, again, just concepts or deities that either weren't necessarily evil or maybe
This
were.
guy's literally a hero.
Yeah. Like, this guy in particular, I think, is just based on a dude. Like, a person who is a member of the Shadowmen tribe.
Yeah, so he's probably a hero to their tribe and nothing else. So
Yeah.
I would expect him to be a good boy.
My interpretation of him is that he was deified by the tribe, which is a thing, you know, that tribes will deify, and in Japan even, they deify important historical figures. Meiji Shrine is a shrine to Emperor Meiji, who was deified and is, people go to the shrine to pray to him. And his wife. So it's a thing people do. Hello, Legion.
Oh. Gotta be careful to get stuck on his ball sack.
Yeah, you don't
Feels
want
like
to
a
get stuck
model.
there.
Feels like the model clips down just enough that you can get kind of wedged in.
Yeah, you kind of can.
Is he the only enemy in the game that uses that big sort of AoE explosion like the Asylum demon does?
That right
The Stray
there.
demon? Like
No, King Allant does a much bigger version of that.
Okay. It seems to be something they enjoy doing, that's for sure.
What, the big spherical AoEs?
Yeah.
Yep.
Freaking out.
AoEs became far more prominent from Dark Souls 3 onward.
Dude, choose a direction. Even though you're the one hitting him, he doesn't seem to be willing to turn around. Oh, okay. Alright, just know where I am somehow. Okay.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get his attention and drag him away from me a little bit.
What?
It's because I have the thief ring on. He keeps losing track of me because I'm too far away.
Wow, that's like...
Well, at least I've got some spice, so I can continually cast spells, which aren't doing incredible damage, but... now he's...
Don't. Behave yourself. Oh?
There it is. That's my opportunity to just dump on him.
I'm glad that doesn't have like a big shockwave that follows me.
Yeah, same, or like a lingering hitbox, like it would in Elden Ring.
Motherfucker. This ever so often he seems to just choose to know where I am at a distance. I can understand if I'm standing right next to him.
Yeah, he'll briefly detect you if he takes too many hits. I think what's going on is, regardless of who's hitting him, he'll briefly
see-
detect whoever is closest to him.
Yeah, you're just at a further distance.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's the number
Well,
of
let's
hits
not
that,
use the host to test your pet theory,
yeah. Yeah,
because
we
I don't
can-
want to do this again.
No, I don't want you to have to.
Yeah, but otherwise, if we're at range, yeah, it seems like if you use nothing but ranged attacks, he can't really do anything.
Yeah.
Because the second
it's-
that it triggers, he loses tracking.
Yeah, it's definitely proximity based. There we go.
He figured you out.
Yeah, because I hit him too many times. Finish him.
No,
Okay, then I will.
I know better than that. I know better than to go for 6 whenever I can only go for 4 normally.
Good man. And there we are.
I'm gonna give you
S3.
an A, fucker. No.
What? Oh.
Alright, we are free at last.
We are. It bears mentioning that the rating you give the other players determines how many souls they get at the end for helping.
Weird.
Yup.
We noticed the other day that in 2, it actually divides the number of souls you get from the boss.
Oh, between the number of people who are present helping? Yeah.
Yeah, like your partner gets... Or at least whenever we had, I think, 2 summons with us, then it like split it 50-50 between the host and the summons, and the summons split it 50-50 between themselves.
Right, so each summon got 25%.
Yeah. I am
Yeah.
kind of glad that the rating system didn't come back, though. It's just one less thing to have to worry about. Plus, there's the culture of you always have to give S, and if you don't, then it's just there forever.
Yeah, and then you're the asshole if you rate someone an F or something, but like,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you summon someone and the first thing they do is run off a cliff, and you're like, well, what do you want, an S?
I can forge weapons.
Okay, I can't upgrade this anymore, can I? I cannot.
Upgrade what? Oh.
Hardstone, I'm guessing, is something you get in the earlier levels, which we have
No
not
interest, I
done,
can
so
tell.
I don't have them. The Hardstone.
You can eventually buy it. I think Patches might have some.
Yeah, it was probably just a Boletaria drop, like things that are populated in the earlier levels.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
my
In
assumption.
1-1 and 1-2, it drops from enemies, from the
Yeah.
phalanxes, the slimes.
Okay, that's why I could only upgrade my hammer by once. That's the reason why I wasn't using it.
Gotcha.
Okay. That is complete. Oh my
All right.
god. Oh. Okay.
You said it.
Sorry, it took... I mean, that's the penance for it taking 6 months to get to part 2.
Hey, no worries
Oh.
about that. That's just how it goes.
Okay. But this will probably be something... We have not discussed this, but this will probably be something where we can do more than this stream either next week or the week after that or something. Because I know that your schedule clears up a little bit.
After
This
the
month?
18th, yeah, I will be flying to Boston with my mother and my cousin to see them home, and I'll be spending a few days with them there. And
That'll be a little bit exasperating, though. All that moving
It
around,
will.
all the travel.
it will, and it means that I won't be around for streaming,
Okay.
but I will get back. I think on the 14th or the 15th, and then I'll have a couple of days after that to just sort out some menial stuff at home and catch up on things I haven't had time to do.
Okay.
And
But it sounds like it won't be... It probably won't be next week. It could be like the week after that.
likely the week after, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Assumptively, I will tell you guys whenever we both know, and we never know, because this is our lives.
Yeah, we just figure this out at the last minute, or as close to it as we end up.
Yeah, okay. That went well. Just
Yeah.
prolonged. It went well. We're just hitting 5 hours, a mere 5 hours, so everything is just fine. It's
Just a normal
dandy.
stream.
Yes, okay. All right,
Thank
we'll
you,
end it
Agent.
there. Thank
Yeah.
goodness.
And thank
No
you
offense,
for having
but thank
me.
goodness.
Right? Yeah, no, I know. It's time for food and bed.
Yeah, bed. Probably, especially for you, given your split schedule and everything.
I don't
For
even know
me,
what sleep
second
is.
meal. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just try not to think about it.
I don't.
Oh, good stream. All right.
Yeah.
Next stream,
Always a
I'll probably
pleasure.
actually have my hammer, and I'll be able to actually wear a shirt.
Yeah, that would be an improvement.
Yeah, I look forward to being able to. Actually, I could probably actually go to the storage and actually wear something more appropriate than all this heavy armor. That's my actual problem. Okay, but something to worry about in the future. Wow, my bones
Yes.
actually all cracked the second I tried to stand up. That's not
Oh
bad.
no.
Oh,
Oh, it only gets
I've been in the
worse.
exact position this time. Okay, I'm gonna walk around some.
All
right.
Chat, thank you all for hanging out with us. We
Mhm.
really appreciate each and every one of you. And, yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Are we going to raid anyone? Do you usually do that?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's been half a year.
Hey!
Actually, it's been a
Koilag
little
is
bit less than I guess.
streaming. We could
Oh,
raid
that's a good thing.
we could
Hold
raid a colleague. So it is the channel name is here. There you go.
Are you gonna?
Yeah, in Discord for you.
That's what I thought, because I remember it not being. Yeah, it's true. Check that out. That's not good SEO.
I
You'd
hate
always keep all
SEO.
your names the same.
Well,
wow.
they couldn't get that username on Twitch. It's a miracle they got it on YouTube.
Yeah, part of their problem. Okay, all right. We'll send you guys over there. As for us, we will go
Yes.
lie down and feel pain.
We will do that. Not necessarily even in that order.
No, it's just how it is. Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Raid. See you guys probably in 2 weeks or maybe 2 years.
I don't
You
think
never
it'll be
know.
2 years.
No, it probably will be 2 years. Okay, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching.
Take care, everybody.
Oh, do one last thing here. Wave, you poor fool.
There you go.
There we go. Actually, the last thing I'll do is sigh. There we go. That's more fitting. All right. See you guys next time in whatever cave, Sharp Stone Cave, or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't care.
Good night, everyone.
A raid now.
All right.
We go.
Hey, thanks for